Okay, I just received a message. We're still waiting for His Excellency President of Lithuania. So as soon as team arrives, we will start the event. Please, also, there are empty seats right here in front of the... Gentlemen, let's warmly welcome His Excellency President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda. Make yourself comfortable, take your seats. As I already mentioned, fasten your seatbelts, get ready for takeoff. There are 3 types of conferences that need to start sharply on time. It's just according to my experience. Conference of Project Management, Conference of Auditors, and of course, Baltic Miltech Summit 2025. So, with a given honor, I just have the privilege to announce Baltic Miltech Summit 2025 opened. My name is Ugnius Savickas. I will be helping us today to, let's hope, fit in time, have a smooth panelists, keynotes, smooth presentations, and actually the fruitful and full of contacts, ideas, and insights event. And of course, let's start with welcome speeches. Once again, His Excellency, President of Lithuania, President of the Republic of Lithuania, Gitanas Nausėda. Welcome on stage.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you at the Baltic Miltech Summit in Vilnius, an event empowered by the Innovation Agency of Lithuania. Today, one word demands our attention: deterrence. A simple idea that no potential aggressor will risk their own destruction emerges as an essential element of any foreign and security policy. History shows that the success of deterrence in ensuring peace rests on well-directed efforts to invest, to cooperate, to innovate, and most importantly, to produce. We saw it play out effectively during the Cold War, when NATO successfully deterred an expansionist Soviet power. Currently, we face similar threats that must be addressed with similar solutions. It is only by working together that the Euro-Atlantic allies will achieve robust deterrence and defense goals without delay. Thus, today I address the international business community with one central message: you have a crucial role to play. The way forward is clear. The industrial defense ecosystem based on science and production must be boosted. This will benefit the economy, create jobs, and strengthen national security. Companies that are able to compete in an emerging new market will be also rewarded. Amidst emerging military threats, a big increase in defense spending is expected across the region. This will open the wide opportunities for new military and dual-use projects and also opportunities for the defense industry. I'm proud to note that Lithuania chooses to lead by example. Starting from next year, our country will be investing between 5 and 6% of GDP in defense. The memorandum adopted here in Vilnius regarding the deployment of the German brigade in Lithuania was a unique and even historic breakthrough in our joint efforts to ensure the security of Europe. 3 years later, we are building an entirely new military town to accommodate our German allies. Our country is also actively cutting red tape for defense industry companies. The simplified procedures for setting up production facilities have already attracted Germany's Rheinmetall to Lithuania. The recent decision by the American multinational aerospace and defense firm Northrop Grumman to produce ammunition in Lithuania is yet another sign of the changing times. Boosting local production helps Lithuania's ambition to assist Ukraine as well. In terms of accumulated military and other support, measured as a percentage of GDP, our country is one of the top 3 supporters of Ukraine. And I can assure you, we will not stop anytime soon. Ultimately, New partnerships with global defense leaders help us build our capabilities using cutting-edge technologies. Backed by a highly skilled workforce, Lithuania is becoming a hub for defense and military innovation. Our lasers, sensors, drones, and other high-tech products are already well known internationally. The Lithuanian space sector has recently strengthened its position within the international space ecosystem. It is successfully collaborating with European Space Agency and exploring cooperation opportunities with NASA. Finally, as NATO and the European Union are pushing to significantly strengthen their defense capabilities, I am glad that one of the most important positions, that of the European Union Defense Commissioner, is held by a Lithuanian, Mr. Andrius Kubilius. New provisions for fiscal flexibility, new borrowing opportunities, and a reduction of administrative burden is the right way forward. Together, we can achieve a great deal. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, there has been not only a lot of ambition, but also sizable potential for boosting Lithuania's defense sector. I would like to take this opportunity to encourage members of the business community to be proactive in exploring and finding new cooperation opportunities. Only through joint and relentless efforts can we build deterrence and ensure peace on our continent. Please enjoy the Baltic Miltech Conference Summit. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's now hear the welcome speech provided by Andrius Kubilius, European Commissioner for Defense and Space.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Over the years, the Baltic Miltech Summit has become a key platform to exchange ideas, to build partnerships on military innovation. And with a growing Russian threat, the importance of the Baltic Miltech Summit is only increasing. We need innovation in defense to deter not only the wars of today, but also the wars of tomorrow. To defend Europe not only on Earth, but also in space and from space. That is why your work is so important, and why this conference today is so important. You are the pioneers. You are the innovators. I am the European Union's first ever Commissioner for Defense and Space, and you can count on the support of the European Union. I have an important message for you today. Big money is coming for defense. The European Commission has presented proposals to mobilize an additional 800 billion euro for defense during the next 4 years, up to 650 billion euros by allowing member states greater fiscal flexibility, and proposals for safe loans, 150 billion euro in very attractive AAA EU guaranteed loans. This surge in defense spending will create a surge in defense production in Europe. And I know you need capital, especially startups, small companies, medium-sized companies. We are breaking taboos on defense investment. Financial institutions are changing their policies, are increasing investment in defense. And we need to mobilize the untapped financial resources in the European Union for defense, up to 33 trillion euro of private savings and pensions. And we are drawing red lines against red tape. Recently, we presented our mini omnibus package to remove obstacles and bottlenecks to defense spending and production. Bureaucracy must not stand in the way of security. We will present a full omnibus package in June. And we are looking how to create a special program, red carpet for new defense, red carpet for startups and SMEs in defense, In short, we want to do what we can so you can do your job, to be pioneers, to break new ground on space, on drones, on artificial intelligence. In the last decades, the Baltics have become European innovation leaders. The Baltic states are Europe's technological powerhouse, and it is time to fully mobilize that innovative force for the defense of Europe. That is what the Baltic Miltech Summit is all about. I wish you a very successful conference.
Thank you very much. Round of applause flies to Brussels. And now, welcome on stage, Minister of National Defense of Lithuania, Dovilė Šakalienė.
I'd be happy just to chat with you, but we all know that there is a lot to be said, and it's important that politicians do not forget to mention the most important messages. So I'll also be happy to use my notes. So it's really an honor and a pleasure to be here. Esteemed guests, state leaders, industry professionals, representatives from research and development institutions, and distinguished members of the military. Valued partners, it is really with immense pleasure and sense of profound responsibility that I address you today at the opening of the Baltic Miltech Summit 2025. As the Minister of Defense of Lithuania, I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to this pivotal gathering, which marks a significant milestone in our collective pursuit of stronger, more resilient, and innovative Baltic defense industry. This summit represents more than just a conference. It is a strategic platform designed to foster collaboration, knowledge sharing, and forging of lasting partnerships that will propel us forward in our quest for excellence in defense capabilities. As we convene here today, let us reflect on the challenges that we face and the opportunities that lie ahead of us in rapidly evolving security landscape. The Baltic region stands at crossroads. We are surrounded by difficult situations, by threats and uncertainties that remind us of the critical importance of cooperation. Geopolitical tensions in our vicinity require us to be vigilant and proactive. It is not enough to simply react to these challenges. It is time for us to be proactive. We must really take initiative to strengthen our defense capabilities and enhance our collective security. As it is said, do not waste a good crisis. So let's hope that the crisis that we are facing today is going to become our strength. Our Baltic region has vast experience, expertise, and technological innovation to offer. By pooling our resources and sharing our knowledge, we can create a formidable network that would not only protect our borders, but would place us as a reliable player in the defense sector. As we embark on this journey, let us remember the importance of collaboration between government, industry, and academia. We must work together to develop cutting-edge technologies and innovative solutions that address the evolving nature of warfare. The integration of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and unmanned systems into our defense strategies will not only enhance our military readiness, but also position us as leaders in global defense market. We must also prioritize development of our local defense industries. Investing in our homegrown capabilities will not only create jobs and drive economic growth, which we really want to have because we want to invest as much money as possible in defense, but also ensure that we are not overly reliant on external sources for our defense needs. By nurturing our domestic defense sector, we can build a resilient supply chain that supports our armed forces and strengthens our national security. Furthermore, we must engage with our partners beyond the Baltic region, and I am very happy to see people here from all over the world. Our allies in NATO and the European Union are invaluable to our security. By enhancing our cooperation with these partners, we can leverage their resources and expertise to bolster our own defense capabilities. Together, we can jointly conduct research and development initiatives, create joint ventures, and share best practices that will ultimately enhance our collective security. As we move forward, let us remember that our strength lies in unity. Challenges that we face can only be overcome through collaboration and shared commitment to our common goals. In this spirit, I encourage each of you to engage in an open dialogue. Take as much as possible from this meeting, benefit as much as you can, because actually in the end, we are all going to benefit from this. Because this is not only about Lithuania or the Baltic region. In fact, global stability depends in a very large part, from your ability to expand the scope of your production, to adapt to this changing landscape of geopolitical tensions, to put it mildly. So please work together. Please produce as much as you can. We're definitely going to buy it, because we need to use it to avoid bigger problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also, please welcome, for the welcome speech, welcome word, Minister of Economy and Innovation of Lithuania, Mr. Lukas Savickas.
Good morning, Your Excellency President, dear colleagues, dear partners, dear guests and friends. It is a big pleasure for me to join this crowd of people who are welcoming us this morning. And it is something which is great because this forum, what it does, it brings together the best minds which are actually shaping the future of European defense and security technologies. It is something which is in today's geopolitical reality. We see that defense innovation is no longer an option. It is a strategic imperative. Modern conflicts are now shaped not just by tactics, it is also by speed and scale of industrial response. And it is exactly defense innovation. It is increasingly regional. In the face of global supply chain uncertainty, short, reliable, and also resilient supply chains are a strategic asset. It matters where and how fast things are being produced, as well as who can deliver those things today, not years from now. Across the Baltics, and of course the Northern Europe, we can see that there's a growing specialization, there's a growing capability. From advanced electronics to dual-use solutions to drones, whatever. Today we see that we're building something which is stronger than the sum of its parts. And the defense industry is now no longer just about weapons. From my perspective as Minister of Economy, it's also about high value-added jobs. It's about dual-use innovation, and of course, about our national resilience. Countries that invest in defense manufacturing develop economic depth as well as strategic confidence. This sector drives research and development, talent retention, and of course, long-term competitiveness. And over the past three years, when I look at our Lithuanian defense industry, I see a significant growth. We have seen that the sector has grown by 18%. We have now more than 100 active companies in the sector, but growth alone is also not enough. Our ambition is also to become a significant player in European defense ecosystem. And therefore, I'm very happy to say that this opportunity gives me an opportunity to announce a new initiative, a program called Vytis. It is a 300 million national initiative to unlock Lithuania's defense innovation potential. Vytis is a unified one-stop shop platform. It is a defense business for defense businesses. It is a platform which helps us move from concept to deployment to export. It streamlines bureaucracy, it accelerates funding, it gives our companies the tools to scale internationally. And Vytis will help us to cut the support timelines. It will help us from early stage to growth capital, because capital is a critical aspect, as you all know it. And also internationalization and collaboration of research and development. Why this is needed? Because by 2030, when I look at our capacity for defense industry, I see the capacity to triple Lithuania's defense experts to attract at least 5 major international defense firms and to generate over €1 billion in added value from this sector. And this means that Lithuania is serious about defense. This means that Lithuania is serious about innovation. This means that Lithuania is serious about partnerships. And this conference is all about those partnerships which can make it happen. Thank you and all the best in this conference.
Thank you very much. So after all the welcome speeches being told, I just can simply add my modest wish and my modest welcome. With such a high-level attention of President's office, of ministries, this ain't no joke. This is really very important, and if we say we will do it, we will do it. So let's together thank His Excellency, the President of Republic of Lithuania, Mr. Gitanas Nausėda. Thank you very much. And of course, all the partners of this summit, and on behalf of the organizing parties, Innovation Agency and GRA, as you see it here, Defense Material Agency, as the organizers, let me just share excitement about the interest and numbers of people at this summit. This is the 4th summit, but it actually exploded with your interest. So my apologies of the inconvenience for those who do not have a seat here, but there are still seats, so please actually come closer and fill in the gaps. But also, without spaces being too big, we are broadcasting this event to the lobby, so if you don't find a place here, so please also enjoy this event together just by joining us at the lobby. We attracted a large pool, well, I would say extremely large pool of speakers, panelists, keynotes, international experts, local experts. So I really wish, and I know that it will be a very intense day, but it also will be a very fruitful day. We will also have a couple of official ceremonies, signing the letter of intent and signing the memorandum of understanding. So again, I invite you just to make yourself comfortable, enjoy the content, but as also welcome speeches, we're pointing out network. Network, get contacts, get connections, because because the whole thing will soon actually roll very fast. And also, as we started yesterday with some events as well, with Business Forum, I remember one of the speakers' note. Many years ago, money was a problem. Now, it seems like money is not a problem. Now our capacities and our abilities and our resources and value chains and supply chains are the problem. So let's build it. Let's do it together. Until the very, very official part, the protocol part, is done, I will proceed with the program and invite the first panel discussion participants, and let's talk about defense industry, the policy shifts in the defense landscape. So let me invite the panel discussion participants. Minister of National Defense of Lithuania, Dovilė Šakalienė. Welcome on stage, please take your seat. Arsen Zhumadlov, Director of the Defense Procurement Agency of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. Also, hello, sorry if I just misinterpreted surname. François Arbol, Director of Defense Industrial Programs of European Commission. Please welcome on the stage. Robert Limmergaard, Secretary General, Swedish Security and Defense Industry Association. Welcome on the stage. And our discussion moderator, Professor Margarita Šešelgytė, Director of Institute of International Relations and Political Science at Vilnius University. So, have a fruitful discussion.
Thank you. Ar duosit antrą? Šitas jungtas, 1, 2, 3.
Looks like we took wrong.
Good morning. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and honor to moderate the first session of today's event, which is called Defense Industry Policy Shifts in the Defense Landscape. As you know, today we are living throughout a very chaotic time of profound transformations in international security, which could be defined by 4 major trends. First of all, the return of high-intensity warfare in Europe. Second, rising geopolitical competition, with the transactions becoming very important and sometimes more important than values. Disruptions of global supply chains. And last but not least, accelerating the technological competition, the race of technological competition. And these 4 trends has a major impact on how we think about security, first of all, but also has a major impact on defense industries. We have to produce more, we have to produce faster, we have to procure more, but also we have to innovate, to foster innovation, to ensure resilience, and to assert the sovereignty. How to navigate through these very difficult landscapes? How to sit together and agree to cooperate, not pushing away entirely our national sovereignty, but finding common solutions. How to ensure readiness for today, but also for decade ahead. So we will discuss these issues in today's panel, and this panel is perfectly set up and very well equipped because we have representatives from the national governments, from international institutions, and also defense industries. So we will be able to touch on various angles of this very complex phenomenon. And now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce the rules of the game. So I'll ask our wonderful speakers to give their initial interventions of about 5 minutes, which will be followed by follow-up questions, and then we will follow up with the moderated discussions. Unfortunately, I've been informed by organizers there will be no time for questions from the audience, but I'm sure that you'll have some time afterwards over the coffee to discuss these issues. So, without further ado, my first question goes to Madam Minister Dovilė Šakalienė. So, in your initial speech, you said, don't waste a good crisis. And I know that in terms of defense industries, Lithuania has managed to achieve a lot over the last years, basically building the defense industry from scratch and having such big projects as Rheinmetall, and also trying to build up domestic drone industry to ensure new regulation, which is smoother and more flexible. So I'd like you to ask to reflect on what has been done, what are the major challenges, and what are the plans. O gal man vieną galima?
Thank you, Margarita, for a very good question. Really, we all understand that transformation of Europe's defense industry and Lithuanian defense industry is no longer a strategic option, a possibility, it's a necessity. It's quite an urgent necessity. And we are living in time where months, not years, define the pace of history. As warfare evolves in form and intensity, our collective response must be faster, more innovative, and more integrated. Lithuania has chosen action. I think that is more than evident. And our principle is what you can produce at home. we must have a strong national foundation and support of trusted partners. We are developing a comprehensive defense industry ecosystem structured around 4 strategic clusters. First, ammunition and explosives. We have learned in Ukraine how fast the ammunition burns through in the battlefield. We really understand very well that explosives is vital if we really want to be able to fight. Second, unmanned and counter-drone systems. Well, no need to comment on that. That has changed the battlefield. Though it's not a silver bullet, this is something that is necessary, critically necessary. Third, logistics and mobility, military vehicle production, maintenance, and battlefield support. And number 4, naval defense technologies, including, hopefully, naval drones. We have all learned how great they are. And these are not conceptual frameworks. They are real initiatives already informing industrial planning and investment across Lithuania. In ammunition production, Lithuania is moving forward with 155mm shell manufacturing and laying the groundwork for modular charge production. We are also preparing to manufacture TNT domestically, and I'm very inspired by that, to reduce dependence on external suppliers and strengthen supply chain resilience. To reduce dependence doesn't mean we don't need partnerships. We do. But we want to be stronger here, and everybody who has spoken to me in the last 4 months knows that industrial cooperation are the key words that I probably wake up with and go to sleep with. Several additional munitions projects, such as 30 and 35mm ammunition for infantry vehicles, are under evaluation, each at different stages of development. And to coordinate this rapidly growing ecosystem, we are establishing a national defense industry holding. The government structure will oversee strategic defense projects, facilitate foreign investment, and enable creation of joint ventures with international partners. This holding will serve as a central platform where state ambitions will meet industrial execution, and strategic partnerships remain vital. United States is Lithuania's steadfast ally. We are already engaged in joint work with United States companies such as Northrop Grumman, as the President mentioned, and these efforts are not limited to procurement. They are about co-developing. They are about the future of defense through aligned technologies and capability building. And we also look east with resolve and admiration towards Ukraine. In the face of brutal aggression, Ukraine has become a center of battlefield innovation. In its homegrown deep strike drones, they are shaping modern deterrence and modern defense far behind the enemy lines. Lithuania is now co-developing such capabilities with Ukrainian partners. Joint production is planned on Lithuanian soil through a Lithuanian company empowered by Ukrainian technology. And this is not a long-term vision, it's happening soon. Well, we plan to start soon and work for a long time together. Beyond national initiatives, Lithuania is actively engaged in European Defence Fund, one of Europe's most strategic tools to drive joint capability development. And our companies and research institutes participate in multiple projects, such as artillery, autonomous systems, advanced sensors, counter-drone technologies. We have above average success rate, and I say openly above average. I would like to have excellent success rate. Lithuania aligns its industrial planning with EU defense objectives while ensuring value-added outcomes and supply chain integration across Europe. And finally, a word on principle. Lithuania has withdrawn from Ottawa Convention. We have withdrawn from Oslo Convention on cluster munitions last year, and Ottawa Convention is one more step, but also a strategic message through all the region. I am very happy that after a few months of intense discussions with my colleagues, with my counterparts all over the region, we have now all 5 countries, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Finland, that have long borders with Russia or Russia satellites, on the same page, saying that we are going to use anything and everything necessary to defend our citizens, whatever it takes. And if it's not available, we're going to make it available. And you are our strategic partners in doing so. So we choose readiness, we choose partnership, and we choose freedom.
Thank you, Madam Minister, for very clear messaging and narrating what's already been done in Lithuania. But to use this window of opportunity, it makes sense to think big. So I will formulate my question in that way. To become a defense innovation hub for Lithuania, what we have to do and what challenges are we facing?
Well, I think that, Margarita, you know that I'm a very straightforward person, so I'll just answer quite frankly. We actually have to murder bureaucracy and do it very fast. This is not a wartime, thank God, yet for us, but this is not a peacetime anymore. And therefore, if we are not able to ensure that legal regulation is enabling and facilitating, but stays in this interesting path of challenge facilitation, obstacle facilitation, then, I mean, this is not a healthy course of challenges. So, murder bureaucracy, number one. Secondly, my colleague Andrius Kubilius was talking about big money coming. Big money needs to be on the table right now. So, speed. We actually need to have this money to be invested because we need production lines open and running now. Well, actually, we needed them yesterday. And I feel like broken record because for the last 3 years, I've been talking about that in every channel that I could, that we need long-term contracts with defense industry to produce in large quantities everything that we need in battlefield. And number 3, R&D. We need to develop new technologies. We do not have to forget, as I said in the second point, we do have to produce certain, I don't know, traditional weapons, weapon systems, ammo, but we have to adapt to the changing battlefield. We have learned in Ukraine how fast one technology can change the whole planning of operations. So therefore, I think these 3 are the most important, and there are a lot more, you know, like partnership, like our ability to trust each other, like our ability to support those who need support, but also not to fall under illusion of ambitions of some who, you know, talk a lot, but produce zero. So, you know, being a bit critical also doesn't hurt.
Thank you, Madam Minister. And you pointed out that we have to prepare. And we are not at war at the moment, so that gives us some time. But for Ukraine, they are at war. And when the war hit, they were not prepared. They were preparing while fighting. And today, Ukraine is, I would say, Ukraine's defense industry is one of the most innovative and battle-tested industries in the world. And it took 3 years to become such a innovative and forward-looking industry, battle-tested industry, and Ukraine is giving the lectures for, can give the lectures, can teach many of European industries how to innovate, how to stay resilient, how to produce under enormous pressure, but also think about the innovation and also to be part of the European ecosystem, to cooperate with partners. And I'd like to give a floor to Mr. Arsen Zhumadilov. The floor is yours to talk about these issues of the reforms that you underwent and what are your recommendations for the other countries. And the microphone is one, so I'll ask...
I think this one works.
Oh, you have a headset as well. Okay, good.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for your kind invitation. I'd like to thank Lithuania for hosting this conference. And not just for that, I'd like to thank Lithuania for the help that you've been providing to Ukraine. It is very valuable. We understand that you are doing the most you can, being a country that clearly realizes the threat. And the threat has never been more real for all the neighboring countries of Russia. As you know, now in Ukraine, something like roughly 625,000 Russian troops are fighting on the battlefield in Ukraine. As long as Ukraine stands, as long as Ukraine fights, it means that these people are kept busy Some of them will not be busy for a long time, fortunately. They're going out of business, but not at a pace that we would like them to go out of the business, so to say. But as soon as the war stops, and we understand that various scenarios are on the table, we're fighting hard, we're making sure that these people are kept busy, but still, can you imagine 600,000 troops being so to say free to take new challenge from their leadership, and their leadership would not like, probably would not like them to go back home, because these people got used to fight, and they fight quite well. They earn some good money that they will never see in any of the towns that they live in. They also they saw how, you know, how people can live nicely when they have been you know, looting Ukrainian towns and villages. So they don't want the misery of their Russian towns anymore. They will want to carry on, to proceed. So the point that I'm trying to make is that it is really important that countries understand across Europe that you are more safe as long as Ukraine stands. If we stop fighting not at the terms that we then would like to be, which is Russia to concede that they lost, which is them paying the retributes and compensations for all that they did, which is them, you know, dissolving their armies. So all the terms that a losing party has to, you know, has to take. So if this is not that scenario, all other scenarios mean that you will probably have to fight. And that fighting will surely push you to the edge of your abilities, as it did in Ukraine. So first, when it comes to us, innovation was not something, it was not a path of choice, it was a path of urgency. We realized that for us to fight that big country, we will need to beat not by quantity, but by the quality. So innovation, this is the only way forward. We made sure that, as Madam Minister mentioned, that we have either very low or no bureaucracy when it comes to buying stuff from the industry. Now we're all, you know, talking about this new, very exciting industry of drones, of unmanned vehicles. And 3 years ago, this was not the case. When Ukrainian government started buying those drones, not all of them were even flying. Needless to say, like, you know, hitting the target and making sure that the target is taken down. But still, we kept on investing into that, and now look at the scenery, look at the battlefield. The drones are making it look very different from what it was 3 years ago. Now when it comes to, you know, for example, land vehicles, unmanned land vehicles, you know, pretty much the same. They, at this point of time, some of them look clumsy, some of them look as if, you know, are you sure that you want to invest into that? But if we look strategically, if we move, you know, towards the logic of fighting not with people, but with robotic devices, robot-like devices, yes, probably we will go there. So now we are investing into our industry. When I say investing, we are procuring stuff. We're buying that stuff from the industry. And we have numbers and numbers of engineering teams who are coming up with some, you know, diverse ideas. Some of them are great ideas. Some of them will prove to be lousy ones. But still, we have this, you know, pulse in the veins, you know, beating, so that the industry grows. They feel that they are needed, that they are in request, and this is what pushes them forward. It is important for the government to play a key role on one hand. On the other hand, to let the market forces kick in as well. It is always very nice when you have not just one or two of the producers, but you have, dozens of them. At some point, some of them will go out of business and they will merge into larger productions. But at the very start, it is important to have an ecosystem. At least that is one of the lessons that we have in Ukraine. It is important to have an ecosystem of various players who are trying to come up with their solutions. At some point, the market will get its structure. It will settle with some 5, 6, champions. The rest will probably follow the lead, but that will happen in some time. At the very start, it is important not to put all the eggs in one basket. The role of traditional warfare, it is not that it is diminishing, it is changing, it is a bit different. I'm talking about artillery, I'm talking about traditional systems like, howitzers and other things that we all got used to, tanks, armored vehicles, etc. Their role has been changing, and it is something that needs to be followed upon and closely watched. When I'm talking about closely watching, this is something that, for example, Lithuania does, from what I know, quite nicely. So it is really important for European countries, both governments and producers, to somehow have their presence in Ukraine, be it through donations, be it through joint ventures, be it through their contracts where they supply some spare parts, so that you gain the knowledge. The knowledge is precious. The knowledge is developing very fast. In 6 months' time, things will probably change to some extent that will require to learn them from scratch, so to say. So you have to make sure that you have your presence in Ukraine in any of the ways that I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Zhumadilov. You've started sharing the lessons learned from the battlefield and what capabilities would be required. What would be your message in terms how to strike the right balance to ensure what is needed now on the ground, but not to lose the worst of the future? How to reconcile these two demands on the defense industries? What capabilities should we invest in?
That is a very good question. It is something that's keeping us awake, to be honest, because we are very much focused on the operational day-to-day situation, so to say, so that we provide the armed forces need for that. But we also understand that we have to look in the future, and in the future the situation might look very different, and there you have, probably two approaches being applied. First is that you have to have proper arrangements, organizational, bureaucratic arrangements in the place, so that you can work with innovations in the future time as well. So you have to have an ecosystem of governmental, non-governmental actors who closely interact with one another, not to miss any new opportunity that is arising. And we understand that some of them will arise just out of, pretty much nowhere, and we'll have to adapt very quickly. That is first. Second, probably when we are talking, substance by substance, the big theme is of course air defense. It is something that you probably cannot handle just in the logic that I've just explained, where you have many actors, variety of products, devices, etc. There you have to have a different logic where you have, coherence, central planning, you have clear understanding of what echelons you build, how you protect your skies. As you know, the Russians, they did master their capabilities to hit us from the air. With quite a few, capabilities that they have. So this is something that needs to be pre-planned. needs to be invested heavily before you actually have the situation that we have.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to turn now to Mr. Francois Arbault. Your boss, Andrius Kubilius, just said, watch out, the big money is coming. Yeah. And indeed, a lot of things have been happening on the European Union level for, well, since 2016, but in particular since 2022, and in particular this year. 800 billion have been unlocked. There is a new European European defense industry strategy, and there is a forthcoming discussion on European Defense Readiness 2030 package. What are your messages for the participants of this conference in the context of these innovations?
Thank you very much, and very happy to be with you engaging today. Well, I think the President, also the Minister, said it all. I mean, we are threatened. We are threatened individually, but you know, in respect of our values, and we need to actually withstand that threat. We need to be deterrent, and we need to be ready in case deterrence will not work. But we very much hope that it will actually work. To be deterrent and ready, we must be acting in solidarity. In the first place, with our brave Ukrainian friends. I think Ukraine is our first line of defense, so we need to assist Ukraine as much and as long as it takes. This is first. Second, we need to also act in solidarity within the EU. Not one single member state of the EU, as much invested as it might be in defense, is able on a standalone basis to withstand, let's say, the spectrum of the threats. So it's only by acting together, by design, that we will be able to be relevant. If we don't really cooperate in anything that we do, we are at risk of being struck by irrelevance. We have, you know, Russia investing, you know, 40% of its budget, 9% of GDP, being on full, you know, war economy mode. Of course, we've seen a surge in spending in the EU, but if you adjust for purchase, you know, power parity, actually, it's sobering to see that Russia is almost overtaking us in its defense spending. So what we need to do, we need to, again, act together. We need to unlock investment. We need to spend more because we have a number of capacity gaps which we need to urgently fix. So investment, simplification of the regulatory environment. This was said by a number of integrators. We need to massively simplify, and we need also to innovate. So all this we need to do cooperatively. Investment, indeed, big money is coming. I mean, it's starting in a decade. We've achieved already a lot. I mean, we're nowhere, and we started after the invasion of Crimea, actually, you know, after the wake-up call of 2014 with the EDF. Now we have invested together more than 5 billion euros in excellent cooperation projects. In R&D, we've also expanded our intervention logics to support the joint acquisition of, you know, capabilities. We've also taken action to ramp up our capacity of production for instance, in artillery ammunition. But we need to do much more, and we are equipping ourselves to do much more with a new program, which is the European Defense Industry Program, which brings, let's say, all sort of additional intervention logics in terms of stockpiling, you know, readiness pools, and I don't go into the details. But now the money is on the table. We have indeed that new package that was presented in March by Andrius Kubilius, a white paper that sets out a vision for defense readiness. Basically, the key points are, first, Ukraine. We need to defend Ukraine. Second, we need to fix the capability gaps that we know we have. To do that, we need to strengthen our industry. We have an excellent industry, but which is plagued by underinvestment until a recent period. We are too fragmented. With too little series, you know, we lack, let's say, scale and mass. So we need actually to do that, and we need to defragment again through cooperation. By, you know, joining, you know, the acquisition decisions, by placing larger orders,
we can unlock the investment decisions that we need from our industry. Industry is kind of sitting on the fence when it doesn't see the orders coming at scale. So we need to unlock investment through making sure that we are jointly acquiring. And actually the Rearm Europe Readiness 2030 plan is exactly about that. It's about really giving fresh cash to the member states so that they massively invest, and by design do it together so that we unlock the investment decisions by industry to open up new factories, new production lines. That's the essence. Up to 800 billion euros, that's very significant. A big part of it, it's about relaxing the discipline that binds the member states in terms of excessive deficit. This is massive, and this is without any strings attached, in the sense that if you are taking advantage of, let's say, the national escape clause, as it's called in our jargon, you can buy whatever you want from whoever you want through whoever you want. There is no prescription, and member states, of course, are sovereign in decisions they take. If you take up the safe loans, of course, that's a huge support for member states to get cheaper money to invest readily now in defense. Here, and because it is guaranteed by EU budget, let's say, the need is that we act together to defragment and to actually indeed trigger our industry response. And so that's why we ask member states to actually present plans to acquire together what they need. A huge focus, and Mr. Kubilius also stressed that, is that we will need to be all out on innovation by ourselves, but also teaming up with the Ukrainians. I mean, indeed, we need to tap the full potential of the lessons learned from the battlefield in Ukraine. That's why we're also determined to actually take action together with the Ukrainians, not only to actually get inspiration from them, to accelerate massively the innovation cycles, but also to integrate as quickly as possible our respective, defense industrial bases, because that's how we will actually inject a lot of innovation in our defense industry, and that's also how we will accelerate, let's say, the path of the Ukraine towards the EU. So a lot of money is on the table. Now we need decisions, we need simplification, and we need innovation. And I think that we are equipped with that, with the new plan, and we need now to actually deliver by implementing it as swiftly as possible.
Thank you very much. It is a lot on the plate of the European Commission and the European Union as such, and I just want to remind everyone that defense is not the primary competence of the European Union, and there are always shifts in power games between the member states and the European Union, between the various institutions of the European Union, who has to lead, who has to initiate, and the end result, it's usually, unfortunately, the lowest common denominator, what we're getting, but the time is precious, and we have a lot of pressure from external environment, and this time we have to succeed. And here's my question. So how to balance this national sovereignty of the member states and the need for the deeper European integration? It's a very tough question, I know, but...
Well, that's the more overall questions, I would say. Indeed, that's the reality we're facing in Europe. Defense lies with member states. That's the core sovereignty. So member states are and will, for the foreseeable future, remain the decision takers, and nobody contests that in any way. It remains, however, that if we are to remain collectively relevant, it is through cooperation. Again, I said it, even the most invested member states cannot pretend to cater for its needs purely on a standalone basis. We need to act together to remain relevant. We need to take more responsibility collectively for our defense. Of course, we are very much committed to NATO, we rely on the security provided by NATO, but when you talk about readiness means failure to achieve readiness is not an option. So we have to take our destiny in our hands. We have to invest in capabilities that we don't need to ask permission to deploy or use. We need to fill the gaps that we have. We need to fill the We need to mitigate the technological dependencies that we know we're having, even with our best allies, because, again, readiness doesn't tolerate any kind of uncertainty as to our ability to actually be up to the task. So we need to massively invest in the gaps that we have. We need to suppress dependencies on, on certain technologies, and we need to act by design together, even if indeed member states remain the sovereign decision makers. So it's really a balancing act. It's the art of defining a new culture and governance, supporting cooperation by design in anything that we do, in defining our priorities, in actually investing in our priorities, in spurring innovation, in actually possibly, sharing certain capabilities or infrastructures. We need to be all out on all domains, from of course, the classical domains and capability and platforms, but also we need to actually invest in space for situational awareness. We need to invest in cyber, in collaborative combat, in the new technologies. We cannot afford to fall behind in any of the new technologies that will define the capability to prevail on the battlefield tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So there is no other way but cooperating by design, and we need to invent a new culture of cooperation that will inform anything that we will do in the foreseeable future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to turn to our last speaker, who is the only representative of defense industry on the panel. So the politicians were shouting out loud, produce more, produce more, produce more. And Mr. Limmergaard comes, I assume, from Sweden as well. Apart from this changing security environment, there are a lot of new things for Sweden as well, because Sweden just abandoned its long-standing principle of a military non-alignment, it joined NATO. And apart from these strategic geopolitical fluctuations, there are a lot of things to think over for the industry as such. Supply chain resilience, green transition, public-private partnerships, scaling innovation. So that there are a lot of things to think over. So how do you survive?
That's a very good question. Well, thank you very much. And just start by saying the obvious here. I mean, Europe is in a state of rearmament, and big money is coming, of course, but we are not built for it. And let me start off by making a few comments on this, four to be exact. The first one, production is possible, but not without orders. I mean, European industry can scale. I'm sure we could double, we could even triple production, but only if member states move from speeches to start to signed contracts. It's simple as that. That's how the market works. The primary bottlenecks is not machines, it's not materials, it's not people, it is the procurement processes. Procurement is still too slow. What industry needs above all is predictability. You cannot build a second production line on hopes that your products one day will be selected. Companies need to know that if they invest, the orders will come, not just today, but in 4 years' time, in 8 years' time. Second point, Europe's procurement logic must change. If member states keep buying non-European equipment, well, because it's slightly cheaper or faster to be delivered, we will pay a much higher price tomorrow in dependency and in a weakened industry. So we need to reform defense procurement. Thank you. We need to reform procurement to treat industrial resilience and security of supply as a strategic asset. That means valuing delivery from trusted companies in trusted countries, not just in terms of unit prices, but in terms of national readiness, in terms of long-term strategic freedom. And thirdly, faster innovation requires faster governments. I mean, we cannot outcompete our adversaries by working at peacetime speed. The innovation cycle must be radically shortened and from years to months. This means shorter time to contract for new tech, more challenge-driven procurement with clear military needs instead of this predefined specs that we see all the time. Ukraine has shown that what is possible when innovators are given access and urgency. We must do the same or we will fall behind. My last point, rules must match reality of war. We are not in war, we are in peacetime. But still, we are applying peacetime standards in wartime conditions. Permit systems, environmental regulation, they all matter. But right now, they are not calibrated for the urgency we face. So we need flexible frameworks that protect core values, but allow for rapid response and prioritization of defense readiness. And we must fix urgently those kind of bottlenecks that we have with licensing and cross-border training and so on, because it is an international market. So the European Union, the omnibus, that must be followed by national member state omnibuses, at least providing exceptions for the coming years when we have this war in Europe as we have. So let me be blunt. I mean, Europe will not defend itself with more policy papers. It will be defended by capabilities. Capabilities produced by companies, procured by member states, and delivered under contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that we're entering a very interesting discussion because here we have a lot of representatives of defense industries. But stepping more a bit on a strategic level, because you are also representing the association of the defense industries, and obviously there are small companies, big companies, companies which are composed only on one nation, of several nations, and there's a huge competition on the European but also global level, and countries sometimes are very protective towards their own industries. So what should we do to ensure more fair competition, to let the newcomers enter this competition?
To start off, I think the European Union is right to push for convergence through joint investments, harmonized frameworks, because we face a paradox. While the goal is unity, the implementation reveals that kind of weakness as we see, because member states will have different cultures, they have different rules, they are guided by institutional habits and so on, and of course political concerns. So when it comes to addressing the convergence of the defense industry market, well, there will ironically also mean divergence unless we address those difficulties openly and discuss those, because it is not the one defense market. It is over 30 defense markets. All work differently. In different countries we have different set of rules. In Sweden we have no governmental ownership of any defense industry. We have no offset policy. We don't even have a defense industry policy. We have no R&D being invested by governments. All is being invested by companies. So the industry works differently. The ecosystem looks differently. And therefore, it's difficult. Every country has their same set of political initiatives, political framework, and governmental organization to achieve that kind of national security as you are pointing to.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And this discussion ends the first round of moderated discussion, and now the time runs, so I have the last question for each of you. So you'll have like 2-3 minutes to elaborate on that. And that's going to be a bit of a philosophical question. So looking ahead 5 to 10 years, What do you see as the biggest disruption, positive or negative, that could reshape Europe's defense industry? And think also about the aspect of how to manage the short-term and long-term. What should be the short-term and long-term strategy? So I'll start with the minister.
Well, I think that for all of us, predicting what is going to happen in 10 years is really difficult because most of us get up in the morning, check one specific social media network and try to understand how the world is going to look like today. So it's quite fast changing. And I think that the main challenge, in my opinion, currently is unpredictability of global politics. Politics, of course, is not supposed to be, I don't know, uniform, highly predictable, but the current manner, the current attitude of people who are key decision makers in shaping the global landscape is very unusual. And that gives us a lot of tensions. So that's the main challenge, in my opinion, that we have to somehow deal with. I don't think that we have an ability currently to change it, to overcome it, but we have to somehow adapt to it. And this is going to be the main risk, the main challenge, and the main threat. Because if certain club of aggressors, Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, decide that currently is the best time to, well, to end the rules-based international order, that is going to be our main challenge. So, in my opinion, our main solution is now to shift ourselves to a mentality of being alert and ready for any scenario. It is difficult to be alert always, but I am afraid that this decade is the decade of readiness. So therefore, the main solution is to expand our capabilities right now as fast as we can. And I'm not going to talk about what innovative solutions are going to be invented in the next few years, because we have learned, especially from Ukrainians, that sometimes in 6 months you see solutions that you didn't expect before. So will it be swarms of drones or nano drones, or will it be some AI decisions that are going to overtake control of all our sensors and effectors and all our weapon systems? I don't know. I'm not going to guess about that. But if we are able to somehow put ourselves in the mood that the next few years are going to demand the most of us, physically, mentally, politically, and etc., then I hope that we can survive. That's my goal, at least. That we survive as the world, which is mostly democratic.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Minister. So the most important thing is to survive today and to sustain the rules-based democratic world order. Mr. Zhumadilov, what is your take?
Well, on the defense, so on the military side, I would say that probably what will matter is to have capabilities that can strike and kill, that can be produced en masse and would be cheap. And second is your ability to deliver that capability to the front line, to the troops that you would like to actually eliminate. So the first one, it comes to production, for example, of explosives, of powders, the things that Madam Minister has mentioned. The second one is more sophisticated one. There you are talking about unmanned devices. There you are talking about probably AI-powered technologies, something which will put a physical person, a living person, out of the battlefield and make sure that you do not risk his or her life. and that is about our ability to fight. Second thing that I would mention, probably if we are talking about 5-10 years period, and the question is a bit of a philosophical essence. Second, I would say about our willingness to fight. This is something that imperialist countries like Russia they're doing a very good job to actually undermine the willingness of democratic countries to fight, because you know, polls, popular votes, all these things can be a target as well. And this is also something that democratic countries have to think hard about, how to make sure that when they invest into their capabilities, that in 5 years' time, those capabilities will just not be utilized because there will be no willingness to fight. That is yet another challenge. Since this was a philosophical question, that's a philosophical answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a very philosophical, but also very important, the core answer. So rules-based order, willingness to fight. Mr. Arbo, what's your take?
Well, I will only confirm what was already eloquently said. I mean, in terms of major sources of disruption, first we have entered already for longer an era of massive uncertainty. So we have to expect the unexpected, as the minister said. So it means capacity adaptation. Responsiveness will be absolutely key in all sorts of different ways. Second, to navigate that ever more dangerous environment, we need to wake up to the reality that we cannot achieve anything meaningful on a standalone basis. We need to act together. I mean, I'm talking from the European perspective, by design. We can no longer think readiness and deterrence only, let's say, through the national prism. We have to add, let's say, an additional element of governance at EU level in anything that we do on defense, in terms of prioritization of the capability needs, in terms of the security of supply. You know, the single market has invited itself without any permission in the defense sector. So we have the interdependence, but we don't have the governments that actually make sure that we have also security of supply. So that's another element. Innovation is also a major disruption. We see a massive acceleration of the innovation cycle, as we learned from the battlefield in Ukraine. So again, it's about responsiveness. It's about shortening massively the innovation cycles that comes with simplification of the regulatory environment. And also it's about the ability to ramp up very quickly, possibly also organize a ramp down if the conditions are met. So responsiveness is key. So we need to actually indeed answer those challenges. Act together, more responsiveness, and also more innovation.
Thank you. Thank you. Responsiveness, innovation, acting together. Mr. Limmergaard, the last word.
Yeah, long term, I would say I mean, we are talking about a lot of money. It's a lot of trust. It's a lot of taxpayers' money we are talking about investing here. And I think it is important that they understand that we do this to protect their freedom, to protect the values of society. And putting that in perspective, I think, is something that we need to do all the time. In the short term, I think we need to fiercely fight bureaucracy. I mean, Ukraine has shown that innovation thrives from openness, from urgency, from frontline feedback. And I think we need to adopt that mindset, and especially when it comes to startups and unconventional industry actors, to include them in the build-up.
Thank you. So trust and openness in thinking about defense on different sides. Thank you very much. So we are entering, from what I gather from this panel, we are entering the terrain of unknown with lots of uncertainties, but this is also brings a lot of windows of opportunities, and it is for us to decide, should we take this challenge and use this window of opportunity? And we've got a lot of advices how to better navigate through this very complex landscape. But I think that the most important things is that goals are achieved by doing and not talking. So it is very important to start doing things. And I would like to invite now Minister, who will be signing the letter of intent, to say a couple of words about that.
Actually, when we talk about doing, sometimes for politicians, talking is a little part of doing. And expressing our support verbally and in written form sometimes does help. It really carries the main message, and we do want to carry a very important message throughout Europe, throughout NATO. We are going to be working as hard as it takes. Not as hard as we can, but as hard as it takes, even harder than sometimes it's physically possible, to ensure, just like my colleague from Nordic said, that our citizens are protected. And every company that can deliver a result that will contribute to security of our citizens is very warmly welcome. We need you. Let's ensure that our teamwork produces security for every single citizen that we are responsible for.
Thank you, Madam Minister, and I'd like the audience to thank our wonderful panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks for such a smooth and deep dive starting our summit. Thank you. Dear audience, I need your help. Will you help me? Just we need to set up a little bit differently our stage. Yes, please. We will reorganize shortly for the official event. So while my team and colleagues are helping here with setup, you know why this summit is specifically on this date. It's the May 7th. Mr. Ambassador, the German ambassador for Lithuania, please accept and appreciate warmest applause from the whole audience, because today is the 70th anniversary of Germany joining NATO. Exactly today. So round of applause with ovations. We appreciate and we cherish our partnership, and we're glad it's so long, like an older brother, so we learn a lot from you. Thank you very much. Now I will invite all the official parties here. We are signing the letter of intent. The whole initiative started 2 years ago in the Baltic Miltech Summit 2023, when two companies met together. It's the Granta Autonomy and Rheinmetall Electronics. And now it's become official. Now they say, okay, let's make it a deal. Let's start cooperating, not only by just simply talking, but also by putting signs on official papers. So I invite Gediminas Guoba, CEO of Granta Autonomy. Please take a seat at the table, as well as Stefan Vosterfield, Head of Sales at Rheinmetall Electronics. And you know, let me just break a little bit the protocol. At wedding, you always have witnesses that actually witness that, yes, this contract is real. We also will have some witnesses here. So, of course, both partnering parties, both partnering countries. Please, Ambassador, you can join the whole team here. Dovilė Šakalienė, Minister of National Defense of Lithuania. Lukas Savickas, Minister of Economy and Innovation of Lithuania. Cornelius Zimmermann, Doctor, Ambassador of Germany to Lithuania. And Karsten Stavitsky, National Armaments Director at German Federal Ministry of Defense. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do not change your mind, please sign the letter of intent. Yes. And anyone in the audience, if you have objections, so that's it. No time and no chance to object. Keep silent forever. Congratulations, plenty of applause, ovations. I will also invite you maybe to stand together here for a better picture, to have a great memories of the signature. Yeah, can we stand and can we gather here for the picture, and also the official document from the hands of the Minister of Defense of Lithuania. It's an awkward silence in the room. I think, you know, applause would be supportive and would be great. And of course, it's hard to be a celebrity, you know, so you have to stand still for the photos. But that's an important moment. So thank you all for being patient and supporting by applauding all the time. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Witnesses, please stay on the stage. But now we will have another important moment. We have also another act of actually doing, not only talking. We have a memorandum of understanding between two companies. It's the Activus Photonics with Quantum Systems also will sign a document. So I invite Laurynas Šatas, CEO of Activus Photonics, take a seat at the table, and Mr. Martin Karkur, Chief Sales Officer at Quantum Systems. Again, the same ritual, making a contract. So the audience, no more objections, no more vetoes. Please, gentlemen, if you didn't change your mind, we are very glad to witness this signature of Memorandum of Understanding. Massive applauses are so great. Nice. And also, yes, time for the pictures. Yes, can I also invite all of you here for the better picture, so we stand all together. And yes, from hands of Minister of Economy and Innovation, official letter. Nice. It's so good that you are not tired to applaud. Great, thank you very much. Time for pictures. Nice. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, all the parties that signed partnerships. Of course, there's a lot that needs to be done. There's a lot still upcoming and unknown, but it's important to start with first steps. Until also, we will need some technical change here on the stage. I would probably like to mention, or just to name one phrase that I actually heard from one of the Hollywood actors in one of the movies, and he's a motivational speaker as well. And he used to say, we either rise as a team or we die as individuals. This is what partnerships are about. You know, together we are stronger, a lot stronger. Just one by one, we can be, I don't know, defeated, beaten, or broken. So it's, you know, partnerships really make a great sense. It's about sharing, it's about speeding up, it's about learning from each other. So thanks for the official part and signatures of letter of intent and memorandum of understanding. And we continue with the fireside chat. Now we will have a discussion between two gentlemen. It's the Karsten Stavitsky, National Armaments Director at German Federal Ministry of Defense. I might probably invite you here. Yeah, you can actually take your seat. And moderated by Linas Kojala, Chief Executive Officer, Geopolitics and Security Studies Center. Please, gentlemen, take your seats. Thank you very much.
On and the lights turned off. I hope that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for being here. We have 25 minutes or so. Oh, the mic. Is it working? Hope you can hear me well. We have 25 minutes for a conversation. So let's dive deep into it. One of the questions that received most of applause, or other responses that received most of applause in the last session, was on procurement, which is rare. It's not usual for procurement to be on top of everyone's agenda. But we discuss it from different perspectives. Business says, industry says that procurement processes are too slow. Governments tell that they try to change and adapt to the changing circumstances. How do you assess the current situation in terms of the public procurement procedures, and are we moving in the right direction to be more efficient, more lean in that, and in order to achieve the goals that we have in mind?
Yeah, Lies, if I may, indeed, it's an interesting question because it relates directly to the heart of my daily business. Coming back to what has been discussed in the last panel as well, our US colleague has been asked by a journalist, what the hell are National Armaments Director doing? So, and then he was just thinking about it, and the answer was, well, they do. So, and doing, from an armaments director's perspective, what is it? It's all about procurement. Procurement in the sense that indeed, and that's what we have heard from Robert as well, and the others on the panel, it's all about that in order to equip the forces, all of that, so the binding instruments between us and the industry and the industrial partners is a contract. So how can we come into a contract with the industrial partners, and a contract which is at least in these days agile and flexible enough in order to match with the product or the service which we wanted to have from the industry and the industrial partners. This is indeed a speciality. If you even look into Germany, in academia, which I'm believing as an engineer as well into, and you are asking, there's only one single university who has a professor who deals with public procurement. So indeed, most of all, not very, that the people are thrilled in order to talk about that, but nevertheless, indeed, it's shaping the framework in which we are legally and technically speaking, where our challenges are lying into. My key answer, most of all, is many are looking for standardizing those processes. And I do believe is the products and the services are such as different as they are, that so my plea is, and my advice always, we have to use and to play on the whole piano which we are having. That means different things have the right to be treated differently. So it means it's on a case-by-case basis, and so my overall approach is, and that's what we have heard, is we are all talking at the moment about time. Time is the pressing factor, and against the time limitation which I have and the product or the service which I'm going to procure with my industrial partner, that has to be the answer. How do I come into that contract?
So do you see enough progress, or at least sufficient progress, made over the last couple of years? Let's take 2022, the year of the full-scale invasion, which obviously shook Europe and the world. So is there kind of trajectory that you see which is a positive one?
Yeah, absolutely. Nevertheless, first of all, what I would like to stress is if there are, and to be successful to what the President outlined as well, it's all about building up as quickly as possible a credible deterrence posture inside our alliance. So, and then talking about short, mid and long term. It's all about, at the moment, from a German perspective, the Chief of Defense clearly has pointed out, 2029. That is first, and that's for me, so short term, looking into short term procurement means if the Russian forces will be able to reconstitute in a way that around 2029 they will be able to attack NATO territory, that's where we have to be prepared for. So, and if that is the overall task for the procurement agencies, the fundament for all of that to be successful, first of all, is indeed money. And this is indeed why François as well talked about how do we get to money, how can we fund that. You know that the Germans have given 2 answers to that. Already 3 years ago, we were doing constitutional changes with a special trust fund of 100 billion euros, which we have implemented. However, now having realized that this is not to become a hayfire, we need more money on that, and this is why now a second constitutional change has passed the German parliament, which puts us aside the limitation of taking as well money to spend it for security, which will not account to the factors from the European Union. And that's indeed the fundament on which you can build everything. Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, has that pointed out. We have to win the battle on defense spending. That's the key point. Not talking about percentages. It is, we have to have enough money on that. And on that basis, and this is what we have achieved during the last 3 years, together with the industrial partners, that on that basis, we were, first of all, from the government's perspective, we have aligned us, my plea is for more going from interoperability to interchangeability of weapon systems. Why? To buy more of the same needs better business cases for the industrial partners. It leads to more predictability and long-term planning, what we already have heard here as well. And this, at the end, is the sound basis for at least the ramping up of the production capacities which we need significantly, because my answer to the industry, or my question to the industry is not their answer today, optimizing their business cases in a way that if I order 1,000 each of a product, that they are telling me, yeah, my production rate is at 100 per year, in 10 years I have them. I told you, so at least it's not 2029, it's 2028. Because I have to receive the material to distribute it to the troops, and they have to train with them in order to get combat ready. So it is even, so the situation is even worse, I would like to say, with regard to time. So, and there we have achieved a lot. So the Germans have spent the 100 billion euro trust fund is not spent with the industry. That would be great, because then all of the material would be already with the troops. However, all of that money is binded in contracts. I have no more money to make additional contracts. That's my point is, and this is where we have now to speed up the process, and looking now to that the new German government has at least been established yesterday, that we are moving on that path. So on that way, during the last 3 years, we have a lot of framework contracts already negotiated, which sets a clear understanding for the industrial partners, from artillery shells, battle tanks, fighters, even submarines, ships, from a German perspective, in those huge areas where we are now going to take those contracts with additional money, and then we can just take them and say, now you are getting, that's what Robert has said, we need orders. We need orders at least to plan the business case down to the production lines.
So are there enough orders and long-term commitments from the governments so that the industry could feel reassured and certain that those commitments from their perspective in production lines and etc. would be in the end, beneficial for their business? Because we had a case of COVID when everybody suddenly needed masks or vaccines, and then suddenly they were not needed anymore. So this is a risk that probably industry has to take into account by saying that unless you provide us long-term contracts with detailed financial commitments, we will not be investing into this.
Yeah, to be honest, is first of all, I would like to stress is, okay, the whole life is risky, and what we everybody of us has to go into risk. But my key point at the moment is I'm quite concerned of looking into the real threat. What we are looking into at the moment, we are facing a global change of the world order. So, and I haven't got not much, so it is hard for me to understand that somebody tells me already I'm looking into when I have won what I would like to achieve, what comes next. First, I would like to give the advice to us, it would be better, if we would like to create a better future, we first should win the present. Because if we are losing the present, and even that's what the NATO Sec Gen has said as well, that's the first prior as well. If we are losing with our Ukrainian friends what is on the table at the moment, and that's what we from us have heard here today, that's the quickest death of NATO, of the alliance, of the Western world, of the world order which we know and which kept peace over decades here in Europe. This is our key interest. So, and on that basis, it is as a quite for sure that there has been achieved a lot in regard of quality. So if I'm looking into the priorities from a German perspective, what we have achieved during the last months is that the top priorities, what the Chief of Defense has, is that's what we have achieved. Starting with, if we are taking credible deterrence in the alliance from a German perspective's part, what have we done? First of all, we have invested in nuclear deterrence to be a part of that. That's why we have bought the 35 F-35s. So then it's all about conventional deterrence. Conventional deterrence means at the end long-range indirect fires and deep precision strike capabilities where we have to invest into. And then it's all about what we have heard from Austin as well, with the critical infrastructure which we have to protect, because if deterrence at the end does not deny our enemies to attack us, then we have to protect us as best as possible. Most of all, the critical infrastructure, so the energy infrastructure, our societies. That's what we even have seen and learned from our Israeli friends as well when they have been attacked. That's all about when I have been asked by my friends, oh, are you going to procure now something like the Iron Dome? I says, yeah, something like that, but like an onion in different layers. It's from Arrow 3 to Petri to the Iris-Ts down to the Sky Ranger in the whole set of what we are doing. So, and it goes down to then the classical warfighting areas, so land, air, sea, and this is why indeed the historical and the unique, and which is a catalyst, the brigade which we will here deploy to Lithuania will be with their equipment the catalyst for now broadening in that sense, like we have done the framework contract set up for the Leopard tanks, for example, as one part. But that's what we have heard from Arsen deriving from the Ukraine war. It's all about the unmanned systems, if I may, at least from my perspective, reiterating again. If we're talking about unmanned systems, I have the feeling that we are too much talking it from a platform perspective, typically physically speaking. So which means the chief of the Navy wishes sea-based, and the chief of the Army wishes to have, and the chief of the Air Force wishes to have. But to be honest, the real disruption in the technology is at the end software-defined defense and AI and the algorithms in behind. It is independently from a platform perspective. So that's what makes a manned platform to become unmanned. And this is how we have to look into the disruption of that technology. And all of that, this is why at least we are looking into equipping the brigade when she comes to Lithuania with the best and disruptive and the most sophisticated technology, from the real war fighting big stuff one as well to the new innovative technologies as well. So all in all, quality-wise, that's what is my message. We have achieved a lot. But quantity-wise, that's what we are lacking. And this is what we have discussed, why we need, at least from the European Union, if we wish to support the nations for more money, because more money is needed for ramping up production capacities on the basis of firm orders. Now, so the contracts are there, but we need now to push forward and to talk with the industrial partners how to better and quicker now deliver that material.
Let me piggyback on this. The nature of war is changing, some argue, and especially learning from Ukrainians, we can tell, and we've heard that on stage already, that you have to find ways of hitting your enemy cheaply and scaling up the ammunitions and capabilities that you have quickly. So are we investing in the right direction in terms of spending money from our taxpayers in platforms which are costly, which take time to build, but may not be as useful and as efficient in the future warfare? Or is the warfare really that kind of changed from what we had decades ago?
Yeah, so my answer would be twofold. My legal experts would tell me, well, it's a matter of perspective, the one or the other. It's complementary, at least what you say. First of all, I would like to stress is, if we are talking about short-term deliveries to the troops in the field, I only can say is, well, the time for development, testing, and bringing it to the troops is very limited. So at the end, even we could talk a lot of standardization, going to get interchangeable. For the time being, looking at 2028 and the matter of urgency which lies on the table, I only can give the advice to us, procure and product whatever you can. Because it's all about mass. Even mass matters. It's not only a high sophisticated, high quality for operational superiority. At the end, for the time being, until in that short term, is to be more diversified than having less material. So, and then we have to tackle the matter of interoperability. That's the one. And at least those classical warfighting capabilities still remain. And what I have told you is, still I would like to stress the following point is, I would like to avoid a war by credible deterrence and not fighting that war or pressed to fight it. Having said that is, at least if it comes to that point, that I have to do, then indeed the question is what we are seeing in the Ukraine. I always ask my chiefs of the services and at least the technicians, are we talking about real innovation, or is it a workaround what our Ukrainian friends are doing, because they are at the moment not capable to do it with other things? What I would like to stress is we have to be fair and honest to ourselves as well, to our Ukrainian friends, is we have more than 2,000 combat aircraft in the alliance. So 2,000 combat aircraft and combat power, which we could use. Our Ukrainian friends have not. So having said that is, they are at least forced as well by technology, by as well quantity of systems, the battle which we are seeing at the moment. And having said that is, this is what we have to take as well on board. And if you are looking now into innovative systems like the unmanned systems, which all derives what I've said from software-defined defense and AI, indeed, this is where we have to set up and from my perspective, a totally new ecosystem of procurement, because it is not like a long development like the main ground combat system, which we're doing with our French colleagues as a 2040 or 45 onwards when we are looking into there. That's the long-term perspective. We are doing that complementary, but for the short-term one, we have to take those innovative technologies and look how can we make them as quickly as possible to make best use for the troops in the field.
Vice Admiral, I have a quote from you that you gave to one of the media outlets relatively recently, a couple of months ago. I hope that we will not force the German army into trench warfare with 155 millimeters artillery shells, as the German army would not survive for 3 weeks. The enemy must be destroyed long before it can even pose a threat to us. Can you elaborate on that a bit?
I would have said that's precisely clear what I have said and outlined with that. My key point is I would like to stress again, it's if we are talking about credible deterrence, and I'm going to then conventional deterrence, it is quite for sure that you can deter as best your enemy if you're telling him, long before you are crossing my borders, I'm capable and I'm willing to destroy your industry, to your deployment areas, your logistics supply chains, wherever you are, and you are already building up a threat posture to me. I will be capable to hit you.
Are we at this stage that does Russia see us in that way at the moment?
You have to ask the Russians how they look at us.
I'm not sure they're honest in their responses and candid as well. Let's go a little bit into Lithuanian and German cooperation. You've already mentioned Brigade. We have a Rheinmetall investment in Lithuania. Can you talk a little bit on this bilateral work that we are doing, and what would you expect in the nearest future? Because from our perspective, this is a special relationship that we are building with a huge European economy and hopefully a security partner for a long term.
Yeah, absolutely. It is for us. It's really a unique step what we are doing. We have been in the Cold War era the frontline state, and we were relying on our alliance partners to help us, because the defense posture which we had to build up was quite clear that all of our friends and partners in the best way, we were aligned shoulder by shoulder on the inner German borderline in order to set up, at least as well, that credible deterrence posture in these days to the Soviet Union. Yes. So now looking into our the Baltic area and Lithuania, and I would like to say with my colleague, Sigitas, who has been a colleague on official cooperation, a friendship has grown amongst the last months, what we have done, understanding each other, looking into the area, even recognizing it's like if you're going to Israel and understanding that there's no strategic depth in your country, and how can you set a posture up to defend that, and that together with partners. So all in all, it is unique in that sense now that the decision which the German government has made now to deploy a brigade here on a permanent basis in Lithuania is the first. In that size, the first time Germans are doing that, and we are working hardly on that, and that's what I've said is now it is, from my perspective now, very logic in that sense that we are looking into that heavy mechanized forces which are here, that they are as not only interoperable as possible, at least interchangeable as possible, together with the Lithuanian forces here. This is why we then, and even that is a unique experience, helping now our Lithuanian friends here setting up a tank fighting capacities, which they never had so far, and taking them on board. But as well, I would like to say, in that classical warfighting area, developing with them together their capabilities. And on the other hand, what we are looking now into those disruptive technologies, like the drone systems consisting of loitering ammo together with reconnaissance drones, and setting a way up that is as well the reason why I visited as well, made best use of when I was visiting the Baltic defense borderline. I wanted to understand what do we need, and where maybe lie as well other challenges into procurement issues, not talking about anti-tank mines, or how can we canalize a possible enemy attack and making best use of the terrain which we have here. All of that is what we are working on and going together. At the end, I would like to stress is the brigade in Lithuania, for me, as I've said, is the catalyst on the basis because I have to equip additionally and to set up that brigade. That means I have contracted all of that material in framework contracts which are open, not only for the Lithuanians. When I'm going to the Conference of National Armament Directors, I tell all of my other partners, you are able to join those contracts if you wish to. Tell me. It is my simple, I have brought it to a simple principle, Elias, if I may, lead, follow, or go out of my way. Okay, the go out of my way, I have somebody lead, follow, or join me. So even we can do and develop things on eyes level in doing that. But at the end, I would like to stress is, so I'm willing to lead. But as NATO section then said to me, well, sometimes to follow is more difficult than to lead. But even that's, I'm willing to as well. If other partners, and this is all about talking about Europe now and making best use of our production capacities, that is, if others already have paved the way and made decisions for main weapon systems, then it is better to follow them than to develop something new in order to make a lead function.
And it's great to see that the new coalition agreement clearly states that the brigade in Lithuania is a priority in terms of procurement, in terms of providing the necessary human resources and other things. But as we are approaching the end, my last question is the following. What would you like to achieve over the next year in your area of work in order to make you happy with the progress?
Yeah, indeed, that's, from my perspective, the most critical factor is now getting with the industrial partners together. As Robert has really put that on the table, we have done a lot of on the procurement side, where we have speed up the processes, where we have at least made best use, as I said, on the whole piano, which is lying there. And now it is up to the understanding with ramping up the capacities in a way that we deliver as quickly as possible what we can achieve. That will be the main challenge for the next year.
Vice Admiral, thanks a lot.
Thanks.
The gentlemen, thank you very much. Thanks for the discussion, for great insights. And I hope that is really fruitful. Dear audience, how are you? Still okay? Yes, now we have one keynote and then we will have a break. So just I want to announce that, yes, I do empathize with you. We need some rest. But before that, I invite on the stage James Apaturai, Deputy Assistant Secretary General for Innovation, Hybrid and Cyber, NATO. Will you use this? Okay. Do you need a clicker? You have the slides or no? Okay, thank you. Good luck.
So, can you hear me? Yes. It is great to be here, and thank you for the invitation. I was aware that I was the last speaker before the coffee break. I didn't realize that the morning would be so stimulating with a couple of wedding ceremonies and an extremely interesting speech by the Admiral. So I thought I would structure my speech just to keep you awake around a quote from a Russian president, but not necessarily a recent one. You might all remember a moment when Boris Yeltsin was at a press conference with Bill Clinton, and he was asked by a journalist if he could, in one word, describe the Russian economy, and he said, good. And then the journalist said, can you describe it in 2 words? And he said, not good. So I'm going to structure my remarks around good and then not good. And don't worry, I'll try to not take too long. So I focus on innovation, and I'd like to focus on innovation from a NATO point of view. So what's good? I think a few points. One is that we've recognized the importance of innovation for our defense in a way that I don't think we did even a few years ago. And the Ukrainian example, and I feel very sorry for Ukraine that it's often the example for us, is one which is very stark. Ukraine is outnumbered 7-1 in every possible category, but they're standing on their feet in part because, as we have all learned, the innovative identification and quick adoption of innovation, including largely commercially available innovation. And that ranges from commercially available satellite information to drones often made in someone's basement, to apps passed out to everybody, to AI tools to translate unencrypted Russian communications fed through basically a task-oriented chatbot. We've seen Brave One, which is helping to sponsor this. So I think that awareness is now quite widespread. I think a second thing that's good is that the companies now recognize their crucial role in helping us secure our societies. A few years ago, many dual-use companies, small and medium-sized startups and scale-ups, leaned a little bit away from defense, leaned away from defense ministers. We don't feel that anymore. Actually, what we feel is our door being knocked on all the time, where companies really recognize that we rely on them and we need to be working together to secure ourselves. That's a real sea change, and we're really very happy about it. Another change is that we're doing better at stocking the shelves, at addressing the valley of death, where companies manage to come up with a good technology, but don't manage to scale up to commercialization. Many of our nations are investing in this. NATO has Diana, which is a little bit like our DARPA, you all know it. We have an innovation fund, €1 billion plus, that's investing in deep tech over 15 years. And the EU has taken very fundamental decisions, which we heard earlier today. We welcome them. A lot of money is coming on board. Also, the way in which investment is defined has been changed or is being changed by the EU, so that defense is not in the same category as pornography and cigarettes as it has been for quite some time, so funds can start to invest more. And in Europe in particular, where there's a lack of venture capital, that's a decisive measure, and we're really, really happy about it. And there's a lot more awareness in the investment market. So the shelves are being stocked a little bit. So that's the good. Then what's the not so good? And here I'll spend a little bit more time. One is, I think overall, we heard from the Admiral a few quotes from my boss, the Secretary General. I don't think we have an overall wartime mindset, and that's what he is trying to inculcate in us. I think second is we need to recognize that our adversaries and strategic competitors are innovating in many ways faster than us. We've all talked about the innovation cycle in Ukraine, which in many technologies is 2 to 12 weeks. And I've seen myself how quickly Ukraine innovates with the help of very important companies, but that the Russians neutralize that innovation and then come up with their own innovation. So we talk a lot about Ukraine's speed of innovation. We have to recognize that the Russians are pretty much there as well, and in battlefield conditions. But it's not just the Russians. Let me quote from yesterday's New York Times. Eric Schmidt wrote an op-ed about China. He said, China is at parity or pulling ahead in a variety of technologies, notably at the AI frontier. It has developed a real edge in how it disseminates, commercializes, and manufactures technology. And history has shown us that those who adopt and diffuse a technology the fastest wins. They have an abundance of STEM talent, robust supply chains, incredible manufacturing weight, and they deliver results. On top of that, they have a policy of civil-military fusion where the state can access any technology from any company. They have access to all data from all Chinese servers, and data is what powers AI. So it's great that OpenAI has a great tool, but that's a private company. Chinese state has access to all that data. It's a big change. They have good algorithms, they have good hardware. So we're not winning the technology race. And if you look at the ASPI tracker, it's a famous tech tracker, out of 45 emerging and disruptive technologies that are decisive for security, they assess that China is on par or ahead of us in 37 of those 45, in some cases with a monopolistic advantage, even though we're trying to catch up. So I think we have to recognize that, we talk sometimes in the NATO documents about maintaining our technological edge. In many cases, we don't have it, and we have to catch up. Second thing that's not so good is that adoption is far too slow, and that's our priority in NATO now. And I'll list a few areas. And just to recognize, we have in all of our countries innovation agencies. I saw one of them, the Lithuanian one, is sponsoring this event. But my experience now after 4 years is that in most cases, the innovation agencies can move fast because they move alone. They are very innovative, but the main structures and main systems haven't caught up to the speed of the innovation agencies. So our processes are very slow. We've heard about that. They're also very expensive to navigate. So the big defense primes have people who can spend their time moving through the multiple steps, understanding all the complications. Small companies don't have the personnel or the time to take 2 years to navigate NATO countries' procurement systems, and so they don't even try. This, of course, leads to what I would consider to be an over-reliance on primes, or to put it another way, the primes are super important, but we also need to access the rest of the market, and we're not doing that well. Third, we don't have a good vision of the NATO marketplace. Countries know what they have. They might know what their neighbors have. They might have heard of one company in another NATO country, but we don't have a common vision of the innovation marketplace. Another problem is massive risk aversion in our procurement systems. And I say risk aversion not to criticize the bureaucrats, civilian or military, who make these decisions. The systems are designed so that any attempt at taking risk in terms of identifying and testing technologies is not rewarded. So in my country, I'm Canadian, if you, in a procurement world, bet on 10 technologies that are innovative, and 2 of them succeed, pan out, and are great, and 8 don't work out. If you were in venture capital, that would be a massive success. If you're in procurement, that's a huge failure, and you are punished. You are fired. And this is not an exaggeration. That's the way it works. And that I have checked in NATO countries. It's like that everywhere. In my country, you end up in parliament. And so the politicians are very, they don't put in place the incentives to take risk when it comes to identifying technologies and testing them. It's difficult for small and medium-sized companies to get in the door because governments haven't heard of them. They don't want a long-haired teenager with a non-secure laptop to show up at the base. Companies are telling us, we don't have a way to get through the front door. We don't even know where the front door is if they're not a big prime. Then there's just the sheer time it takes to go through the process. If you went through every NATO procurement process perfectly, the regular processes, if nothing slipped, most software-enabled technologies would be out of date by the time we procured them. And we don't follow every procedure perfectly anyway, and that's true in most of our countries as well. Then another point, and the Admiral will refer to this a little bit, what we have discovered is that procurement budgets are programmed for years. And as a result, when something new comes on the market, our very clever procurement people who know that that's worth looking at come back to us and say, I just don't have any money. It's all programmed for the F-35, and that's how it's going to be. Then and this is sort of a macro point. In my assessment anyway, there is no prospect that traditional defense industry is going to be able in time to meet the requirements that we have. The effects we need are so substantial, they are so immediate, that even if all the contracts were there, which they won't be, let's face it, I mean, things are spooling up, but to set up the lines, to start producing the heavy metal is not going to be possible. We have shortfalls now that are very substantial. NATO is now raising the bar very substantially to reflect the new security environment. And so those requirements will get even greater. And then finally, there's cultural resistance from people who don't like change. I often say when we try to introduce radical change, the hands of dead retired colonels reach up from the grave to pull us back down. People don't like change. They've been used to doing things a certain way. It's safe when they do it that way. And it's very difficult to put in place change. But we are, and now I come back to good, we are working on making change. So at or before the NATO summit, we are going to, our allies will agree, a rapid adoption action plan. What are the main elements? First, a clear political commitment, time-bound, whereby NATO leaders commit that their nation should be able to, against a required effect, identify a technology, test it, and be able to acquire it, if they think it works, within a certain time-bound period, say 24 months. So something short, and that will give political pressure down into the system. Second, we want to provide a comprehensive map of what the innovation ecosystem is across the alliance to all allies, and we have ways to do that. Third, we want to incentivize risk-taking in identifying technologies and products. We have ideas for that too, but we want to de-risk the technologies. The military would like us to test a lot of technologies. What they don't want is risky technologies. They won't use them. They need to be de-risked if they're going to be acquired. So we have a number of proposals, including to have near battlefield condition testing for those technologies. What we've learned from Ukraine and from the companies in Ukraine is the best way to test technologies is in battlefield conditions. Labs are good, and we're going to use labs. It's not enough. And I think the Admiral mentioned this as well, or our Ukrainian colleague, we have to have a different culture of testing, meaning innovative technologies need to be tested in iterative ways. When they show up for the test, they're not necessarily going to work. It's not like an exquisite product that has been developed for 15 years. It shows up at the test, it works or it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, we don't take it. If it works, we take it. No. You need to test it, improve it, test it, improve it. So in 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks, it'll be what you want. So a new culture of testing, and we're going to put that in place as well, but also to offer a certain NATO badge or etiquette. Once they've been through a testing process, to give a certain amount of credibility to the company or the product so that when they show up at the Defense Ministry, they've gotten a certain badge that'll help open the door, which until now hasn't been open. We want to create a single door for NATO, not multiple doors, so companies know where to knock. We want to encourage allies to set aside a certain amount of money on an annual basis for an innovative product that comes on the market in 1 year or 2 years so that they can move quickly to test it. And finally, and importantly, we want to send a clearer demand signal to the entire market about what the effects are that we actually need, linked to NATO's actual defense planning process. So we can't give the exact details, but we can give to the market the right signal. And why is that important? A, because we get what we want, but also because these companies, if they go through, in our case, Diana, the Innovation Fund, they get investment, they're getting close, but if in the end, no one buys what they have, these companies will either fail or just go back to the civilian market, and we don't win. So we need to give them a clearer signal so that national armaments directors have their requirements met. They're the ones with the money, they're the ones who buy. So it's a win-win, but we have to give a clearer demand signal. So just to close, I think we should also, despite all of these concerns, be optimistic. Why? We have an amazing innovation ecosystem. If you look at the entire alliance, a lot of venture capital, great universities, great innovators, great technology, great companies. That's not just fiction, it really is the reality, and so we can be proud of that. Second, because the money is coming on stream. Third, because we're taking these decisions. And fourth, because we have no choice. There's an expression in English, I think from Samuel Johnson, that says, nothing focuses the mind like the prospect of being hanged. You know, we have a real security problem. And I think everybody recognizes that, and there's impetus behind this, which we haven't seen for many, many years. So I'm still, despite all the not goods, encouraged by the goods. And this conference will help move us in that direction. So thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure, and you're close to coffee.
Thank you very much. Thank you for such a realistically optimistic keynote. Thank you. And now, we have to make an agreement here. If you agree to come back on time after coffee break, I now announce the coffee break. Because there's a bunch of us, there's a lot of people. So we continue at 11:40. So there will be screens with countdown timing. So please, I invite you, enjoy coffee, have some rest, have some talks, and we will continue at 11:40. Thank you very much.
Probably applicants will not behave like normally they would because they're under the effects of drugs.
I've just read about it in the newspapers that acid house music, I assumed it was something to do with the drug scene.
It must affect the brain in some way.
Unless it's just the music that does it.
All them lights flashing don't do you any good either, do it? I wouldn't even go in the pub where them lights are.
Oh, no,
they drive you mad, don't they?
Parties 2 or 3 every weekend in both London, Birmingham, Manchester. 2,000-3,000 kids at a time. There's a great potential there. A lot of money involved, and I think money is the key to a lot of people who feed off acid house.
Anything to do with a certain religion? No,
like that. No,
hair down, baby, let me know. All the dark days and all the heartache spark, you never ever let it all show. Baby, got a glow. 9:30, bright lights, start time still early. Stepped out with the neck all pearly, brand new whip, tryna roll out 30. Winter time, wind still biting. Locked ties and I felt the excitement. You and your girls, me and my guys. Simple equation to make things right. Started talking and the night just ended. Time just flew when your art got mended. Start at the end, cause your mind no pretending. Start at the end, cause your mind no pretending. End of a dark day, start of a new one. Been a month and the flame's still there. Love songs start hitting, the wine start sipping, and think about the days we shared. Control, lay your hair down, baby, let me know. All the dark days and all the heartaches bar, you never ever let it all show. Baby, go to let's take a stroll. Lay your hair down, baby, let me know. All the dark days and all the heartaches bar, you never ever let it all show. Baby, go to glow, baby, go to glow, like, 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 baby, go to glow, like.
nonsense. Aš noriu į garso komandą. Gal gali mikrofoną ir į lobį išvest? Aš pakviesiu. Dear gentlemen, ladies, Baltic Miltech Summit participants, our break comes to an end. Please return back to the main hall. Soon we will have more discussions and more keynote speeches. We will start in a minute. Ačiū. Okay, dear participants, we shall continue Baltic Miltech Summit. I do know, it's based on experience, that the hardest part in any type of conference is to get people back from the coffee break. But also, I hope that actually these talks out there in the lobby are fruitful, interesting, and actually promising partnerships, bright future, new ideas, new things. When I was working in the corporate world, before I started my professional career in business consultancy and strategies, we used, with my sales team, we used to say, it's not, that the big will outperform the small. It's that the fast will outperform the slow. This is, I think, also one of the narratives of today's summit, talking about the speed and the pace of innovation. It's not only about the scope, about the novelty, but it's about how fast we can do it. In this part of the summit, we will have one keynote and 2 fireside chats. And then, of course, we will have a longer break for having some lunch. So let me just not waste time and invite Mr. Brendan O'Donoghue, Executive Vice President at March Industries, to talk about innovation engines driving defense technology through investment. Brendan, welcome on stage. A round of applause.
Yeah, the clicker, how does it work? Yes, please. Oh, just next? Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and friends who have been waiting all morning for the free lunch, good afternoon, and thank you for that generous introduction. It is a genuine pleasure to be here in Lithuania, a country that knows what it means to fight for freedom, to be a beacon of democratic resilience for all of us, and to stand firm against overwhelming odds. At the end of the Cold War, you took on both superpowers. You were the first country to declare independence from the Soviet Union, and you took on one of America's greatest exports, our 1992 Dream Team with Magic and Michael and Bird, and you did so in Grateful Dead t-shirts. Today, you are Ukraine's most loyal and fierce ally. Again and again, your courage has been an inspiration to the world. Your example reminds us that freedom must be protected by constant vigilance and unified and abiding strength. So we gather here today, not just as professionals in the defense industry, but as stewards of something much larger, the shared values that bind free nations together: freedom, sovereignty, the rule of law. These are not just ideals tucked away in textbooks. They are the living foundations of our Western values, of our communities, and of our collective future. We may speak different languages, we may fly different flags, but when it comes to defending freedom, we speak with one voice, and we must continue to do so. I work at an American defense company, Mach Industries. In the US, we sometimes do things a little bit differently. For example, my boss is just 21 years old. That is not a joke, that is my life now. It keeps me humble and caffeinated. Thank you. But that is exactly the energy we need in this space: unorthodox, fast-moving, unwilling to wait for permission. The threats we face are not waiting either. They are evolving, they are pressing, and they demand that we evolve even faster. He brought together a group of young engineers and those of us with some gray in our beards to rethink how autonomous systems could defend the West and our allies, and how we could do so at a massive scale. You might ask, why would the American venture community entrust $90 million to a 19-year-old at the time? The short answer: because the young man is brilliant, and brilliance, real brilliance, has a way of bending reality around it. That's what I saw. It's why I joined. But let's not mistake the headline for the whole story. There's a deeper current here, a tectonic shift underway in the defense sector, one that reflects not just an investment in a single founder, but a profound reorientation of how the free world prepares itself for the challenges ahead. We are quite simply witnessing the largest surge of capital into defense technology in modern history. Consider the facts. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, a source immune to hysteria and inclined to understatement, global military spending reached an unprecedented 2.5 trillion euros in 2024. That's almost a 10% increase in a single year. And anyone with a sober view of the geopolitical climate knows this number isn't heading down, it's climbing. This is not a moment, it's a trend line. And the private sector, ever attuned to momentum and the scent of necessity, has responded in kind. According to McKinsey, venture investment in defense-related companies rose by 33% last year, hitting nearly 30 billion euros. That's a 1/3 increase in a single year. Notable investment areas include AI, of course, at 10.5 billion euros, and next-generation communication networks and autonomous systems at around 3 billion euros each. Now, why the shift? Why this sudden, perhaps overdue embrace of defense innovation? In my view, at least, there are 3 main reasons. And while I'll outline them in a moment, let me first say this: it's not only rational, it's essential. Now first, the first reason, let's be clear about this: democracy and freedom are under siege. Across this region, we are witnessing hybrid warfare, cyber attacks, outright aggression aimed at testing democratic resolve, fracturing unity, and redrawing borders by fear, by force, or by manipulation. These are not just military threats, they are assaults on our very way of life. They aim to erode trust in institutions, to sow doubt amongst allies, and to make free people question whether freedom is even worth defending. And while we honor every soldier who stands guard at the edge of our alliance, we must also recognize that deterrence does not begin or end at the barracks. It begins in our boardrooms, in our classrooms, in our laboratories, wherever strategy meets science, and where human ingenuity can still outpace human aggression. And so, it is important to remember an ancient truth, one that Winston Churchill liked to echo: if you want peace, prepare for war. For freedom survives only when backed by the unwavering will and ability to defend it. We must be prepared, we must be capable of safeguarding that peace that we all so deeply cherish. Now, since it is still early in the day, let us turn a critical eye inward, towards the second reason for the massive influx, at least in my opinion, of investment into defense technologies. For too long, parts of the defense industry have been characterized by inertia, by a comfortable pace ill-suited to the urgency of our times. For most of my life, at least, we have seen little change in our industry, very little productivity growth overall. Instead, we have seen bureaucratic red tape stifle innovation. We have seen protracted development cycles delay critical capabilities. We have seen a risk-averse culture that is too afraid to fail, and therefore too afraid to succeed. In a world where adversaries adapt in real time, where threats evolve at the speed of a keystroke, our defenses cannot afford to move at the speed of yet another committee meeting. Such delays have consequences, serious consequences. For instance, it would take the US over 5 years to replace the Javelin missiles that we have given to Ukraine. We need far more of these weapons. Europe faces similar lengths of time to replenish artillery stockpiles. It sometimes feels like acquiring new defense technology takes so long that the original threat it was designed to counter has already become obsolete, or even worse, it has been reverse engineered and used against us. Now, as this is a military conference, I'm obliged to paraphrase Clausewitz: the nature of war never changes, however, its character constantly does. This brings us to the third and final reason. Today, we are seeing the changing character of war. We have seen this before. Gunpowder changed war. The tank changed war. Airplanes changed war. And today, the future of war is here in unmanned systems. The investment community, and certainly the American and European venture communities, know this. In Ukraine, inexpensive drones are taking out exquisite defense systems for pennies on the dollar, as we say in the States. In the Red Sea, drones threaten the most advanced navies on Earth. Our deterrence lies in our ability to manufacture autonomous weapons on demand and at a scale greater, far greater than our adversaries. And so, what is to be done? Well, we need a paradigm shift. We need a jolt of dynamism that injects productivity for once and fosters genuine innovation. And I say this here in Eastern Europe, where you know this far, far better than we do, where you feel it more urgently. We must summon the best minds of our generation. Engineers, developers, strategists, physicists, artists, even philosophers, to build a defense ecosystem that is not just strong, but smart, agile, and adaptive. We need a culture where innovation moves at the speed of the threat, where ideas cross borders faster than tanks, where technology does not just defend territory, it defends trust. Where risk is embraced because the greater risk is stagnation. Look at Ukraine. When necessity demanded it, soldiers, engineers, and everyday citizens blurred the lines between military and civilian creativity. They turned racing drones into anti-tank weapons. They turned smartphone apps into artillery targeting systems. That spirit, that grit, that speed, and most importantly, that will to adapt must be our North Star. Now, as we enter the second quarter of this turbulent century, defense tech companies, both large in ambition and lean in execution, aren't just necessary, they are inevitable. This new generation of companies refuse, and they must refuse to carry legacy constraints. They carry urgency. They don't wait for permission, they prototype, they test, they iterate. And in doing so, they embody the broader shift that we're seeing across the defense sector, from institutions to individuals, from slow to fast, from closed to open. This is not disruption for disruption's sake. This is innovation aimed at one of the oldest imperatives in human history, survival. That's why investment into defense technology isn't just a hedge, it's a high conviction bet. The people writing the checks understand this. They see not only the potential for outsized financial returns, but they see the geopolitical returns of developing technology that can serve both civilian and military needs. From artificial intelligence to advanced manufacturing, the terrain of dual-use innovation is expanding, and it is fertile. The role of defense tech companies and the investors that fund them is not merely to manufacture systems, it is to imagine them. To harness AI, autonomy, and robotic manufacturing, not for appearance, but for survival. Our goal is not to ensure that the first contact of war is met by our machines rather than our citizens, but that every subsequent wave is too. Wave after wave, line after line, resilient, intelligent, autonomous. We must outpace our adversaries in both quality and tempo, and we must build en masse. Now, Stalin, whose legacy is a monument to cruelty and error, nonetheless grasped a brutal truth. Whether he said it or not, quantity has a quality all its own. Our adversaries understand this, they mass produce, they spend lives as though they cost nothing. We, on the other hand, in the West, must outthink and outbuild, crafting low-cost, high-effect systems that can be fielded faster than new threats emerge. And we must do so on a massive scale. This will take investment, much, much more of it. Now, it is also important to state what we do. We are not in the business of building weapons, we are in the business of buying time. Time for diplomacy, time for leaders to lead, time for peace to prevail. The future of defense will not be defined solely by steel and software, but by trust, by collaboration, and by the courage to think differently. Where I work at Mach Industries, we believe in that same spirit. Our mission is simple: to build the tools that safeguard peace, that protect sovereignty, and that ensures that those who cherish freedom are never at the mercy of those who would take it away. This means that the systems we bring to conflict must be sustained, not only at the beginning of a fight, but deep, deep into its most difficult phases. We must build, and we must build fast. Now, in 1989, a peaceful gathering of over 2 million steadfast, liberty-seeking individuals formed a human chain from Vilnius to Tallinn, creating the Baltic Way. With hands joined together in solidarity against tyranny, the world was inspired by the resilience of the Baltic people and the sacrifice offered in the defense of liberty. That same resolve continues to burn across the West. It does. That peace and freedom, hard-earned, must continue to be defended by free nations that have the resolve to deter aggression and the fortitude to defend themselves. And so we stand at a critical juncture today. Old powers who seek to restore their imperial past through hybrid warfare or naked aggression must be deterred. Innovation, true, daring, disruptive innovation is our greatest shield, is the West's greatest weapon. Our call to action today is to rebuild the arsenal of Western democracy with next generation systems, many of them unmanned, and factories that accelerate production affordably and flexibly and do it in our own backyards. So partnerships, real partnerships rooted in trust, in humility and ambition, are the force multipliers we cannot do without. So to my Baltic colleagues, allies, innovators, let us not just shake hands, let us lock arms. Let us build something bold together, something as fast, flexible, and resilient as the societies we are fighting to defend, including, yes, the partnerships led by someone not yet old enough to rent a car. Thank you. Let us get to work.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Your speech, Mr. Brandon, reminded me the situation when I was still working at the executive education institution. We were building a partnership with one well-known business school. And there was a question. They were just simply asking us, why Lithuania? Why you? We could choose anyone in Europe, but you are like on the top of the short list. And then we had a roundtable discussion with my colleagues, my friends, my partners, why Lithuanians? We came up with one insight, because you would never ask that question for yourself, We came up with the answer probably because we here in Lithuania, we have that gene of survival. Over our history, we have gone through many obstacles, many difficulties, the Soviet occupation, and then getting back our independence. And that is something that we have, that entrepreneurial spirit, survival, and thirst. That's why sometimes we might be uncomfortable partner because we want it faster. But in combination with patience, with quality, with experiences with other counterparts, that could be a very good duo. One that has that energy, the other that has wisdom and patience. So that is actually, again, reminding me where we started and how, if we decide, we actually get the results. So let me not take too much of the time here on the stage as well, but, well, that's quite addictive, I would say. Fireside chat, and let me share the stage with Mark Thompson. It's for ThomeWorks TechBridge co-director, and Philip Bauer, co-founder and CEO at Starfight Dynamics, for a fireside chat, moderated by Dr. Andrius Vilkauskas, Vice President at Engineering and Technology Industries Association of Lithuania. Gentlemen, please take your seats and have a great discussion.
Hello, everyone. I guess that coffee already started working and you are full of energy and ready to dive into our fireside chat. And in this fireside chat session, we're going to continue on innovation engines. And war in Ukraine underscores the urgency for Lithuania and EU and our NATO community to scale up the defense industry, to leveraging existing industrial and entrepreneurial capabilities. Achieving the desired growth in innovation and in industrial capacity within a feasible time frame requires the action to integrate all our ecosystem, to integrate all players as stakeholders in the system, like innovation community, universities, research institutions, and of course, military community as the final users and the best knowing people of the products and services what we need for. Today, I'm going to moderate this discussion, and I'm really happy that I have so diverse and esteemed guests on the stage, and both of them sharing a little bit same experience as I have from the defense industry, as Mark from defense industry, and Philip from the space, so it's really nice to have you on the stage. So let me give some really brief introduction. Mark Thompson, he has unique dual perspective as a former military person, being as a former combat engineer. Today he works for Navy Research Development Lab, and with the team he built the PhantomWorks Innovation Lab and some kind like a sandbox and really nice playground for innovation development for helping industry, universities, startup community to develop their technologies. And Dr. Philip Bauer, on our hand, He's a space person, but space and defense technologies, we have some common mindsets. And by founding and starting Starflight Dynamics, it's a Munich-based space startup dedicated in space production and mobility platform. He's opening some kind of a news page because before some kind like a space, it was more for small companies like a more communication platform, surveillance platform, and today it is already a production platform. It's something new. And with his experience in the Airbus and his subsidiary, he already not new in the but space and launch of satellites and working with high-speed platforms. So, gentlemen, let's switch to your knowledge and to your experience. And now, with the first question, I'm going to Mark. And Mark, what is Phantom Works? Usually in Europe, we think in the USA, it's with startup communities, everything is clear. But I see that when military people, Navy, starts to develop this kind of activity, it means it is important. So can you elaborate what it is applying ground?
Sure, and first off, thank you very much for the invitation here. The Lithuanian Innovation Agency was able to come visit us last year, and it became very clear very quickly that we were very similarly aligned in what we're trying to accomplish. So thank you for the opportunity. But FathomWorks as a whole, other than our nice octopus logo that we seem to post up everywhere, we're a partnership, so we're not an organization. We're a group of Navy research laboratories, which at home we call warfare centers. Each has a different technology focus area. And then we have the commercial port in our region, a small business incubator, and then the county economic development collaborative. And I say all of that to say, well, what do we do? We really ask, what do you want? What do you need to do? What are you trying to accomplish? Every time we have a company come through, maybe they want to get integrated into a Navy exercise. We can check that box and we can make that happen. If they're looking for startup advice, they're looking for investment from the county, our other partner can take care of that. So by being this partnership rather than a single organization, we're able to leverage a lot of different programs that we don't, as my day job at the Expeditionary Warfare Center, that I don't have, ingrained in, naturally within our lab. So something that we can do, which is always kind of our fun story. We have a company that came through, a local business, really smart mechanical engineers, and they were applying for funding from the Navy and from the Air Force for 2 separate projects. And they were doing these prototypes, but how does a company get in front of the Department of Defense, get in front of the Navy, get in front of the Army, and say, hey, this is what I have, or to partner with them to learn? And this company was pitching an idea to one of our sister laboratories there, and it didn't really align with what they want. I was eavesdropping, as I do, and I heard the company mention a technology that would be very interested to us. And that Friday, we had some of our Navy divers come over into the test tank at FathomWorks, and we were able to test them. There's no paperwork involved. We had Navy divers come test their technology and see if it worked and give real-time feedback. And they said, hey, well, there's this other technology that we really want to get on a destroyer for the navigation of unmanned undersea vehicles from the magazine to the top for deployment. Like, hey, we think we can make it, but how do we, I've never been on a destroyer. How does a small business actually get on a destroyer? And we said, well, what are you doing after lunch? And we took the company down onto the base, we got them on a destroyer, took all the measurements that they needed, had a sailor walk them around and talk about the deployment of these systems. And these are just things that can happen by us all working together. So what do we do? It's demand-based, kind of what can we do to help you?
And Mark, what is, let's say, average, not average, but what is the picture of a company or of a team who is coming to you and trying to use this opportunity?
Sure. A lot of the technologies that we see or the organizations that come through are kind of the low to mid technology readiness levels. So we'll take from, you have a patent, you need to do your initial prototype, and whether that be from a university or a small company, into the mid TRL where you're really ready to get that technology into the field and see if it works for its intended use. What we're trying to do is really get stuff onto the shelf. Big Navy is the one who's going to be writing the checks. As the research lab, we're trying to give them options and competition so they have more options of what they can purchase. So we're really trying to give you, the company, the university, the tech developers, different venues and avenues that you can use to advance your technology readiness level.
Nice. And now let's switch to the space. Philip, what is an idea behind to bring manufacturing into the space?
So when we started the company, I mean, I'm privileged enough to be in space for quite a while. And when we wanted to start the company, we thought it would be nice for a change to have an in-space company which doesn't produce satellites or launchers, and in order to use the space environment to produce physical goods, better materials for the sake of the matter. And so we started this company with building foundational infrastructure technologies for that. So we have been at that since 2 years, and happily marrying and expanding. And so there was a since let's say due to recent changes, there's a change of vibe in the environment, which made us realize that part of our technologies are dual use as well, and which made us consider by still sticking to this goal, realizing that part of what we're doing have a dual use application case, and this is what we're currently doing now, expanding on this, and that what brought us here. We are extremely thrilled by the speed of the environment here, and that's why we came here and look for partnership. So yeah, a long-winded way of saying space to producing stuff in space is the future. It's poised to be for quite a while. We might have taken a detour, but we're still on it.
But Philip, how do you think your startup like yours and your startup itself, how you can contribute to a technological edge? Because we already previously mentioned that from a technological point of view, Europe especially has really to advance much more faster than it's doing today, comparing to the global situation. What do you think your case, not your case, but kind of like a case like yours, would help to speed up this and to build new technologies?
Through multiple ways, really. I mean, space is and remains the final frontier, as much from the geography than in popular culture, and the offset potential you have from technologies in space is absolutely tremendous. The problem is it is very, very big, and so being able to bridge large distance fastly, convey high energy, power, and that kind of things, bringing that to bear allows you to exert effects on strategic systems. And so this is part of what the technology and the technology agendas do. And I said, I mean, we in Europe have been incredibly candid about that. We realize that we might have to do that sometime, somewhen, and all of a sudden, as one of the previous panelists said, we have no choice anymore. And so this brings us in the fact that necessity being the mother of all invention, that requires us to reach out, try new things, be a bit more expedite than what you have to do. And so this is a unique moment for new approaches, new technologies, new contenders to enter the field, and well, this is why we're here. This makes it exciting.
Nice. Mark, now I would like to switch a little bit to more conventional situation, and it's mentioned already was today, but anyway, one of the issues what we have, it is scale of a production. And developing innovation is one part, it's the future solutions, but anyway, sometimes we have also we need some short-term solutions, and one of them could be technology transfer, already existing solutions, proven on the ground, working perfectly, but with the lack of a production capacity, and it could be transferred and sold. Then from business perspective, there is some investors and so on in business saying, we'll do together, no problem, but sometimes we need some encourage, like maybe from government is saying, we'll buy some license from somewhere, and we deploy this license in Lithuania and we build this capacity. Do you have this? Can you elaborate? Do you have some idea or maybe practice already?
Yeah, we do. So the term warfare center is just what the Navy calls our federal laboratories, but the perk of a federal laboratory, it gives us that ability to license our intellectual property, to file our own patents as the Department of the Navy. My day job, my role as the Technology Transfer Program Manager at our laboratory allows us to do that. So, I mean, we're a Navy organization. We're all Navy employees. We are predominantly, I'm going to make up a number and say 90% civilian. Researchers, scientists, engineers, affectionately nerds, which is great. And what I'm trying to do is basically translate the research that we're doing to industry in order to license some of those out. And like you're saying, the risk for a company to take on without that support is very challenging. To just try and take a piece of intellectual property, turn that into a prototype and field and sustain that is incredibly challenging. And that's what we can do as a warfare center, as a federal laboratory. We give essentially no-cost licenses. The win for us is getting the technology out into industry to develop. The win is we're not trying to make money off of the intellectual property. So yeah, we want to license those out, and then we can partner with companies through things like cooperative research and development agreements, which is basically saying we have a joint interest in developing this technology, whether you're going to put that into the commercial side or the Department of Defense, and we will partner with you for a standard agreement is up to 5 years. And they're amendable, changeable to the needs of what the project is trying to accomplish. But basically saying we're going to assign an individual or a team to you that can really kind of hold your hand through the process to make sure that the technology is developed for the Navy needs so that you have a higher chance of procurement at the end. Nice.
And Mark, when you have this kind of activity already transferring the licenses almost free of charge, almost, how you, let's say, checking out whether these licenses are not disappeared somewhere or not retransferred, not in a proper way?
Sure. And yeah, I mean, a lot of our patents are defensive in nature. I mean, we want to make sure, as the Navy, obviously, we want to protect our investment, that if one of our engineers develops a new technology, we want to make sure that the Navy can bring that back in. So we will pay for, under one of those cooperative research and development agreements, we will pay for the filing of intellectual property that we co-develop. So, maybe that's not a solution to everybody, but it'll de-risk the company quite a bit by not having to pay $30,000 for a patent application when this is a startup developing new amazing capabilities. So we'll share the rights to that and help them develop, whether we are spinning out one of our Navy technologies or we say, hey, you have something that can do 8 out of the 10 things the Navy needs that technology to do. We can bring that technology in and partner as well to help you get to that 10 out of 10 and again, increase your chance of procurement.
Amazing. Philip, now switching to the space, you already see from Mark's experience and what we are running, we really have huge potential to speed up the company's developments, ideas development. Do you think, or maybe you already use something similar what Mark is doing, because for your company and for your technology, you really need a lot of investments and really big maybe research and production capacities to prototype, to develop it. And I'm not really sure what we have something similar, but please share your knowledge. Have you tried something? Some kind like a sandbox or something like some platform where you can do?
Yeah, so actually hardware and hardware development is being a hardware startup essentially, prototyping and developing and iterating is part of what we do and what you have to do. As such, we rely on as I said, very critical test facilities, and having private access to that in a short amount of time and as I said, in an affordable manner. In the end, we at the very beginning of a journey is absolutely crucial. So it is great to see that this kind of capacities exist. For space, it's I said. It takes a bit more work. The conditions are a bit harder to achieve. Nonetheless, we in our own capacity here have had the opportunity to team up quite early in the company existing with national labs in Germany, and this allowed us to essentially make quantum leaps in terms of technological readiness just by having the possibility to access early and test often. And so we can't emphasize and stress enough how important that kind of capabilities are, and access to, in particular for smaller and more nascent players, is absolutely crucial here. Yes.
Thank you, Philip. And now for a little bit wrapping up and closing our discussion, question for you both. How you are going to measure and measuring your success in the innovation process? Because anyway, innovation is a risky thing. And also it's not a procurement. If you're going to risk so much in the procurement, nobody will be happy. Innovation, you're allowed to do this one. So how you measure your metrics, and let's say when you're saying that you are successful as a...
Sure. So, I mean, one of the opportunities we use to, I think our biggest success is our advanced naval technology exercise that we run predominantly in California, though we do some in other states and other countries. And it's something that is available to anybody here that would want to integrate a technology into. We call it Coastal Trident. So it's a fleet experimentation exercise. And if you want to get your technology on a ship, on an oil platform, in the field, on a helicopter, whatever it is that you may need, we run that as a demand-based program. Tell us what kind of facilities, resources, access you might need, and we can help you develop a lot faster. We really try and avoid what we call innovation theater, is kind of the taboo term. If we do an event and it looked great, we got great pictures, but we didn't get a lot of value out of it on industry or government side, we're not going to do it again, and we're going to come up with a new program, which is the beauty of the partnership, that we have access, and we've leveraged Defense Innovation Network, or Defense Innovation Unit, some of their programs, some of the ones inherent to the Warfare Center, and then we've invented our own to try and get the most value out of those.
Thank you. And Philip?
Well, the proof of the pudding for every space startup is to send stuff in space, obviously. So, I mean, regardless of all the tests you can do on the ground, I mean, there is we have this firework moment, which is very, very satisfactory in its own right. So we plan to test 2 of our technologies next year in space. And this is, we are well on our way for doing that. Now, where it relates to government or agency involvement, I mean, the obvious metrics is to be able to get marked proof of interest, R&D contracts, and that kind of things. And so our success mark is essentially being able to close those, and that's also on a good way. So yeah, we are on the brink of exciting times. And I mean, as in space, everything takes a bit longer. You have long periods of thirst in the middle, and then all the cards fall through, and we're about to see that, which is very great.
And now I can share my idea for success.
Please.
So I think it will be success when Sandbox will be in the space, and Philip will be running the Sandbox with the Mars together.
Looking forward to that.
Anyway, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for
having us.
And all the best for today. And we'll let our people to continue the fireside chat talks. Gentlemen?
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the additional content. Sky is no limit, I guess. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Okay, so we have also another fireside chat on the block under the innovation engines part of the summit. And let me invite on the stage Gediminas Guoba, Chief Executive Officer, Granta Autonomy, Zunke Springer, Sales Manager, Rheinmetall Electronics. The conversation will be moderated by Colonel Eugenijus Lastauskas. Just want to have a great discussion.
So, hello everybody. I'm standing, and our discussion standing in the front of the main event of the day, I think lunch. So we'll try to be short, and we try to, I will personally as a colonel try to talk without much thinking. So let me introduce myself. First of all, I'm Colonel Eugenijus Lastauskas from the Lithuanian Defense Staff. I represent the J7 branch. And with me, we have 2 very honorable guests. So first of all is our guest from Germany, Mr. Zenke from Rheinmetall, and Gediminas from Grant Autonomy. And in my understanding, when we moderated this discussion, we basically talk how to make it interesting and useful. So my thought was that we represent, as a military user, we are managers of violence. We use violence to achieve the political goals. But these 2 gentlemen who are sitting on the right, they basically produce the different tools. So first question I'd like to start with Gediminas is actually, Gediminas, so what kind of new tools you have and you see in the future would help us, military, to be more effective when we use this violence?
Yes, probably I can talk from my area, and my area is drones. So in drones market, in the drones industry, probably we see a few most important things what we are working on. So first of all, battlefield proven technologies. That's the most important thing. If you develop something but you haven't proven it in the battlefields, then most likely it doesn't work. So battlefield proven is the #1 priority for us. The next one, I would say, why drones came to the battlefield and where they showed themselves as very successful. So probably they showed them successful as a force multiplier. So from one perspective, it's a situational awareness, so bringing better situational awareness and not really needing human in the field. So they are replacing humans there. So to bring situational awareness, better picture of the battlefield, that's probably the second point. And the third point, I would say, to increase lethality and at the same time decrease human losses. That's the most important thing, probably. And what we see from Ukraine, I believe, like in October or November, Ukraine did the first assault where only drones were participated. So that shows very clear path that, yes, we want to save our lives, our soldier lives, and in place of that, we want to send machines. So I think those 3 points where we are heading, what we are focusing on mostly.
No, sounds great. I think for the military is the ability to save lives and kill others. I go back to the General Patton, who said nobody win the war by dying for the country. Our job is to make others die. What's your point? What's your take on this? What we see in the future? What kind of tools we should be looking at?
Yeah, so thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here. And the answer is what do we do? So we want to learn from Ukraine, and one key lesson is that you have to have a better situational awareness of the vehicle, of the fighting vehicles you are sitting in. So what we do is we install great drones from Granta, integrate them into existing vehicles, so you can upgrade it, and this will help you to have a much better situational awareness around of your vehicle. So that's again what Gedimina said. But we are not just looking around with the drones. So you can highly shorten the sensor-to-shooter chain, because you not only see something, you can put the effector on it just by clicking on the button on the screen. Okay, there is NT80, I don't like it. You got the position. You can use any effector like an ATGM, like an Eurospike that you have here in service, send it there, so you have a very shortened sensor-to-shooter chain. That's one key lesson from Ukraine. But the other thing is we have also a net-centric approach, right? So what does it mean? It's nice to have the information in one vehicle, but what is with the other vehicles? So we can share this information to vehicles, to soldiers, about the video stream, the positions, whatever you need. And then lastly, we also have artificial intelligence on board. So you have a tracker, you relieve the burden of the operator, right? Because let's take an IFV. It's a highly complex machine already today, and now we are coming, hey, I have a smart idea, we put drones into it. So we want to make it as easy as possible. So in a nutshell, these are the things. Better sensor-to-shooter, and a net-centric approach, and AI support to really make it easier and to make it more automatic.
And your countryman, Karl Clausewitz, wrote that thick book, which every military officer hates, I think. He basically said that...
Must be in our route, maybe.
He basically said that the friction and that fog of war is always going to be present in the battlefield. Do you think we will be able to eliminate that? Will we have the transparent battlefield and we know everything? Or it's still going to remain some unknowns?
Well, it is always an fight, right? And so right now we have, or we believe we have a good data link. For example, we are resilient to electronic warfare. I think the key message is you always need to be prepared to go on the next step. So what we have achieved now, it's very great. And yes, I think we have a more transparent battlefield. But if we would now sit down and relax and order it and wait, have it in 5 years in service, we are lost. So we are on a very good path to make it much more transparent, yes. But I would never say it's fully transparent.
Yeah, so thank you. And now going to Gediminas back, I think your expertise and your, I forgot to tell the auditorium, but Gediminas spent a lot of time working in Ukraine and providing support for the Ukrainian forces dealing with that evil. And now you're developing the platforms. What success stories do you have? What's the progress? Are we going? Are you successful? And what the stories you can share with our auditorium?
Yeah. So in general, as a company, we started in 2014, and that's what we find out that to develop anything, to develop technologies, and we see that actually technologies are winning the war now. So to develop those technologies actually really takes a lot of time. So probably the first success story from our side would be that we started early. We started like 11 years ago. So we had a chance to get to know how things works, what doesn't work. And when 2022 came, February, 24th of the February, for us that was no-brainer what we need to do, and we already had a technology. So having technology in the current battlefield is probably the most important thing. If you don't have technology or you don't have effectors, you can't really do much. But from other side, for us as a very small company, a really great success story, another story was meeting Zonke here in the previous battle, Baltic Miltech, because, yeah, we are a very small company comparing with huge primes of Europe, comparing to Rheinmetall, and for us, being part of their projects, of their supply chains, brought us to a completely different position. We had a UAV project together. We have loitering munition project together. We got access to technologies, but I know probably we won't be able to develop ourselves. So that is a great success for us. But yeah, probably Rheinmetall also got something from us, and yeah, maybe Zonke will be able to answer what was their success story here.
So like we do in Lithuania, basketball, we pass the ball to you now. So
yeah,
so what's your impression?
So we learned today that we need to be ready in 2029, 2030, and I think we have already completed our first contract last year. So we together have delivered nearly 100 drones to Ukraine, for example. So, and that's already done. And the other thing is that we simply can learn a lot from Granta, because simply they are very agile. They have very good relations to Ukraine. They are from the front line. I know that one day Gediminas sent me in WhatsApp when, oh look here, there's a Shahed flying over me. Do you remember that picture you sent to me? So these are things where we really can learn from each other, and this is also, I think, the internal change of Rheinmetall, that we really can create synergies here. And so we can, for example, now define a solution to create interoperability with German and Lithuanian forces, and we can take your drones, and we are ready. And for example, I remember 2 years ago, I came here more or less alone, and now tomorrow we will be on the live firing show with our newest vehicle with an integrated Hornet and make a big show there. So that's a really big thing.
And can you tell a little bit more about the tomorrow show? That just so we'll get more people traveling to the strange area Pabrade and seeing the.
Yeah, so our new tank hunter, which is an vehicle agnostic, let's say, system to put a sensor on a vehicle, on a mast, so that you can look far, and to use an ATGM, for example, and Eurospike as an effector, because yeah, and battle tank is good, but if you have something more flexible, also a bit more cheaper, that has a similar effect, you can use it, yes, maybe at higher volumes.
But if you have something that has an effective range of maybe 5.5 kilometers, you need to look so far. And if there's a big tree and small mountain and you cannot look so far, what do you need? We need a drone. So we integrated the Hornet already in our ground control station, our Rheinmetall network. So we'll fly around with the Hornet. It will identify the target and forward the coordinates, and then we will fire simulated an ATGM to that position. And the amazing thing is that it's not only that what we show. We show that our soldier system, which is in service with the German Armed Forces, is also included into this sensor chain. So we can tomorrow say, look, you're talking about interoperability, come to us and see how it looks.
Oh, awesome. That sounds interesting. And I don't know how much time we got, but just before we jump to the lunch, Gediminas, what obstacles basically working in this defense field you see? What's the main challenges, if you can name, producing these tools of violence and getting them to us customers? And
very good question. So in general, yeah, I think it was mentioned already a few times today already. The biggest obstacle is to get orders, to get contracts for products what you build, because yeah, governments are in general a single client, and only they can order our stuff, right? So yeah, creating pipelines, making contracts, that's one of the order to grow, because from those contracts, from working products, that's how we finance our future as a company, our R&D, our new products. So that's probably the number one. Number two, I would say many things what we had, what obstacles we had like 3 years ago, before 2022, most of them are solved now. Before 2022, it was really hard to get financing. Now in Lithuania, at least, we have solved it. And in Europe also, we hear messages like, okay, there is a lot of funds and go create things what our military needs. Financing. The other thing, there was really kind of hard to find people, engineers, really good engineers, what you can attract. But also after 2022, many people have changed their minds, and now we are joining defense much more with much more enthusiasm, and probably yeah, at the same time, because defense also got more attention. So a lot of things already are solved, we are solving them. But yeah, getting contracts, ensuring like future order pipelines, that's probably the most important thing.
And just very shortly, is it similar with the Rheinmetall experience? Where do you see with starting war 2014 in Ukraine and kind of drastically changing the strategic situation in the whole Europe? Is it getting better for the defense industry too?
Definitely. And so we are very grateful that we, for example, this morning received the letter of support from the Ministry of Defense and Economic. This is really helping us. And I think we showed that we invested a lot by our own in the past, but at the end, earlier or later, we really need some also contracts. I think that's, you need to say it like that, because at the end you need also some money, some engineers, and also to have the okay from the military to go on the vehicle, do there something. So in a nutshell, I fully agree. Yeah.
I see the time running low, but if just to try to sum up unless Gediminas, do you have something to add, or do you have something to add?
No, let's go on
to our discussion. So I think if I can choose the symbol of this conference and success of this conference, I think that's two gentlemen, where the two companies basically met, joined each other, and producing the product together. I think could be the perfect symbol of that cooperation. And the second thing, what I realize is that from a military perspective, for the users of violence, it's very important to know what kind of new tools do we have on the market, so we can adapt them. And the militaries are not very easy to adapt. We're very conservative in our essence. So having that explanation, having that discussion, and explaining what kind of things we do and what kind of tools need to be introduced to us is the great thing. So with this one, we conclude our, I think, short but really useful discussion. And I would really like to thank the whole auditorium for the attention, and I wish you good lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, greatest success in your cooperation and in future solutions and products and technologies. Good luck. Okay, guys. Now we need another contract, but the better one. I announced lunch break. You agreed to come back on time. So please be patient. There's a bunch of us here, so there might be some queues. There might be quite crowded in the lunch area. Also, please, you can use the restaurant downstairs or maybe just to have an opportunity to go outside. But we want to continue sharply at 1:40. So have a great rest. Bon appetit. Have a good lunch. See you in an hour.
She said, boy, don't say my number. Driving 100 miles an hour. She know my intentions on my tongue, I taste it. Rolling through, can you feel it racing? Go down, keep it rising. I can go down, keep it rising. You should go down, keep it rising. I can go down, 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 keep it rising. You should go down, keep it rising. I can go down, keep it rising. You should go down, keep it rising. We can go down, keep it riding. Come move, we're already vibrating. Let's go. Let's keep rising all night. Let's keep it rising. Keep it rising. I wanna keep it rising. Exhale. Let it take you on. Floating like we're in outer space. Oh, we're still alive and celebrate. Rolling through, can you feel the changes? Go down, keep it rising. I can go down, keep it rising. You should go down, keep it rising. I can go down, down, down.
There are many things in life we don't chorus. Just started auditing a woman who told me to get bent. Well, that sounds like a comedy. Have you met anyone recently who might loathe the very core of you? Just started auditing a woman who told me to get bent. Well, that sounds like a comedy.
There is no time to waste, my dear. My darling, there is no time.
Vienas. Galima į lobby gal dar irgi išvesti garsą? Dear Baltic Miltech Summit participants, we will start the second part of the summit right in a minute. So I'm welcoming you to take your seats in the main hall. Thank you very much. Welcome back at the Baltic Miltech Summit 2025. I hope you had a great lunch. Raise your hand if you had. Fantastic. So some of you are on the diet or fasting, which is popular very much. I need to make just a quick, lottery. Give me a number, a guess. How many business meetings are happening over these 2 or 3 days? Try to guess how many business meetings there are aside of this summit here. 200, 700, 2,000, wow. I feel like in auction. Who's more? No. Yes, during the lunch break, I checked, it was like 756. So can you imagine? Yes, we still need to catch up with 2,000, but still over 700 meetings that we really believe will be fruitful. There must be something in it, and we're so excited that all of this is happening here at this summit. So I hope you enjoy the overall setup, the day. I see people coming in and out, and that's okay. We still broadcast everything to the lobby. And yes, I wish fruitful second part of the conference. We will have also some official part, signature of official documents. But first things first, let me share the stage with Sigutė Stankevičiūtė, head of Monofuture Lab, Innovation Agency of Lithuania, the lady, madam, responsible for everything what is happening here. Yes, please.
Can you hear me now? Yes. So thank you, Ugnas, and actually, thank you everyone for coming to Lithuania, coming to Vilnius, coming to Baltic Miltech Summit. When I was a little girl, my father used to teach me that all the innovations, all the technology that we have is because of the defense, because the investment into defense technology. And later on, when I started my career in innovation promotion at the governmental agency, I couldn't understand him because we invested in everything, ICT, biotech, innovation procurement, in everything, but not defense. Now, I understand his point. Everything in life goes in spring, in circles. So, many years ago, defense, innovation were the source of innovation for the rest of the world. Now, we are coming to the same phase because, like at Innovation Agency, we really increased the budget for the defense. So it feels like everything in future will also emerge from defense innovation. And I could hear somebody talking about bureaucracy and about people that we need to reduce the bureaucracy in the governmental sector. I myself can sincerely tell you that the team that I have and the team that organized this event is not bureaucratic at all. And they really work from the bottom of their heart to help Lithuania to boost the defense industry and to defend the country. And we started this journey of promoting defense innovation like 1.5 years ago only, 2 years, okay, 2 years ago only. And when we started, it was nothing, actually. It was, I could say, zero. And I'm not ashamed of that, because in 1.5 years, we built a whole system how to promote defense innovation. And we have systematic approach how to basically, from idea, go to expert. So we have funding mechanisms, but we also have Miltech Sandbox. And what is that Miltech Sandbox? It's initiative for testing and demonstration and innovation uptake for defense. And the vision is to have physical infrastructure sometime in the future, but now we don't have time to wait. So what we do, we actually have our partners who agreed to share the infrastructure that they have now for the defense industry to test, to demonstrate, and also for military and other institutions to uptake the innovations that we are now building here. So thank you very much for coming, and thank you one more time for my amazing team who organized all this. You are all very happy here, and I hope that you all enjoy, and all the meetings, business meetings that Ugnis mentioned, will end up in the cooperation agreements. And we witnessed today a signature of 2 MOUs, so in 2 years we will witness signature of 100 MOUs maybe. So thank you one more time for coming, and I would like to invite on stage for the signature of ceremony the partners.
Yes, okay, thank you, Sigute. I think, well, again, I actually do not understand. Why do you save applause? Why do you actually are so modest? Let's applaud really loudly for the team that has done this event. They did a tremendous job. And yes, always there's a lot of things happening, you know, backstage, and that we don't see as participants, as speakers. And when everything goes smooth, it means really team did their best. And now that's an official part as well. So we will have a little bit of a ceremony because we have 18 partners signing the agreement between Public Innovation Agency and defense ecosystem partners on cooperation in implementing the defense innovation testing and promoting prototyping infrastructure, Miltech Sandbox projects. I will invite partner by partner. We have the contract here, we put the signature, and please stay for the final picture here on the stage. And don't you dare to stay silent, okay? Thank you very much. So we start. I invite to open the contract and the ceremony of signature, Director Romualda Strogienė from Innovation Agency. Romualda, welcome here on stage. Thank you very much. Seriously, that's it? Yes, thank you. State Border Guard Service under the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania, Commander General Rustamas Liubajevas. Yes, please. Thank you very much.
And best regards.
Thank you very much. Police Department under the Ministry of the Interior of the Republic of Lithuania, Commissioner General Arūnas Paulauskas.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lithuanian Riflemen Union, Deputy Commander of the Lithuanian Riflemen Union, Colonel Lieutenant Gediminas Latvys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vilnius University, Vice Rector for Science, Professor Dr. Gintaras Valušis. Thank you very much. Kaunas University of Technology, Professor for Science, Professor Dr. Kęstutis Baltakys. Thank you very much. Vilnius Gediminas Technical University, Rector Professor Dr. Romualdas Kliukas. Klaipėda University, Rector Dr. Artūras Razbadauskas. Thank you very much. Baltic Institute of Advanced Technologies, Director Dr. Tomas Žalandauskas. Nice. State Research Institute Center for Physical and Technological Sciences, Director Ramūnas Skaudžius. Thank you very much. Kaunas Science and Technology Park, Director Paulius Nezabitauskas. What a contract. Nice. Klaipėda Science and Technology Park, Director Roma Stubrienė. Thank you very much, Roma. Ignalina Airport, Director Vytautas Rafanavičius. Thank you very much. Company Pažangios Inovacijos, Advanced Innovations, Director Gintaras Vilda.
Thank you.
I never thought this stage would be too small. Okay, Company Ostara, Director Darius Antanaitis. Thank you very much. Company IT Logika, IT Logic, Director Linas Gelažanskas. Thank you very much, Linai. Company Altechna R&D Manager Tomas Bekeris.
The name is wrong, but company name is correct. So
Really?
yeah, I have to check.
Okay, we will fix this. And public institution, Šviesos Kūgiai, head Tomas Bekeris again, which is this, here comes the mistake, yes. But, yeah, but we have the true people. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's have a, I don't know, joint common photo. it must be hard to fit into one picture, but I guess we manage it. And I know that pictures do not record sound, so that's why you stay silent, yes? But maybe someone is taking videos. Thank you very much, yes. Fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, good luck in creating the Miltech sandbox and creating innovations and prototyping and speeding up the whole defense innovation system. Thank you very much. Yes, Sigute, come share the stage with me.
So, you saw a lot of people who are willing to share their infrastructure for defense testing. But that's just the beginning, because everyone else who would like to join and to open up their infrastructures, you are welcome to join and to sign the same agreement and be partners. So thank you very much. It's just the beginning.
Yes, thank you. Do you know the Guinness World Record for the contract parties, the number of contract parties? I don't know, I just thought, 18 contract parties might be a lot, but we could make it even more. So we could actually, as Sigute mentioned, you could join as well. So feel free to join the Miltech sandbox, and we can maybe have also a little achievement of, having, 50 counterparts. Okay, you see many chairs, and we see how things have changed very quickly here. Now we will have a panel discussion, continuing the content part of the summit. Let me go name by name the panelists, and at the end I will also present the moderator. In advance, I apologize if I slightly misinterpret or mispronounced surnames, but our honorable panelists are Kadri Tamai, Regional Director of NATO Diana's Regional Hub. Welcome here. Yes, please. Natalia Kushnerska, Chief Executive Officer, Brave One. Welcome on stage. Again, some technical issues. Look, when you applaud, your blood circulation intensifies, so it's better for digestion, so do not be so modest, and let's create this atmosphere here. Now let's test it. Rita Sakus, founding and board member of Lithuanian Business Angels Network. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you very much. Welcome, Rita. Stefan Klecha. Sorry to misinterpret, but founder of European Private Investment Bank, Klecha & Co. Apologies. Kadi Silde, Director of European Engagement, Helsinki. Yes, round of applause. Welcome, Kadi. Welcome on stage. Augustinas Visbaras, co-founder and Director of Business Development at Brolis. Round of applause. And Kaspars Polaks, board member of the Association of Military Technologies, Drones and Robotics. Welcome, Kaspars. And you probably might imagine that it's not for the weak to actually moderate such a wide panelist. So with great honor, let me introduce Victoria Trimble, Managing Director at Co-Invest Capital. Have a good discussion.
I'll stop here. So, as the manager of Sovereign VC, my full-time job is to hunt unicorns and breed angels, occasionally tame demons. So today I will have to use my magic to orchestrate 7 excellent panelists into 40 minutes of a smooth discussion. And we'll do it easy way. We'll start from Ukraine and we will finish in NATO. Isn't that the roadmap that we all wish for Ukraine? So, without further... Without further ado, deep dive into our discussion. And first of all, we would like to thank all Ukrainians here for really fighting a brutal war to defend your country and everyone else in Europe. So, Natalia, could you please share? We really want to learn what are the latest lessons, what are the latest developments and innovations in hackathons we just organized that we can pick and copy with pride.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. And we were asked to be very short, extremely short, so I will try to be the most exact. So if we talk about Ukraine, we see how fast innovations have been developing and delivering to the front line. But on the same time, they have been changing very fast, and the life cycle of the technology on the front line is extremely short. So when we talk about lessons learned, first of all, our Vice Prime Minister Mikhailo Fedorov, the Minister of Digital Transformation and Innovations in Ukraine, he says that it's great when you give freedom and support, and how that is innovations are born and hand delivered. So one of the things that Ukraine have done, it's actually made a lot of things that helped us to fight the bureaucracy. That is like fighting with the bureaucracy to open the door and to help business to go to the front line and to serve the military world. Second, we're talking, our panel actually is about investments, but as well as a brave one, we've given a lot of grants to the companies during the last 2 years. We've granted more than 550 different grants on the sum more than $52 million. And showed us the really great result in scaling and in developing new innovations. We started from the small grant, and today, for example, our grants are from $10,000 up to $200,000. These are state money and convertible grants, but as well they helped us a lot, and we see feedback and hear from the companies that they started to do their innovations very fast. As well in investments. 2 years ago, again, when we were speaking within our first conferences, and we were telling that you need to come to Ukraine, you need to look to the defense tech companies, you need to invest in defense tech, it wasn't taken rather seriously. But again, today we see how fast these companies have been growing, and again, like success stories, I'm happy to share one of the companies, Quantum System, that as well is operating in Ukraine. Just yesterday, they've attracted $160 million for their euros for their investments, and that is like great examples on how defense tech can be growing. And my last thing I wanted to share, and I want actually to encourage you, that is the speed. Very often we're talking to the companies, we're talking to organizations, and they say, okay, we do have a product. And my next question is when we will have it in Ukraine to test it. In Ukraine today is a really unique opportunity to test your solutions in Ukraine. It's not something like not realistic, very distant or something like that. We as a brave one, we are more than open, and we will support you in everything for you just to bring your technologies in Ukraine and to test it in the real battlefield. Believe me, that is the track that we need to use, all of us. First of all, for your solution, you will have your real feedback from the front line, and that is appreciable. From our side, if this really great technology, believe me, we want this technology to work with us on the front line and to help us to defend our country. And that is win-win stories. And all these win-win stories are very important for all of us. But again, don't think that technologies can do like, I have had small discussion today in the morning. And when I was talking to one company and they were showing me their drone, I've asked when it can be in Ukraine for us to test. Maybe September, maybe October, something like that. And I told, no, it must be in June. We must be fast. Technology, they are developing extremely fast. They're changing very fast. They're enhancing very fast. Our enemy is unlimited with the resources. They're very fast as well. So please, come to Ukraine. please be with us. We will help you with everything, and we will build all together win-win stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia, for calling the companies to bring innovations to Ukraine. Augustinai, you with brothers started defense business before it was cool. So what tips and tricks you could share with the others so that the others could follow your pathways and they maybe get some shortcuts? What are the strengths that we could capitalize on and what are the areas where we can innovate?
So probably a few points. So I'm, observing the current hype of the defense sector, and this is quite different to the situation what it was back then when we started the business. So one thing I can say, it will not last forever. 100%, nothing lasts forever. So this hype will also not last forever. But the defense business, especially if you're targeting the NATO market, takes time. So you need to have a good product to be successful in that business, and then to enter new markets within NATO also takes time. So this is, I think, very important things to understand, that regardless how much we want everything to happen fast, it just doesn't. It takes time, skill, resources, and patience. And I recommend to focus on really creating a good piece of technology that can be interesting for multiple customers, because that's the only way to grow and to scale. At the same time, that's maybe my last point in this case, that the way I see it, it's my personal perception, but the NATO and the West, they do see what is happening in Ukraine, and they will take the concept. They will take, certain different things that are happening there, but they will not necessarily take the full solution. The Western solution will be based on the concept that they see in the battlefield in Ukraine, but the final solution likely will be their own and might be different. So therefore, the market is complicated to navigate in.
Well, this is a very good point and the natural extension of our discussion, because when you have legacy systems, it's really expensive to implement something new. But we as VCs, we look for startups that try to disrupt existing systems. Kaspars, you are coming from an incumbent telco company. So could you please share your vision and also recommendations for the others how traditional companies could find their ways into the defense market? So what Latvian Telecom is doing for defense?
Yeah, thank you. So besides that honorable title, I'm Defense Technology Department Director at Latvian Mobile Telephone, which is just an ordinary telco company from one point of view, similar as Telia, what you have here. Our story actually started pretty practically back in 2019, 2020. We were trying to sell all of you 5G, and the problem with the 5G is that actually nobody of us needs it here. You would be quite happy enough with decent 4G in your phones at the moment. So we were trying to sell 5G, and we started to build testbeds. So testbed with the medicine institutions and testbed with defense as well. So we started the private-public partnership with our Ministry of Defense and National Armed Forces and built up the 5G infrastructure and 5G test site in largest Latvian military base and training area. And we started to practically test the stuff. And I think that in none of the industries, principle seeing is believing works as good as in defense. So we started to do that. And in the result, for already several years, we have been contracted by NATO Ally Command Transformation to conduct the digital backbone experimentation event to assist ACT in the efforts of understanding how the future communication networks will look like on the future battlefield. We have been put on a map as the NATO Diana Test Center. We have attracted several European Defence Fund activities, and which is most important, we have created innovation hub for our local industry, and LMT has become an important player of the defense industry ecosystem to assist those smaller companies, smaller than LMT because we are pretty nice and large and fat, and telco business is doing well. So we assisted those companies in seeing the light, attracting the investments, and I know that some of the companies are even sitting in this room or at least watching this. And summing it up, I would like to say that initiatives, as we saw here before, signing the cooperation agreements and private-public cooperation on the joint efforts of testing stuff, getting the information from the end user, getting the feedback from the end user, what works, what doesn't work, what should be improved, is extremely important. And moreover, that some of the things we have done and tested on our test site has been used and tested in Ukraine, and I think that is the most important thing now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaspars. Now, we will move from business to finance, but interim, I would like to ask Kadi to share, experience, coming from Helsinki, you have a true success story about raising sizable VC funding. So how do you see the market, your innovation, and how investors were accepting your pitch? Because we still have this situation that not every VC investor would go into single-use defense. Most of them prefer dual use, which kind of contradicts to a VC requirement focus. If you do dual, you don't focus. What was your story?
Thanks a lot, Victoria. And I guess to explain that, I'll need to talk about not just capital, but capital, contracts, and capabilities. I'll be brief about it, I promise. Right now, I think we can see there's not a lack of capital for defense anymore. I think a lot of taboos have been broken. What there is somewhat of a lack of is capital for scaling and growth. And this is where I bring Helsing in, investors won't invest these sort of substantial amounts of money just based on technology or team, I mean, usually so, but they'll base their assessment on market traction, meaning the contracts you get. So if we want there to be more capital for scaling companies, we need to make sure that these companies are actually able to get contracts. And the old waterfall type of contracting mechanisms just don't work. The reason that Helsing was able to raise the amount of money that we have, one of the very critical things there was we got our first program of record, which is basically a budgeted multi-year big contract in less than 2 years, which apparently is in less than 2 years since our founding. So apparently that's historic speed. So that how do we make sure that that these contracts are available for startups? The really critical thing there is we need to get startups and scale-ups out of this corner of innovation funding, innovation contracts. Big program of record contracts, actual capabilities need to be opened up. How do we do that? I get to my third point. We need to think more about effects. When we look at what's happening in Ukraine right now, I'm not sure if the statistic still holds, but at least it held a while ago. 70% of the casualties inflicted upon the Russians by Ukrainians are done by drones. So there, we are seeing that the same sort of effect that you have previously sort of achieved with legacy equipment, you can now achieve with a new type of defense tech. And this is what we are doing. We are a AI-first company, but we are also developing our own hardware, and our approach is to develop affordable, mass-producible, more precise mass. And this is something that many people in the previous panels have said. We need to be able to scale and produce mass.
Thank you, Kadi. Well, you mentioned drones. I think it's becoming a household name lately. So those who will be coming tomorrow to Livefire show, you will be able to see some of our portfolio companies also with their innovations. Coming back again to funding of innovations. So typical VC has a model that they have 5 years to invest, 5 years to exit, and then they have a clock ticking behind their back. We being sovereign fund, we don't do that. We don't have it. We have pension capital, which I believe is well positioned for defense and deep tech. And similar situation also has business angels. Rita, from investors' perspective and also from your role on European level, what do you see, what kind of value business angels bring to defense startups, and what else we can do?
Thank you, Victoria. It's nice to be here, everybody. First of all, we co-founded the Lithuanian Business Angel Network 7 years ago because we saw that there was a gap between where venture capital invests and where angels can invest. And then further, we stepped into being members of the European Business Angel Network, where I also serve on the board. And we just kicked off this year the committee, a new committee that's the Space and Defense Committee. So what this is doing is it's committing business angels to investing not only in silos in their own countries, as we're very good at doing in Europe, but doing pan-European investing. And so that means that we get to know other business angels, we develop ties and networks, and we're able to raise a significant amount of capital in a very short amount of time because we have no investment committees or constraints as business angels. We invest our own capital, we invest fast. Having said that, I think there are key restraints that could actually, if they were taken away, they would help pave the way to unlocking more capital from business angels. So we see programs that are highly effective in places like the UK with SICE and ICE. Now France is following. They just kicked off a very similar program in France in 2024 that allows tax incentive programs for business angels. We're now kicking off a defense investment in Munich as tax residents, not of Germany, but as tax residents in Europe. And as a result of investing in this German company, the German government will give us 20% cash back on our investment. So, I mean, there are real incentive programs for business angels to take part in this highest risk asset class. And I think it's incentives like that that help untie capital in order for us to try to innovate faster.
Thank you, Rita. I mean, you've been promoting other countries, so I can't really keep myself from reminding what we have created in Lithuania, and there is the mastermind Inga in the room who designed it. So our investment incentive is recognized by European business angels and one of the most generous in the world because we invest together with private investors, and in case we are successful, we give our profits away to them. So while we have patient capital, we are investors. So our success is really not when we announce a new deal, it's when we exit. Stefan, you are investment banker, so what do you see from your perspective? What are M&A trends, acquisition trends, or any other forms of cooperation, or even any other funding opportunities so that VC and angel investments could be successful only at exit? That's when we measure success.
Absolutely. Thank you for your question. Okay, so you can hear me now. Great. So basically, I run an investment bank which is pan-European, and our job is really to focus on technology companies and enable them to raise the capital needed to grow, and also support the investor to de-risk the investment over time. It's very important. You start with the VC investor. He wants to bring it to the next stage where the company is less risky for the next investor. How do you get there? You get there by increasing the size of the company, by getting more contracts, by increasing the size also through mergers and acquisitions, and also by growing internationally. What we see from the big European countries usually is that they have the tendency to focus on their local market, which is a huge mistake. And actually, what we see in a very positive way is when we find highly technologically developed companies that are coming from very small countries because they were born international by need. So in terms of the consolidation trends, we see this is accelerating very strongly. Companies are trying to integrate other pieces of technologies in one hand to be able to deliver fuller systems in one side, but also many companies have also understood that making acquisitions in other countries represent also an opportunity for go-to-market type of opportunity and get in direct access to the local buyers within the countries where they make the acquisition. This is absolutely fundamental. And last point about the exit routes, which I think is very important, actually 2 points. The first one is we cannot rely only on the large defense contractors in Europe for exits. These times are really over now. We really need to work on a smaller ecosystem that is able to aggregate. And this is how we will create the depth in the market that will enable the companies to and to the investors to get their actual exit. And last point, very positive news from today at lunch, maybe you may not have heard it. Even Euronext has now changed its definition of ESG in order to enable the companies that wish to list, if they come from the government-based activity, so defense is actually one of them, to be included in the main indices. And that generates significant amount of demands, and that will also bring up the valuations and also facilitate the exits for the investors.
Thank you, Stefan. You know, when I hear the acronym SDG, I always want to ask the question, what could be more socially responsible than to be able to defend your homeland? So we have Ukraine experience, we have businesses, we have investments. Now let's turn to the ultimate client and the buyer, you know, the military, the NATO. Kadri, I promised you not to talk about procurement. I'll just make, you know, one example from experience. When we started doing single use, I remember speaking with heads of our MOD, and they were asking, Victoria, we have such a long procurement cycles, 5 to 8 years. Can you guarantee me that your startup will not die in that period? And my answer was, I cannot guarantee you that, but what I can guarantee that my startup will die in 1 or 2 years if there will not be procurement systems. But still, from the regional perspective, what trends do you see? What are cooperation opportunities? How we, each of the, especially smaller countries, can build and capitalize on our strengths so that we can make fast innovations, also ensure interoperability, you know, joint maybe procurement, anything else what you see from the really like eagle's view at NATO?
Yeah, thank you, Victoria, so much for the question indeed. And I will be building a few thoughts around what previous speakers in the panel as well as throughout the day have been talking about as well. Let's be fair here. Never before throughout the past 50 years, we have seen such a strong interest from the innovation community to actually build products, and not only products for defense, but actual capabilities for defense. But that willingness and that momentum needs to lead to actual adoption. And before adoption happens, there needs to be validation and early validations, because all of the innovators sitting in the room, as well as listening via online, they will be building you wrong stuff, basically, without that validation. So this is now the place where defense needs to meet innovators halfway, and not tomorrow or the week after, but already today. The second point is that we are still struggling with misconception that only conventional defense can actually build deterrence. What has been said throughout the days, today as well, and throughout previous days, is that mainly in the eastern flank, particularly, there are nowadays more and more nations spending 5% or even more to GDP to the defense investments. But let's think about it. How big is the percentage that is actually invested in innovative tech out of that? Let's be fair here. How big is it? In the majority of the cases, it is single digit. So now let's rethink that one, because if we are now constantly saying that we need to innovate there are multiple ways how to do that. And it was previously said that in Lithuania, roughly speaking, there are 100 defense tech companies. It is a similar situation in the neighboring countries, at least in the Baltics as well. Let's think jointly what it takes to not only double that number, but make it 10 times bigger. So we would have 1,000 defense tech companies per country. And in total in Europe, out of the tens and hundreds of thousands of companies out there, how we would be able to actually end up with at least tens of thousands of defense-focused companies. So indeed, that needs to be definitely tackled. And one other thing that I would like to emphasize is that when one speaks about innovation and innovation in defense domain, this seems to be kind of a mythical creature, so that lives far, far away in the far, far land. It's not. Those companies are building products as we speak right now. Those products could be bought already right now. Yes, indeed. They need capital, they need manpower, they need procurements as well in order to make it all happen. But they are building stuff already right now. So there's no reason to delay, actually. And we are helping that pathway as well. James Apaturai was mentioning previously on the stage that we need to build, and NATO is building that innovation shop, and Diana definitely plays huge and important part building that shop, because indeed, if we are supporting innovative companies, we definitely need to look towards commercial technologies as well that we could scale and deploy in defense already. So this is what we are doing in Diana as well, hoping that all of you in the uniforms can actually visit that shop really soon.
Thank you, Kadri. You know that single-digit percentage on billions being now poured into defense, it's already a sizable amount for the startups. So we can start at single-digit. I think everybody would be happy about that. Now, we have a bit more than 10 minutes left, and we have an ambition to have 2 more quick rounds by each panelist. You mentioned James, so now I have a question for everyone. James said, let me quote him, with a very visual analogy of general hands creeping from the graves and, you know, the fear and motivation of brains to do something if they fear to be being hanged. We have a lot of geopolitical tensions. And, you know, every day we might read, you know, another news, and probably we should not react to those triggers. But challenges typically unite. So I would now ask each of every one of you to share your thoughts. So what Europe can do to really become a union and become, you know, resilient, invest in deterrence, use this opportunity to actually unite and be one of the, if not the largest markets as we are. Who wants to go first? Rita.
So we've been hearing all day, innovate, innovate, innovate. And another thing I heard today was, don't wait for the bureaucrats, just go and do. So I'd like to invite everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank 2 colleagues today, Darius Stasilaitis and Dominikas Milashis, sorry, yes, for in their spare time, helping to put together the Innovation Showcase, which will showcase about 47 Lithuanian defense startups starting at 5 o'clock today just outside these doors. So I invite everyone. I'd like everyone to be able to get a chance to see what Lithuania is innovating and firsthand meet with these great minds who are trying to solve some of the problems that we're facing today.
Who would like to challenge James' question if we are losing technological? I saw Natalia and then Augustinas.
From my side, I want to add that we need to cooperate much more. Because cooperation heads us to the multiplying all of our efforts together. Because again, last years they show us how important it is to be integrated and to be cooperated and to be united in that. So definitely yes, and just there is not time to wait anymore. We need to act.
Augustine and then Kadi.
So I would maybe talk to more practical things. I would add to the other was that apart from innovation and other things, we also need contracts, and long-term horizon that the politics do not change. And I think this is a big task for the European Commission and Europe as a whole to make sure that actually this situation and this awareness lasts to facilitate the regrowth or scaling up of our European defense sector, because technically speaking, as long as the sanctions hold, and European Union is behind the sanctions, they can lift it or they can put them. So if due to any, whatever geopolitical event, all of a sudden, let's say US lifts sanctions, then Europe would follow, even with some, intermediate lifting. The businesses are like water. They would flow into Russia everywhere because it's big markets, and that would, I see, be the end of this hype. However, if the European Commission and the European countries as a whole would manage to make sure that we do not lift the sanctions, but as a repay for that the businesses would not try to run across the borders, we would maintain a long-term horizon for the defense sector, that could be the success story.
Thank you, Augustinai, Kadri, and Kaspars and Stefan.
Thanks. So I would say, on the one hand, it's an opportunity, but given what we are seeing with the evolving threat landscape, and given that we are no longer talking about being ready in 5, 7, or 10 years, I think our focus needs to be what are the capabilities we can deliver in 2, 3 years. And that we need to be laser focused on that. And I think then the innovation comes. Innovation in itself is not a goal in itself. The goal is to get the right capabilities. And when we talk about, even with 5%, what we need to spend to get the right capabilities to deter the enemy in a short time span, that should be the goal. And then whoever can deliver, be it legacy primes, be it startups, be it scale-ups, they deliver. So I think sort of reframing the timelines really properly for procurement.
Thank you, Kaspars and Stefan and Kadri.
Yes, I'd like to mention two things. The first is non-conventional thinking and wartime footing. I think that our strength in Europe is diversity. We are so diverse and so different capabilities. If uniting them, we can solve a lot of challenges. But to do that, we have to, I totally agree, buy, and the message for local military in every respective country is, it is really important for especially smaller companies to get the first client in your home country, because we can discuss a lot about penetrating export markets, but it is usually much complicated if your domestic military is not using it. And wartime footing, I think we are not losing yet, but we are in a turning point. The question is how we will turn that ship. As ex-Navy officer, I can tell you that there are different methods. You can turn quite slow, and then you can put full hard rudder, and I think it's time for full hard rudder and wartime footing.
Stefan?
Well, I believe we are really in a situation which is one in a lifetime opportunity for Europe. To be honest, in the last 50 years, we have not seen such an opportunity in front of us. Of course, many threats from many sides, and actually from different types as well, east and elsewhere. But this is really an opportunity for the companies to look at Europe as the basis for technological consolidation, and to look at NATO for markets. But Europe has every card which is correct in order to become a very, very strong power place, not only in defense, but in many other industries. And defense is just one of them. If you look at also historically speaking, every euro invested in defense, turns out to be extremely interesting also for industrial base, which is civil. So this is just a starting point, and we really have an opportunity that cannot be missed.
Well, we did the second round also, started with Ukraine, completing with NATO. Kadri.
Yeah, my message is rather short and sweet. So first of all, please take more risk. Have the risk mindset, actual risk mindset, tech-wise. And that doesn't equal possessing an actual risk to your troops. Don't think like that. There's multiple other pathways. Second, the message for the government and for the defense forces, don't take IP. Simple as that. So leave the IP to the companies themselves. And third, if you think about all the contracts that you have, how many out of those contracts are signed with startups, SMEs, or scale-up companies? If the answer seems to be zero or close to zero, think what it takes to make it happen if we would meet here in a year's time. So you would actually have those in place and all of the companies willing to build those products would actually have a buyer.
Thank you, Kadri. We have 2 more minutes and we'll do our ambition to have 3 rounds. So the final 1 sentences from each of you, starting again from Natalia.
Wow. There is no time anymore to speak and to think. It's time to act. So let's act.
Augustinai?
I'm surprised.
No, maybe somebody else can take it. I still need to think a little bit.
Okay. Kadi?
Me? Yes. I mean, I'll steal his contracts.
Kaspars?
Yeah, I will just repeat about the diversity. Everybody has place in defense industry nowadays. Just the creativity of a mind, being it either forest company or telco company or any other company. So everybody has to play its role.
Rita?
We need to think pan-European, and we need to invest pan-European, and we need to work pan-European.
Stefan?
This is our chance to become a superpower. The alternative is not as nice.
Augustina, any second try before?
So I can try. I think what Kadi also said. The contracts for me is the most important. But I think there are different goals about the different stages of the companies that we talk. And when you start, you look for money. Then your goal is investment. You land an investment. Then your goal is a product. When you have a product, your goal is a contract. When you have a contract, your next goal will be markets. Because for small countries, especially if we talk about the Baltics, you need to go to external markets. To facilitate that dream, we need politics. And that comes back to what I have discussed before, that we need a long-term horizon and to make sure that this lasts,
Thank you. Kadri?
Don't be afraid of commercial technologies for defense and endorse cooperation between such companies directly with defense forces, as well as with industry primes to actually get the capability instead of a solo product.
Well, thanks everyone, and I will close with referring to the 2 keywords that NATO has, deterrence and defense. And I encourage everyone to invest in deterrence so that we are strong, competitive, resilient, and then nobody would dare to attack us. And if they will make such mistake, we'll be able to defend ourselves. So thank you everyone, and we almost did it, 3 minutes extra. Thanks.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Victoria, for such an elegant management of the biggest panel. Thank you. Thank you, dear panelists. While a little bit the setup will change, I have a question to you again. Guess the number of people that will come up on this stage during today's summit. Give me just a number. How many people, how many panelists, speakers, different people will step up on the stage today? I don't hear you. Okay, we have one number. 100? 200? Oh. I was just a little bit doing my calculations. It's around 70 people that are sharing today with you, including, of course, all those memorandum of understanding and all these ceremonies, but that's really a huge setup, a huge group of people that want to sort of share the message. And I think we always hear innovate, agile, fast, cooperation, investment, well, be brave, etc., etc. So I think this encouragement is meant to wake up us all. Continuing with our summit program, now we have a fireside chat again of two gentlemen. It's Stephen O'Brien, Vice President and Global Business Development Officer, Northrop Grumman Corporation. Welcome on the stage. And moderated by Vaidas Saldžiūnas, Defense Editor at Delfi Lietuva. Gentlemen, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Yes, please.
All right, welcome everybody. My name is Vaidas Saldžiūnas. I'm a journalist. I'm known for short articles, for those who know. And I will try to be brief. And my guest here is introduced, Northrop Grumman Vice President, or Northrop Grumman International President, Stephen O'Brien. So Northrop Grumman is a well-known corporation in the world, obviously. It produces a lot of things, from stealth bombers, missiles, sensors, components, space systems, UAVs, which have been flying over Lithuania here as well. And in Lithuania, Northrop Grumman has been sort of in the spotlight since last year, when a memorandum was signed to start a 30mm ammunition line, which is sort of one of the priorities, or as our defense minister said, it's a necessity. Necessity because we live in times of geopolitical tensions, war in Ukraine, and we need to forge partnerships, co-development. So my question is, how is that shaping up? Where are we now, as Northrop Grumman sees it, for instance? In those ambitious plans to co-produce ammunition in Lithuania, but also in Ukraine, since both our countries sort of have a need for speed as one of the key factors.
Let's first discuss Lithuania, where we are right now. So, medium caliber ammunition, Lithuania is procuring the CV90. Originally, they were looking at a 30mm cannon, Bushmaster cannon, made by Northrop Grumman. On that, they decided to shift, since that MOU was signed, to a 35mm. Again, I think this is a sign of agility of not only Northrop Grumman, but of the Lithuanian Ministry of Defense. They shifted to 35mm. They came to us. They asked us, can you partner with another European ammunition maker and bring 35mm to Lithuania? We reached out to that other European company. I'm not at liberty to announce that quite yet. But in the coming weeks, we partnered together, and we're going to move forward on production in Lithuania as a team of another European ammunition maker, building with GGG in Lithuania co-production of 35mm. In Ukraine, we signed a deal over a year ago. We'll produce ammunition, the only American company to be doing production in Ukraine at the end of this year. And we'll start that production in Ukraine by Ukrainians and for the Ukrainians.
Okay, that's good news and very specifics, but I would expect nothing less from the fighter pilots. For those who didn't read the memo, Mr. O'Brien is a naval aviator, F-18 fighter pilot, strike fighter tactics instructor, so this is a real Top Gun. And he can handle tough questions, but since you're also Vice President of Northrop Grumman, it'd be impossible not to notice the dramatic turbulences between the United States and European countries in those relations. Can you tell us about the consequences for the defense industry in general, or from Northrop's perspective? Surely it cannot be just business as usual, since questions of trust and future alliances are in the air. How exactly are we adapting?
Well, I'll leave the politics to the next speaker, the foreign minister from Sweden, but what I'd like to talk about maybe is the military-to-military relationships and the industry-and-industry relationships and why that's important. In my mind, those are the things that can weather the ups and downs of the political relationships between Europe and the United States. So I was part of the F-35 program. I designed the industrial program for more than a decade, and we established those relationships built on the F-16s prior to them, and they've endured for over 50 years in Europe. between the United States and Europe, and they've grown over time. So there's billions of dollars being spent in no less than 13 European countries on the F-35 program. But more importantly, you're establishing relationships between European industry and US industry that's going to endure many, many years before, many years into the future. And consequently, you establish those military to military relationships there. There's nothing like flying the same fighter airplane, just like driving the same tank, just like driving those same pieces of equipment, that give those educational opportunities, the different inter-service opportunities between the military on it, that endure relationships for decades to come. So it's kind of incumbent on industry to keep those relationships going when there is turbulence in the political world, and the military relationships, which are as solid as a rock, I believe, between Europe and the United States right now, to endure many years into the future, even though we do have the normal, I would say, challenges of a political to political relationships.
Right. How much do you think weight such corporations as Northrop Grumman has in terms of, you know, upping those relations or soothing the angles which may sour sometime in the present or the future?
Well, I'm probably not best to evaluate, but I can tell you that those industrial relationships endure. So each one of those F-16 relationships that I established at a prior company on the industry grew into F-35 relationships. And they grew beyond that to Black Hawk helicopters. They grow beyond that to different Patriot systems. They grow beyond that to other weapon systems in the supply chain and partnering that have grown over time and that have endured any of the different political upsets over the last 50 years that we had. And again, they tend to be an enduring function that outlasts any of these ups and downs of politics or NATO discussions in there, because there's jobs and there's relationships there.
You know, when I woke up this morning at 6 a.m., I did not need to set off the alarm for another 15 minutes because I knew I was going to come here. But when I hear from governments or sometimes from businesses in Europe, there's a lot of the same for the past 3 years. Oh, this is another wake-up call. We should wake up. God, I've heard that so many times. Now, as a fighter pilot or as a pilot in general, you know the importance of the checklist and very specific no-nonsense procedures that exist before the flight. So what, in your opinion, should be on the government's checklist to boost the defense industry? Because if the Ukrainians keep saying we need to do faster and they can do it, why can't some other countries, especially in this continent, what must they do then?
You know, I'd say maybe three things, and some of them are kind of obvious. One, bureaucracy and time kills all deals. And if you can find a way to make these things just, you know, you can kill the movement, kill the initiative just by time. And you've got to decide you want to do things, and that bureaucracy can't get in the way of it. I think the second thing I'd say on this is you have to have multi-year procurements, and it really gets to a business for industry. You have a business case, and those business cases, when you work with government, have to be over multiple years. If you try to give them on one-year contracts, it just doesn't work. And again, the time kills the deal and the bureaucracy kills the deal. And I think the last thing is you need senior top-down leadership to overcome the inevitable hiccups in any deal. So we talked about Lithuanian co-production, shift from 30 millimeter to 35 millimeter, telling a corporation, you've got to go partner with a competitor to make this deal work. There's got to be senior top-down leadership in this European ammunition company, which there was, and senior top-down leadership in Northrop Grumman, myself, to say, we're going to do this. We have 40 years of trust with one another to make it worthwhile. And this company is involved in the F-35 program that I was, and we've had relationships on that. Once you have the initiative and trust, and you don't have the bureaucracy, and you have a business deal, you can make these things happen quickly. If you don't have those things, inevitably you're going to get stuck in off ramps and delays, and again, time will kill those deals.
When you say quickly, how quickly would you expect, say, in Lithuanian case, because you mentioned several positive examples here, how quickly do you expect to finalize a 35 mic deal?
Yeah, we're measuring it in weeks. I don't want to quite say days, but we've negotiated all the terms, and now we're working on the announcement between the two companies and the Ministry of Defense and GGG.
Okay. Speaking of, lagging behind in the context of emerging technologies, now, it's been widely accepted for decades that we, the Western countries, or have been taking for granted that we have the edge. We still have the edge, and for the past decade, though, we observed the rise of China and all the emerging technologies in China, then on the battlefields in Ukraine and elsewhere. And we see rapid development of systems faster than traditional R&D and procurement processes. So where is West? Really, where is West in terms of innovation, adoption, and leadership? You mentioned leadership examples, good examples, but obviously there are other examples. Where exactly, and what exactly makes you confident, and what worries you?
I think what makes me confident is we'll call it the commercial and military investment we have in the West. So there's a great deal of investment, there's great ingenuity, there's great innovation that you don't have in China or Russia. What makes me worried is just a slow, cumbersome, bureaucratic acquisition process that takes time and doesn't react well when we need it. And those are the strengths and the weaknesses. And probably the thing we need to work on most is integrating these capabilities. So we have great stovepipe capabilities out there today. But if you don't integrate those with different weapon systems, and you don't take advantage of all these weapon systems working together, you won't realize the full benefit of it. So, we have too many disparate systems in Europe and the United States. And if we don't integrate those together, we will never take advantage of the capabilities that the whole brings. So those are the two things that worry me. Slow acquisition system, bureaucratic and cumbersome, and the lack of integrating these things together to realize the full benefit.
What do you think is a secret sauce then for the Chinese when they integrate those systems more rapidly, at least what we see in the public? What makes them so successful? Or is it just an image that they are successful, which indeed they have no real experience, the combat experience that the Western abilities provide?
Yeah, I've seen the rise of their aviation industry, their fighter aviation industry. It's been very fast as of late, and what it is. Their tactics have evolved to be, very formidable, we'll call it here. But it's a state-run element, and they're able to harness all the capital of the state. They don't have to have a democratic and transparent process that we do. But I think all of us here would say those are also our strengths. Yeah. That we do have a democratic process, that we do have a transparent process. And I would say the other strength is we have a lot of allies and partners and teammates. The key for us, going back to what I said earlier, is how do we integrate all these systems and all the capabilities and all the partners that we have here today. Just going back to Ukraine, considering integrated air and missile defense, we need to get better at the cost exchange ratio for integrated air and missile defense. Every target that comes into Ukraine is not a Patriot missile target. You shouldn't be shooting a $3 million missile at a $10,000 drone. You know, there's not a country in the world that can sustain that exchange ratio here. And even worse than that is firing 7, $3 million missiles at one $10,000 drone. So we have to come up with a system to not only be economical with what we shoot, but to fire the right weapon to take out these missiles. And then you can take that scenario to any kind of military equation. We need to put the right cost-effective effector on the right target. And it's got to be cost-effective. And the other problem there is industry just can't make enough Patriot missiles. So it's not that they just cost a lot, that's a problem, but we can't make a lot. So we've got to get better on how we handle these kind of problems, or we just won't have the defense industry to support our uniformed personnel in all the NATO countries.
You heard probably Ukrainians saying, do it faster, integrate faster, look at us, we're doing it, we can do it, why can't you do it? How do you respond to that criticism? Because they can overcome the bureaucracy. Yes, they are in a war. This is a different situation, slightly, to put it mildly, but nonetheless, they can do it. What is exactly the obstacle that some of the countries struggle to integrate systems for a period of years when it takes months and the system is obsolete after half a year?
I think, you have to look in the mirror to the defense industry as part of the problem too. Far too long we've had proprietary-based systems that the companies own those proprietary-based systems, and now you're talking about integrating it into the group, and it's not in the business interests of those companies to do that. So we've been a bit of an inhibitor there. There are solutions out there now today in open architecture that can take proprietary-based systems and make them interoperable now. So it's recognizing them, using them, and then moving out at them that allows those companies to keep their proprietary systems and integrate it into the bigger picture. I think for the countries to do it is to be part of a bigger whole or use that NATO architecture to do that. And that's something that each country is going to have to do. We see movement on that right now, and I think there's an opportunity to make this happen, the forcing function being what we've seen in Ukraine and how, whether it's integrated air and missile defense, that's going to be the thing that drives us to a common solution and a common integration.
Okay. Speaking of interest, let's put it differently. Fighter pilots often do not lack confidence, but here we have recently Admiral Paparo from Pacific Command, who's also a naval aviator, also a Top Gun pilot. Recently he pointed out that the US ability to defeat China and Taiwan is threatened. Even the United States is outpaced, as you mentioned. The trajectory is not to our advantage. Now, it is not just how much money we give and spend, it's how you spend it, how you organize the resources and to put it in the industry. So let's talk about the future. What we need to develop or keep reacquiring our strategic advantage. How do we do that?
I think two things. One, we've got to harness the commercial technology that's out there today. Because the investment, Northrop Grumman, it's impressive, I think. Northrop Grumman did $13.5 billion of independent research and development over the last 5 years. Sounds incredibly impressive to me, but it's dwarfed by the amount of commercial investment that is happening in the Western world today. So how do we tap into that for military uses that the Intels, Microsofts, and the rest of the great companies out there today to do it? And I think that's one, tap into commercial entities. Number two is we have to think of the defense industry as the allied defense industry. If we try to do this in silos of the US defense industry, the Italian defense, and the German defense industry, we will fail. We really will. So how we do IRAD investment and how we, the defense industry, partner and how we use that money that I'm talking about, integrating the commercial, is the only way we're really going to be successful. So, you know, a defense industry that is partnered together, that co-invests, that brings product to market together instead of in silos, is really the only way that Admiral Paparo, Pappy, is going to realize there. Yes.
Okay. And then we talk about big things, but where do you see such countries as Lithuania in this picture in the context of strategic advantages? Why Lithuania of all countries? I mean, you mentioned, yes, cooperation, partnerships, but we are not the biggest of players, so to speak, and yet here you are.
You know, I'll use just one analogy, a fighter pilot analogy. You know,
finally, it provoked.
The bigger the Air Force, the less innovative it is, actually. The smaller the Air Force, the more innovative and creative it tends to be on how it reacts in war. And the same you could say for the Lithuanian defense industry. Small and agile, you know, gives you opportunities. The proximity to Ukraine and the absolute support that the Lithuanian MOD and the Lithuanian people have for Ukraine going forward gives you, you know, I think the will to look at these things the way, you know, other countries that are further away and that are less agile, maybe a little the United States here, and the inability to react, Lithuania can react in a way that we cannot. And setting partnerships, like I talked about, that endure and tend to grow with companies like GGG is something we're committed to doing. I'm personally committed to doing in my team. And growing that is a way that we grow that allied defense industry and find ways to react to the Chinese, Russian, and other threats that are out there today.
Do you expect this partnership to grow beyond what you have planned for 30, 35 small caliber ammunition?
Absolutely. I will just be blunt. We wouldn't do it if that was the only partnership we had with GGG. We intend on growing it. We're going to have those discussions immediately. We tend, as you'd expect, and I think GGG has the same idea, let's finish this deal, then we can talk about another deal on this, and we can continue to grow. But those are the reasons why we do these things. It's for the growth, it's the partnership, it's not just one thing. That's not in the best interest, I don't think, of the Lithuanian government, GGG, and Northrop Grumman and the United States government.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. Stay put, we still have more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vaidai. Thank you, Mr. Stephen. Thanks a lot for, again, a deep dive and sharing your insights. Again, continuing with the program, another fireside chat on the same disruptive defense solution part of the summit. And my honor to invite Håkan Jevrell, State Secretary for International Development Cooperation and Foreign Trade. Welcome on stage. And moderated by Greta Monika Tučkutė, Defense Counselor to Lithuania's permanent representation of NATO. Have a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and pleasure to be a part of this discussion because I have the possibility to introduce to you a very distinguished guest coming from our neighborhood country. We are separated or connected only by Baltic Sea, and this is the Secretary of State for Trade or Foreign Affairs, Mr. Håkan Jevrell. Mr. Håkan Jevrell has a very diverse profile, I would say. As a lawyer with a background, he served as a public prosecutor. Then he was ambassador to different countries, to Singapore, to Taiwan, So he knows very well the international relations perspective and how to be a diplomat. He also worked in business, and he worked also in the, he was special envoy for the money laundering.
Organized crime, yeah.
Yeah. So, so we have a very honorable guest here, and we have a very important topic to speak about. Sweden, as one of the latest members of NATO, together with Finland, made our security and defense stronger when they joined NATO, made the Baltic Sea more defended and better prepared against any challenges that our adversaries could pose on us. And unfortunately, the war in Ukraine has been going already for more than 3 years. And we sense the threat coming from Russian side very strongly, and together with Sweden and other our neighborhood countries, we're sharing the same understanding of threats. And of course, the warfare is changing because of the disruptive technologies being used. So my question would be, the first question is how does Sweden feel about this? How does Sweden feel about disruptive technologies, about innovations, and what kind of value added Sweden brings to NATO when we look at NATO already enlarged with 2 strong member states?
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here on this panel. I'm truly honored to be here and to take part of the discussions. Should add also that I used to be a state secretary for defense for 5 years also, so I have a little bit of defense background. We are, you know, I represent a political party who's been wanting to becoming members of NATO since more or less NATO was created. So I remember when I was a young, politically engaged, NATO was on top. But then, of course, we had the full-scale invasion, and that really triggered a very intense but very fast process in Sweden of politically agreeing that, of course, we should be part of this club of friends, being able to work together to really address the threats that was obviously coming very, very close to Sweden. So that shifted very quickly, and I'm very, very happy to see that we're now part of NATO. So what can we bring to the table? And you know, being neighbors, I think that is of course one important thing that we are now part of a geographical structure that is really beneficial for all of us, and it's looking at the future capabilities. I do believe that we have a strong portfolio from Sweden. We are, as I hope everybody knows in here, one of the most innovative countries in the world, and this has meant that we have been able to create global businesses that really operates on a global scale with a sort of highest level of innovation. That's the only way to survive on a competitive arena. So companies like Ericsson, for instance, I mean, it's Ericsson and Nokia are the 2 only Western players when we talk about telecom now in the world. And then adding to that our innovative landscape. I mean, we have Spotify, the Minecraft, and things like that. It really shows that there is a drive in Sweden to be open and to be innovative. And this is also, of course, reflects into the defense capabilities. And I think, and I note that the discussion here, yes, listening into the previous discussion also, where will innovation take place and how will it be launched into different capabilities? Civil innovation is today, I would assume, moving even faster than traditionally we have seen on the defense side. So I'm very proud to see that now we have really reached a high level of cooperation between civilian research in Sweden, working closely with the defense research, and then to create the innovative climate that, you know, our big defense companies like Saab, of course, but then BAE Hägglunds, who does the CV90 and so on, that we are really now coming close together to be able to provide the solutions for the future. And just adding to that, I think that due to the fact that we have such a high level of sort of digital innovation that is very much needed now, and I would assume that that has been discussed very much here in the previous panels also, to see that the extremely fast development of new capabilities that the war in Ukraine actually shows. That, I mean, who would have thought the rapid development of drones and so on. I do believe we have a lot to bring to the table. We are very, very keen to work closely with partners and friends to see how we can combine our resources and get more output, because it's needed, and it's needed fast.
Absolutely agree with this, and really this platform, Baltic Miltech Conference, it's a good way to make contacts and to also maybe to address Mr. Javarelli when it comes to launching some new projects together with Sweden. And my other question is about the battlefield, how it has changed since the war in Ukraine started, because the warfare was used to be perceived in different way. And since the war in Ukraine started, many innovations were applied. We are competing together with our adversaries and aggressors, who is faster to introduce those innovations into the battlefield, and who is faster to counter the enemy. So are we at the good speed?
You know, I think we have woken up to a reality where us at the political level really understands that we need to speed up. And at the same time, if I just look on the traditional political administrative level, how we do things in Sweden, a new regulation, new legislations, I mean, it takes time. So maybe up to 2-3 years. And we don't have that time. I mean, just to have the new regulations coming into when we talk about drone capabilities, what happens with AI, and you know, I think it's interesting. Yes, 3 years ago, the first open AI solutions came to the table, and we played around with it a little bit. Now, 3 years later, it's a tool that more or less everyone uses. And unless a company is part of using AI, I think we're going to lose out. So we have woken up to the problem, but are we already there to be able to be fast enough? I'm not sure. I think we have to work much harder and much faster. Since my years in Asia, in Singapore and Taiwan, it's very clear then you tend to follow very closely what happens in China. And we must not forget the civil-military fusion that is decided, the intelligence law that really gives the military side of the Chinese society full access to all innovations. And that's just a fact. We, of course, don't have that. We have a civilian company has its IP rights and so on. So having that in mind, we need to find the openness of working closely together. And I think that's sometimes a bit uncomfortable for the civilian side to be interacting with the military side. And equally, it's sometimes difficult for the military side to understand the way how civilian innovation is working. But if we can really find those meeting points, then I think due to the openness of our societies as liberal democracies that really is sort of embracing innovation and freedom of speech. That will, at the end of the day, be a decisive advantage that we really should cherish.
And if I may ask, NATO has NATO Innovation Fund, NATO has Diana Accelerator, EU has also different instruments like EDF, European Defence Fund, and other projects that are allowing the cooperation and faster development of defense industry and incorporation of innovations into capabilities. Do you see how both instruments and organizations could cooperate closer? Can we contribute to this kind of process in some way? And what would be your thoughts on this?
Well, you know, I think it's really, I mean, we're all part of this system, and we really need to highlight that now is the time to take down the administrative hurdles between different entities and organizations in Europe. It is very clear that we need to focus all our resources to get the capabilities in place, being able to development for the future as soon as possible. And the paradox of this is now currently with the administration in the US, and since I'm on the trade side, we follow very carefully every day what comes out from the White House when we talk about tariffs. But it has really shown also that in light of the terrible invasion from Russia into Ukraine, that we need to get our European entities in line and work closely together to be able to continue to provide. I would assume that any American leadership would like to see more of European capabilities being present and being able to deliver where it's needed. So yeah, we need to work hard and try to take down the barriers between the different entities.
And yeah, the last, because I can see the time running to the end, but the last question I would like to come back to your experience in Asia. So how because these are the innovators, the components that could be very useful for us, for the Europeans, for transatlantic community. How can we make those ties stronger with partner countries, and how we can integrate them better into our ecosystems? We have many representatives here coming from outside of the European Union and NATO. So maybe you have some advice or thoughts or recommendations, or how Sweden is doing this.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. And I think this is very, very important point. When we talk about friends and partners, we should not limit us geographically. It is very clear that the challenges of authoritarian governments and states around the world are not only present here in Europe. And we should work closely together in innovative, open partnership. Adding to that, you know, if we look back in history, we have never, ever been so closely interconnected, whether we like it or not, through our value chains. And this means that, I mean, since I was in Taiwan, the brilliant innovation and development that is ongoing there in big parts of the value chains is absolutely crucial for European defense capabilities. So we need to keep an openness to our friends in Asia to be able to keep the supply chains going. It's a dream, it's utopia to believe that we will copy and paste and set up the value chains in Europe on a fully autonomous way. That will not happen. So we need to navigate in this landscape, keep our friends close and work together. And if we do that, I think we will have good opportunities to be able to manage the challenges and threats of the future.
And the last point, before going on the stage, we were discussing, so how democracies, they are discussing, taking a long process. So what are your views on these perspectives? Because we are discussing a lot, but in the end, we need to have a result.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. But you know, I think that, everyone used to say that, you know, democracy is it's not especially good, but it's better than anything else. And that will eventually, there's no doubt about it, that when we manage to come together with our openness and our values, we will prevail. It might take some time, it might be bumpy on the road, but eventually we will do. And I think that just looking here at, I believe it's 37 different countries represented here. It's beautiful. It's wonderful, and we will be able to come together, and even though we maybe not speak the same language all the time, we maybe don't have the same culture, but we have basic values of openness and democracy, and that will bring us a long way, for sure.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Javarelli. On this optimistic note, this is what was my intention, that we finish with the optimistic note, looking ahead to the future with our joint projects, looking ahead to the future with our values that are uniting us. And together we are definitely much stronger than our potential adversaries, competitors, and aggressors that are threatening us. Thank you very much for being on stage here. Please applaud our discussion to Mr. Javarelli.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Håkan. Thanks a lot. I know it could be exhausting. I know it could be a long day. But reflecting today and thinking about how the whole summit is organized, I come back to probably the natural, natural behavior of Lithuanian nation, you know, being suppressed and being occupied. And after gaining back our independence, we are like always a little bit in a rush to catch up. So that's why we really put a lot of effort. And maybe we put a lot of content into the summit, but in the overall program, I think that's really enriching, and you will really find some insights for you. Now, welcome on stage, and do not forget applauding, because it's not for us, it's for you, it's for your energy and blood circulation as well. But of course also for the emotional status here in the room. Let's listen to the presentation provided by Laurynas Šatas, Chief Executive Officer from Activus Photonics. We have seen you today on the stage. Welcome.
Defense disruption, disruption in defense technology. And this is late afternoon, so I will try to be short, specific, and will give you one angle. Why we must risk failing in this condition to win faster. And that angle, which we will try to elaborate on, will be basically the story of Activus Photonics, how we tackle the things, and how you can tackle the things as well. What is important for you is not to think about me while I'm speaking, think about you, what you can do to A, take more responsibilities, B, collaborate. So, welcome to Lithuania, the land of lasers. And this is a great example. Most of my presentation starts with we come from Lithuania. And right now, right here, we have more than 60 companies employed in the market of laser physics, doing optical components, coatings, lasers itself, laser applications. What does that really mean? More than 2,000 families are eating daily bread because of innovative technologies which we are working on, innovation. That also means that since our university education, we know a thing or two about the lasers. So the context lasers, defense, and here we will step into the problematics of defense lasers. I will be very blunt, straightforward, and reveal you a secret. In any system, in any industry, there is one specific number of lasers which you can use and you will not have a problem. If you exceed that number, you will have lots of operational issues, you will have lots of integrational issues, engineering issues, stability issues, all kinds of issues. Who can guess the number? Is it 1? 5? 0. Why? Lasers, especially solid-state lasers, are very complex. Very complex means that there is lots of a chance that something will fail. In order to develop product, it is very costly. It's one of the reasons. In order to work with a product, you need to invest more in educate your user, but there are specific applications where it's impossible to have an effect without a laser. One of the applications is the terminal guidance with a laser target designation, military application. And this is not new application, but this is extraordinary applications which gives us ability with indirect fire control, close air support, to have centimeter precision on target regardless electronic warfare, which is amazing. Without laser, you cannot do it. So if this is so amazing, let's assume that somebody in the market have these competencies and such amazing technology pieces as F-35s, Eurofighters have already integrated laser target designators. It took decades and decades to develop the technology because it was extraordinary, disruptive. There was no place to fail. And this was done in collaborations which costed billions. And there are lasers inside which is done, no surprise, by prime contractors. The biggest defense industrial players, either in Europe, is it UK, is it France, is it US? And here we come with some believe very challenging technology and some believe that it's needed. So it's high risk to fail. And if I would come to this market to compete with primes, prime contractors, I would say there is no chance we could avoid that failure. Instead, it's not why we started the company. We come here only because of the reason that we cannot wait for them to cover our security needs. And what we really believe is that not F-35, not Eurofighter needs to do a designation task. Small UAS with small laser can have exactly the same effect together with Eurofighter, together with artillery shell. And that could save that little green guy life. Not to go into the front line, instead detach it from the front line. And here is the technical issues to make that technology from 200 kilogram payloads in extreme precision, low probability of failure during operation into something as small UAS can carry. There is great chance that you will fail on doing that. There is great risk that technically you will have an issues, and there is a great risk that your customer will not understand the application. Even if we will explain that that small UAS will change the world, it's not existing. It was not existing when we started the company. In 2020, there is no options like that flying in the battlefields. So you end up by something what is very technologically challenged, and you end up in something where there is no market now. And you need to take that responsibility and not being afraid to fail. In that sense, it means if we focus, that fail is a normal in order to disrupt and innovate in defense technology, we can actually do very important thing. And every of us, is it a company, is it the governments? If we go to fail fast, concentrate not on the process, but concentrate on identifying risk and addressing that ACP, you can win. And here on top of that, we have the second part. You remember collaboration. And here in that second part, we have the same question. Should we as a company, should we as a country do everything? I'm not sure. Because today's defense is a system of systems interacting together and collaborating in the battlefield for the best effect. But at the same time, if you do something very good, you can be extraordinary if you focus. It's the same thing as investment. We diversify the risk or we focus. So here with a technology provider, each time we have to define what is something what we do really good and continue to be best in the market and find partners to collaborate. 1 + 1 is not only 2, that's a nice fancy saying, but 1 + 1 is 2 if you are not afraid to share the risk of share your IP. If you're not afraid to compete with your potential partner, you might be in the position while the success is shining bright as a diamond, but there is multiple risks. If we will be afraid, we will not do anything. So this is messages of 2 things. I will finish my presentation by putting a bit more of the context. So Activus Photonics is doing lots of technical hardware stuff. And we do it like a proper Westerns. We don't allow ourselves in going fielding or producing for the customer something what has a tiniest, littlest opportunity to fail. We do lots of technological hardware development, and this is a great example why we develop laser accessory from 3D printing materials, titanium, aluminum alloys, in order to gain weight, and it takes 3 years to make it. It takes 3 years to save those 50 grams. And we work as a masterpiece. We love our babies of our lasers. I'm so proud of my team. The problem is that our adversary doesn't love their babies that much, and they don't care that much as we care about success rate. Our problem with our adversaries don't invest as much in the tiny details, but instead they field, and they field a lot, and they fail a lot. The problem is that with that scale, it does the impact. If only one device works out of the 5 and you have 2,000, that's way too much of an impact. So my ask here is for you to think about what we can do together in order to keep the Western part of the perfection, but at the same time take the responsibility of failing more, means deploying more, means evaluating more. Because otherwise we will have no chance to improve as much as we wish. So this is us from the Activus Photonics. My advice is fail fast, find a way to collaborate, and when your product will be in such an amazing place, don't forget that we will need thousands and thousands of it. If we will not fail fast, what is the option? There is no other options. So I think I used my 10 minutes well. Hopefully it was not too boring. If you will need any extra info, you will find me on LinkedIn. Thank you a lot.
Fantastic, Laurinai. Thanks for the energy, thanks for the braveness, and thanks for your inspiring example. So much to do, so much to chat, so much to discuss. But I do also want to announce some technicalities. You know that, yes, we have this forum just maybe an extra hour and then we're done. Then we will have 2 side events here around in the area of the hotel. So there will be a pitch session. There will be, just a moment. I just need to be sure that, sorry, I'm not mistaken. So we will have presentation on how to do business with NATO, Communications and Information Agency, and upcoming business opportunities for 2025. So that will be at 6. At 7, we will have at Zeta Hall, European Defense Tech Hackathon Winners Pitch Session. And at 8 o'clock, we will have a surprise for you. So you know that the most patient ones get the best. So we will have a special, well, sort of a musical concert of the very famous Lithuanian band, which is called GNG Syndikatas. And some of their songs were actually made by visiting special forces in Afghanistan, well, the Lithuanian special forces. So that is, well, symbolic. I would say almost most patriotic musical band in Lithuania. So just to end up the whole day with some well, let's call it an entertainment and very, very, well, huge emotional explosion. So that is just to remind you the overall program of today. Other than that, still alive? Nice. I hope that there's also some action happening in the lobby and they listen to us and they also hear us. Next panel discussion, Professor Wolfgang Koch, Chief Scientist at Fraunhofer FKIE. Welcome on the stage. Excuse me if I'm mistaken with some pronunciations, but nice to have you here. Then Sabine von der Reck, OHB Systems AG board member. Sabine, welcome. Again, not sure of the pronunciation, but I hope I managed somehow. That one is easier. Julius Bartashevičius, planning engineer at the Development Planning Board at the Defense of Staff of Lithuanian Armed Forces. Welcome. And moderated by Edvinas Kerza, managing partner at Scale Wolf. Welcome, Edvinai. Good luck.
Dear guests, friends, I see so many known people that have been working with us together for a decade probably to make this world safer. And I'm very proud about my panel because we have so much experienced people here on the panel. Professor is probably #1 in Germany about science in digital space, which is covering numerous from intelligence to whatever data fusions. Well, this lady, as I've learned, is a space lady, and all her life is absolutely full of that black area that probably us even don't understand what the hell is happening there. But as I know, it's a hobby, it's a job, it's all her life. So Sabine is working in space industry. And Julius is probably one of the most educated drone and aerodynamic professionals in military. Although he's a civilian guy, but working in defense staff in Lithuanian Armed Forces and learning how those disruptive technologies can benefit our militaries and can make our world and countries more secure and safe. And I will start from what previous moderator Monica said or asked, was who is better prepared, adversary or us, NATO countries? And I remembered 2014, when the real war happened for the first time, when Crimea was annexed. And we've heard the first time the two words, hybrid warfare. And at that moment, I was very into cybersecurity and digital security. And I saw how Russians were so well prepared to do those operations, and us, Western countries, could do nothing. APT groups that were financed by Russian intelligence created so sophisticated intelligence viruses that were stealing from NATO countries and official government institutions information, and we could do nothing. I myself am an IT guy. I was noting how information was leaking, and we had no tools. So, Professor, what about today? Do we have such technology that is already more advanced than we were 10 years ago? And would we be able today to defend ourselves if needed to get it back?
Well, what we could have learned, perhaps had not learned in 2014, is the importance of situational awareness. And this is not only situational awareness with respect to technology, it's also awareness on all these military levels, strategically, operationally, and tactically, but it's also on societal awareness. So technically, we have had full information on what's happening in the beginning of 2022, full awareness, and we even knew that blood reserves were delivered, so everything was clear. But apparently, the the society was unwilling to realize this. Perhaps even the political class was unwilling to realize this. And so I would say situational awareness in all these dimensions is important. Perhaps the technological aspect of situational awareness is not the most tricky one, because we know so much, we have so much technology at hand, and also our adversaries rely on physics and mathematics. That's not another physics, another mathematics, the same physics and mathematics. And so speaking of technology readiness levels, what we love to do is one thing, but what about doctrinal readiness levels? Is the science of planning and preparing for military operations, that's a part of science. Is that well prepared, doctrinal readiness levels? Who is pushing innovation in military affairs? Is it technology, or is it the need of the military people? So it must be a push and pull, both. And what about organizational readiness levels? So do we have the organizational background to realize what we really wish to have? So what we have learned, maybe not easily learned, is that there is a sort of triangle. We have those people whose duty is to require capabilities, the military people. And that's an R, the first R. The second R is those people who are realizing this. But realization of requirements is only possible if the armed forces and the industry, society as a whole, is also funding and financing a defense research capability. In the end, it's all mathematics and physics. And that's not easily learned, and you need the people who tell those people who are requiring capabilities what is possible. Sometimes they are requiring things that are too easy, sometimes too heavy, and also the industry needs a contact to most recent research. Except big companies. Big companies can afford that, but smaller companies do not have access to what is really going on the peer-reviewed international conferences. So this triangle is so important, and we have to realize that situational awareness on these three aspects, that makes us combat ready, kriegstüchtig, as we say.
Following your idea, so you say that it's all about mathematics, physics, but do you expect military to understand mathematics and physics? Should they start learning that science?
No. By no means. They should learn how to do operations, the science, operational science. But they have to talk to scientists, and scientists have to learn to talk to military people in such a way that the essentials are conveyed.
So you need a common language, how you would understand the problem set that military face, and you could explain what scientific models can be used for those technologies.
The best way for a research institution is to hire a former general. For example, General Vollmer, who is very much familiar with the Baltic affairs, and to have him as a red team, so to say, whom we scientists explain what we are going to do, what we have done, and he gives us impact on how can this be transformed in such a way that new and really innovative military technologies can arise. Because innovation is not only good research, innovation is not only good products, but innovation is if good research, excellent products are really coming into use and are part of the operational considerations. So it's the armed forces. The armed forces themselves have to it's their own concepts and their own will to fight. And those people need input from research, and the realizers also need research. So I'm advocating research, but this I think you may
Thank you, Professor. Let's move to more clear space, which is space. It's dark up here. And as far as I know, United States is leading technologies in space. China is somewhere around, and Russians are good. They were always good. Pakistan is upcoming. Where is the place for Europe? How do you see that?
So Europe is, when it comes to technologies, I think we are on an equal level than we are with the Americans and Japan and also Russia. It's not and in some areas I think we are the best. So, for example, Earth observation, which can be used for reconnaissance as well. We have developed the most interesting technologies for climate change data. But of course, this is, since space is always dual use, so we are on a very high level when it comes to Earth observation, satellite navigation. So Galileo is the best and most precise system all over the world. So European technologies for space are on a very high level. But we did not spend enough money in the past, and therefore now we have a lack of infrastructure, and that is something that is when we now face an opponent like Russia, and also dealing with a partner, United States, that is now a little bit on another path. We have to make sure that we have the same kind of infrastructure in space than the others. And this is also, so it's not only for the applications, but it's also, we have discussed that before, from my point of view, it's important for deterrence. You have to, if you want to be there, you have to be there. You're not invited to the right discussion, to the right table, if you are not in that area, if you're not in that domain. And therefore, it's not only about the necessary applications that you need if you deal with or if you are in the armed forces, for example, reconnaissance data, satellite communication. Of course, if we send, if we are facing that we have to send our troops into war, we have to make sure that they have the best access to that. But there's also space has always been very political. So the Apollo program from the United States, it was not really to send people to the moon to find out what is there, but to be there. And best would be to be there first. And therefore, space is always political, and space is always about deterrence. And I think that we have to spend not only more money, but more thoughts on what do we want to. What does Europe want to achieve in space, and what do we want to be there?
But do I correctly understand, space is absolutely dual use? You cannot live on one side, right? So all civilian services, we are using whatever navigation systems, for example, but on the other hand, you are doing intelligence, you do spy stuff, you do communication things, and probably nowadays without communications, it's even not possible to coordinate an operation, because jamming, and we will talk about that later on, or electronic warfare is so much advanced. So do I correctly understand that if there would be a situation of crisis and Europe would go on their own, we would have a challenge with our space infrastructure? We don't have it in place that would serve for our needs?
So we have, we are very lucky. We have space infrastructure. It has been it has been earmarked as civil in the past, but since space is always dual use, it's easy to just say, okay, so now we use it for other purposes. But we have some threats in space. It's not a really nice environment, so you have to make sure that everything that you send up there, the moment the satellite is up there, you have to prepare the next one to be launched a little bit. So okay, it's a little bit difference between the orbits, but it is not like you invest in that infrastructure once and then you say, okay, for the next 20 years I'm fine. You have to make sure that that you have always something in stock. And the good news is that because of that, we have a very short cycles of innovation. So we are very innovative. We can develop new technologies for the next generation very fast. but we have to make sure that we get the balance between what do we want to have on a very high-tech level and what is needed more on mass level. So what do we really need? For example, if we talk about communication, so Starlink is obviously a technology and a constellation that is based on the more satellites, the better. So
okay, good. Julius, we don't have space, let's presume. We don't have digital advantage, but we have a drone fleet, which a couple of years ago was a civil tool to play, to take some photos, whatever, film a movie. Nowadays, it's probably a must, and it is changing, the environment is changing, drone fleets are flying, they do the effect, and I understand they cost less, you don't have a pilot inside, so people don't die, I mean pilots don't die. What do you expect from that technology to be in a couple of years?
That's a very good question, and it's a more difficult question, because for me, so I come from a university environment, and I just joined the defense branch, let's say, within the armed forces. Just like the professor said, so it is good when the generals join the research, so I did the vice versa. I came from research and I joined the armed forces. And for me, who's been in the drone field, in the technology level field for 7 years, even for me, it is difficult to really clearly see the technological path, what's going to happen within the next 2 years. So I've been following the developments in in the drone technologies within war in Ukraine, and the innovation cycles are so fast. Whatever has, things that worked 6 months ago, they don't work anymore. Some of them still do, but there are new and new technological advancements coming that change these drone technologies. So it's difficult to clearly say what's going to happen next, but one or maybe two things for sure, it's the autonomy and swarming, which is enabled by autonomy. So talking about autonomy, maybe one thing what people don't really realize is that autonomy, the closer to the ground you are, the closer to Earth level you are, the more difficult it gets. Because in space, you don't have as many obstacles that a robot needs to overcome. There's quite a lot of space in space.
Although there are many rubbish things flying.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's easy, but it is a bit easier when you compare it to a 50-meter level, where you need to fly a drone, among airplanes, among power lines, buildings, and trees. So there are just more physical obstacles that can trip your robot. Next level, but at this point, we're quite good at actually making autonomous things fly at that level, and we can see it perfectly, in Ukraine right now. Next thing is the sea, because on the sea, if you have an unmanned system on the water, it is a bit more complex than in the air, because you have ground, you have coastlines, and you have the vision that you base your movement on. So it's a bit more difficult to see the horizon in between the water and the air. So the sea would be the next level of difficulty, and the hardest thing will be the ground. This is why we already have autonomous systems flying, but we don't have as many autonomous systems on the ground, because it's just more difficult. It takes more technologies to really make them work. So I would say this is definitely one thing that is going to change.
But would another disruptive technology like AI would work to solve this issue on the ground?
Exactly. It's exactly for AI and for additional sensors that they put on unmanned vehicles that help achieve this. Same with not electric, but autonomous cars. They have significantly more sensors than cars that were not made for autonomy, because every sensor helps them feel the environment and helps them to navigate through the terrain. But the more sensors you have, the more data you have, and you need to process the data. And this is where AI comes from, because artificial intelligence is very good at processing big data sets. So I would say, yeah, definitely it will help to create unmanned ground
How do you
vehicles.
see two unmanned systems fighting each other? Aggressors system against NATO system. How those sensors data sharing would work? How would that look like?
I would not be surprised if this has happened in Ukraine already, because the forces are known to use automated targeting systems, meaning that they see a target, they lock it, and they automatically fly to this target. And there are systems. I've seen some videos of Russian, let's say, reconnaissance drones that sense the counter drones incoming, and they do evasive actions to evade these FPV drones, for example. So this robotic fight is already going. Maybe it's not at a massive scale, but it will, at some point, it will be multiplied, let's say.
Okay, but this means a lot of data. It means next level of communications. And first that comes to my mind is quantum technologies. Professor, is there a way to get ourselves advantage in quantum technologies and some practical cooperation possibilities? Maybe this is the topic that we can be very good at.
What a wonderful question. Yes, it's an example of there's nothing more practical than good theory. And quantum theory definitely is a good theory. In quantum technologies, there are several levels. We have the level of quantum sensors. I do not so much believe in quantum radars, but I do believe in quantum magnetometers, quantum accelerator meters, quantum gravimeters. These sensors allow unmanned underwater vehicles, you mentioned this dimension, to navigate underwater in a very precise way and to make the ocean transparent in a way. So this is a technology which is fairly mature. So there's and close to practical applications. Then there's quantum communications, I would say. Secure quantum communication so that you can be sure that this information was not intercepted. I doubt a little bit that the bandwidth we need can be realized shortly. So that whatever. What is very powerful and before our doors are quantum computing, where I mean more specialized quantum problem solvers, and not the general quantum computers, generalized problem solvers made to solve particular problems. And this brings me to the fourth step, quantum algorithms. I said in the beginning, situational awareness is the key. In military operations, the commander needs to know what actually has happened. Knowledge and limitations of this knowledge, of course, and that's the basis for good decision-making and for achieving effects. And in creating situation pictures from many sensors, from many sources, involves difficult mathematical problems. I said in the end, it's everything physics and mathematics. The data association problems with combinatorial complexity, which means that a standard computing device calculates way too long. But these problems may be mapped on a quantum computing device and then solved very quickly. In a way, it's a return of analog computing. Mother Nature herself is solving the problem for us very quickly. And this is highly practical because everything is in the hyperwar, everything is on speed. Speed, precision, and completeness. These are the elements beyond our natural capabilities. And the commander who has first a more precise and more complete situation pictures can make a decision before the opponent can think of a decision. So who sees first is the first to achieve an effect, so to say.
Do you have receipts how to do practical cooperation to achieve a good result?
Yes, cooperation is so important. I think, seen from a German perspective, in Germany, the development of quantum computing devices, I think We need to know how these things work, of course. We need to have knowledge on this, but we will not. I don't think that we will cover the world market with phantom computers. But what we can do in Germany is to prepare ourselves to have the right problems and the good algorithms as soon as these devices are there, omnipresent and there. But of course, always, these defense research questions are difficult and require a joint and combined effort, so to say. I said this close cooperation with industry, of course. That's very important for both sides, very important. And on the other hand, it's also important to work within NATO. Yes, NATO is a community of values, yeah? So we are working together. It's so important. And therefore, collaborative defense research is a key. And actually, I'm so much impressed by what I'm seeing in Lithuania. I was in Vilnius Tech yesterday, and actually, since more than a year, we are in discussions of how to bring specific insights here in Lithuania with defense research in Germany together. I learned small is beautiful, somebody said earlier this morning. So a small country, that can be a benefit. Short ways of communication, quick decisions, and yes, and clever minds. So Lithuania has big chances. And then we have in Lithuania a heavy combat brigade very soon, with 5,000 men and women permanently stationed. Of course, challenged by all these topics that we are discussing here. Of course, drones, unmanned systems. So mass matters, and class counts. So the mass can no longer be human beings. They are too valuable. The combat value of a well-trained soldier, we cannot afford to have him shot. So medical care is so important, yeah, to keep humans alive. And so what is then mass autonomous systems? And by AI, by the world of algorithms, it's possible that a single man can command a swarm of drones. So a single man, a swarm of drones. So, and these are elements that are realities for German soldiers in Lithuania. And in Lithuania, there is so much experience and lessons learned from Ukraine. This is so valuable. So on a tactical level, what actually happens? You cannot think this on the table. So this could be really a win-win situation. Just an idea. It has to be formed. Has to be agreed on. And I do not wish to push something which is not sanctioned finally. But this could be. I think this could speed up innovation very quickly. And software is much quicker produced than hardware.
I'll take your idea about that every country has a chance, and we'll move to Sabine asking, space is probably a game for big countries, for big budgets, because infrastructure costs, operation costs. Even Europe does not have a lot of luxury to often go to space, right? So does such countries like Lithuania has any chance to do something in space?
Yes, of course. And the good news is you are already doing it, and you're doing it very well. So the European space landscape is, yes, of course, the big countries like Germany and France and Italy, they have their own big space programs, and they are also the big investors in the ESA programs. But space in Europe has always been, especially through ESA, which is not an EU agency, but it is basically EU membership and some associated members like Canada and Switzerland and Norway. And the ESA principle is geo-return. So every government that pays into a program, ESA guarantees that the amount will come back to industry in that country. So this is, from my perspective, especially for smaller countries, a very, very good instrument to make sure you have your share in the European space landscape. And especially in Lithuania, you have built your, so okay, now the company is sold to a Norwegian group, but with Nano Avionics, you have built up a company that was building that is building own satellite systems, which is quite impressive, I guess. And there are also other small countries in Europe. They found their niche in space. And it's not only about being capable of building own systems, own satellites. We have many challenges when it comes to our supply chain, and therefore I think that in the future, especially in the military use of space, we will find more companies, more suppliers that will be found all over Europe. So hopefully, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that there will be not so many monopolies, because that's also not very good. But and for example, we had the keynote before. Laser technology in Lithuania is very advanced. To be very honest, I did learn about this last year, but this is something that is very important for space technologies, and therefore I think space is, especially for smaller countries, also important for education, to attract the younger people to go into engineering, to go into science. So what do you want them to do in the future? They can develop new technologies for space. So if I go into schools, or if we have, I don't know, an exhibition and there are pupils or young people, and everybody says, I want to do something in space. And it's not everybody saying, I want to be an astronaut, but doing something meaningful, developing a new technology, being an engineer, this is something it's attractive for young people. So and therefore, I guess, especially since Lithuania is in so many high-tech niches, so good.
So even if I have a group of talented people who program well and use AI well, is it a niche? Is there any niche for space?
Of course.
Of course, great. I have a feeling that all disruptive technologies are somehow interconnected between each other, and they kind of put some additional layer. When we talk about drone autonomy, we already mentioned that AI could be part of that system toolbox. What else? We mentioned that maybe cryptography could be part. We understand that probably it can be controlled from space. Would you add any other layers that we would need to think of?
I guess, from a defense point of view, you need to ask the question, so what problems you have and what problems you want to solve and what technologies solve those problems. So for us, for Lithuania, same as for Ukraine, we have a small amount of people. We don't have that many people, right? So we need to be able to use our human resources as efficiently as possible. And for example, another technology that can do this quite well is swarming, where right now one operator of a weapon system usually controls one system. But we're adding the technologies of AI and maybe even quantum computing as well on top. So we can merge those systems into a system of systems, so that one human being would control a group of systems at that point. And in this way, we not only move the person from the front line further away to a safe zone, let's say, but also make use of the small amount of human resources that we have. Okay. Before the meeting, we were discussing what do we expect to come as a new civilian technology after this war, like internet. It was not created for civilians. It was created for military. Microwave. They created it when they were creating radar system, right? Cans, sunglasses, super glue, duct tape, everything was created for military, later on came to civil life. And we came up to the idea that nothing will come up, but more civilian technology will go into military. And then we came up with an idea that maybe it's
a topic where we take something quite old, equip with something modern, and something new comes out. Professor, you had a very good example.
Oh, that's interesting. But what will impact our life after the war? Two things, I would say. Firstly, we deeply experience that digitalization essentially implies vulnerability. This we are learning in war, very much so. This was your first question, the cyber attack. So digitalization implies vulnerability. So electronic warfare and counter AI warfare, adversarial attacks on AI-based systems, and of course cyber warfare. And after the war, we will be much more prepared to deal more soberly with threats of vulnerability. And second lesson, the importance of the human being. The more we understand what artificial intelligence is and what it is not, it becomes clear that the unique human capabilities cannot be replaced by machines. So the role of the human being will be more important than before. So the human being assisted by AI-based systems, cognitive machines that enhance our capability to understand reality far beyond our natural capabilities, cognitive machines, situation pictures, volitive machines that support our capabilities to form a decision-making by assisted overlooking of all the capabilities that will enhance human capabilities, human enhancement in a good sense. So human beings are more important. We are realizing the specific human characteristic is more important than we thought, actually. And I think this will be a lecture from the civil world. Human beings much better assisted by the machines. Yeah, we do not have the experts anymore. We do not have the specialists, but we will have the natural intelligence that is capable to deal with AI-based systems. And our natural capabilities allow us to deal with gray boxes and black boxes very well. With animals, we can deal, and we can deal with colleagues, with children, our wives, with our superiors. So we are capable to deal with other intelligences very well. So we will, after the war, we will understand what we can do with AI in a good sense and what we cannot do with AI. A bright future, isn't it?
Yes. True. Sabine, if a drone, civilian piece of technology became a military weapon, can we take an old satellite somewhere flying and not used anymore, equipped with new sensors, new technologies, AI, and make it a next generation disruptive weapon?
Maybe not yet today, but so there is actually research and development for in-orbit servicing. So maybe not the oldest satellites, because sometimes it's a little bit tricky. We have some that are still available, but really old satellites are in graveyard orbits, and to go to graveyards and bring something back, I don't know. But at least to maybe have something like a cleanup force for the near Earth orbits. This is something that I expect to be possible from a technological view within the next years. In the past, we had the problem that again, nobody really wanted to pay for that. So it's cheap. Space is hard. It's hard to go there. It's expensive. It takes lots of time, and you have to find someone to pay for that. And in the past, it has not been on the top priority, but this could be something for the future that might be the next step. But I think that so mankind will always be curious and find out what's out there. So still the question: are we alone? And so I think that there will be development of new technologies to go further into space. Propulsion, fuels, stuff like this, new materials. So I'm pretty sure that we will see within the next 10, 20, 30 years developments that nobody sitting here today can imagine.
What if I tell you that Europe decided not to invest into space? We're not interested, we abandon this space. What would
Then
happen?
welcome back to the 19th century.
Okay, so I got a signal that our great company is chatting on very important topics, although it's time to move to some other places to discuss. And I'm more than glad that we had a chance to talk with Professor from Germany, Mr. Wolfgang, and Sabine from space,
yes.
and Julius joined from drone technology perspective. And if you wish to have some additional questions, we will be somewhere around. And thank you for letting us chat and talk on disruptive technologies that are all around us. Thank you, guys.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear panelists. It's really, when topics are so involving and so interesting, time flies. Thank you very much. Audience, where are you? Yes, please, let's applaud the panelists. Yes, we slowly but surely come to the final part of the conference, which is the fourth part. We will have 2 keynotes and 1 panel discussion. And this part is called Cyber Frontlines, Battling Emerging Threats in a Connected World. And now we will have a keynote made by a couple of gentlemen. And let me start with Dr. Hans Christoph Atzpodien, General Director, VDSV. Welcome again, welcome on stage. Please take a seat. Yes, Dr. Hans will be accompanied with 2 colleagues, 2 friends, partners in crime. So, Dr. Fulvio Aregini, Head of Global Business in Fodas. Welcome on stage. Yes, and Paul Strobel, if that's correct. He's a public affairs lead and spokesperson for political communication at Quantum Systems. So, welcome, gentlemen. The stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, all together. We are also 3 here on stage, but we do it without a moderator. We just share a common keynote. So my name is Hans Atzpodien. I'm representing the Federation of the German Security and Defense Industries, and actually I got the task to talk about emerging cyber and UAV threats in the military sector and countermeasures. And dealing with that, I found that I'm by far not the right one to talk about this in depth. And so I'm glad to have the representatives of 2 member companies with me. As already announced, Dr. Fulvio Aregini of Infodas. Infodas is one of the member companies supporting us in cyber IT issues since a long time. And Paul Strobel, representing Quantum Systems, one of the leading German drone companies. So let me perhaps just come to a number of introductory remarks on behalf of BDSV, our association. So we as association are representing member companies in Germany, which are, all of them are suppliers of armed forces and governmental security branches. Our membership has increased heavily, of course, especially in the last 3 years, because of the war in Ukraine, because of the changed geopolitical environment, but also because we have been driving a number of campaigns successfully, I would like to say, and all of these issues have been somehow mentioned during the day. One, for example, is how to establish defense as an issue which is compatible with the ESG parameters provided by the Green Deal of the EU. We have created a claim which is security is the mother of sustainability, which has proven to be quite successful even before the invasion into Ukraine. Then, of course, we have been talking about crucial dependencies in the area of raw materials since quite a while. And this is right now becoming again, a real topic which we have to watch. I just remind you of the measures taken by the People's Republic of China against US beginning of the month. And of course, at the moment, the most important challenge is how we as industry can cope with the target that we have to deliver by 2029 everything which is needed by our armed forces in order to really be able to deter. And deterrence has been one of the first words in the morning. The target of 2029 has been mentioned several times. Now, this is just my very general introduction. Let me come to our topic. If we look at our topic, we find, of course, that in today's changed geopolitical environment, we have to face a situation which is described by our Chief of Defense, General Breuer, recently with the words, no longer quite peace, but not yet war. This kind of gray zone, which has been highlighted today as well in some of the remarks and the speeches. Cyber attacks are a key element of hybrid warfare. Cyber operations constitute a key determinant component of hybrid strategies, and there are no defined clear lines between attack and non-attack. Military authorities and organizations are also at the center of enemy cyber operations, and recently the head of our home intelligence said something like, we are no longer under hybrid threats, we are since long time under hybrid attacks. So this especially is a relevant issue, sorry for this mistakes on the slide, for military operations, and this is what we are going to talk about in a minute. In the military domain, we have special vulnerabilities, and we have an issue of, let's say, confidence in our own systems if we are getting under hybrid attacks. And this is just leading to, let's say, the presentation of my colleagues, and my voice is deteriorating, so I hand over to you.
Thank you very much. So, it's late in the afternoon, so I wouldn't go through each and every row of this table. I suppose that each one of you have been seeing distinguished speakers speaking about these kind of threats, the vulnerabilities that we have today. But what do they have in common? They have in common that they are using your own data against yourself to disrupt your mission or your entire organization. And instead of going through a technical analysis of this table, let's go through a story which is partly fictional, partly real. So I hope that at this time in the day, you will like to hear a story. So, are the threats that we've been seeing new? Probably not. Let's go to a spy movie, the classical spy movie. There is the spy wearing the hat and the coat, trying to steal data, or trying to deceive the enemy or the adversary, or trying eventually to do a sabotage on the system of the adversary. In the past, that was done, you see in the movie, with poison, with bombs, with the microfilms, and so on and so forth. Today, that's easily done in the cyberspace. Today, what we called in the past espionage is data theft. Today, what we called in the past psyops has become the so-called cognitive warfare. And today, what we call sabotage is called, for example, distributed denial of service. So the threats themselves are not new. They have evolved. And the scary thing about these threats that in the past, they were mainly used in a silo, one after the other, with poor coordination. Today, in the cyberspace, it is easy to use all of them together in a very coordinated manner, which can bring eventually to a catastrophic damage. Let's take two examples from the recent history. So everybody knows who is Alan Turing, I suppose. Alan Turing, 1941, and the capturing of the Enigma machine. In the past, to crack a code, you needed to steal the machine and to put a highly smart mathematician to crack the code. Today, that is as simple as stealing username and password for a system. A little bit of social engineering, a little bit of phishing, and it's there. Let's talk about another thing. Do you know who is William Martin? Somebody knows? William Martin is a person that never existed. William Martin is a person that was created by UK intelligence in the course of the Operation Mindsmith to deceive the adversary, making them believe that the Allies would reach Greece instead of Sicily. And this person never existed. It was a completely fake identity created for the purpose of deception. Today, that thing is easily done with what is called cognitive warfare. You just need to put a swarm of bots working for you and posting fake things on the internet, and if it is on the internet, it's true. And it's done. So you see, it's not that the threats are new. The threats have evolved. And what is the dimension of the problem today? This is the dimension of the problem. 90% of the attacks today include data exfiltration or data theft. And 40% of the attack to governmental organizations are using data exfiltration and data theft. And normally, between the moment you get attacked to steal your data and the moment you realize it, because there is also the part of encryption, disruption, destruction of the data, it can be months or even years. That's the dimension of the problem. So, what we do in the military, we do the easiest thing. Let's segregate everything, air gap. That's a great idea, right? So, we take everything in the most secure room of our command, we disconnect everything, and then that's what happens. It happens that, as said by General Berger from the US Marines, the Marines can't work because they can't have access to the information because everything is classified. Or it happens that you can't actually bring data from a point to another of your operational scenario. Then on the other hand, on this end, we would like to segregate data. But on the other hand, you know what is CJAD C2, Combined Joint All-Domain Command and Control. You know what is MDO, multi-domain operation. If you read the doctrines of several member states of NATO, we are speaking about synchronizing effect, exploiting data from old sources to reach decision dominance. We were hearing before, who sees first decides better. This is what the doctrine calls decision dominance. The mission commander who can decide better and faster of the adversary gets decision dominance. And this is achieved only if your data are able to move. So essentially, the threats have evolved because the way of making operation has evolved. We started with our spy story where there is printed paper going around with the stamp top secret being shared with couriers and so on. Then we switched to network-centric warfare. Let's connect everything. So the more connection you have, the better it is. But it's not the network which is carrying value. The data are carrying value. The network is just a pipe where the data are flowing. So now we are in the process of understanding that it's not just about the network, it's about the data. We are defining what is called the data-centric security. The data have to be able to move and they have to be kept secure. And we are eventually going towards the cognitive warfare, where even the human element is taken into account, because data can be used in the digital dimension, but can be used also against the human dimension to overload the cognitive capability of the commander. Because if you have too much data, you are not able to decide. You are simply overloaded. Then, what is the data-centric security? This is how NATO defines data-centric security, to have data shareable and protected for life. That is the best summary of need to know versus need to share. And what do you need for your data to be fit for purpose? You need what in a very nice article from Red Hat, they define the 5 V's of data to achieve decision dominance in multi-domain operations. So you need, first of all, to understand that security is not a matter that depends on, that belongs to the system, to the network. Security belongs to data, and data is what you have to protect. So let's exit from our fictional story, and I will give you a couple of real-life experiences we've made at Infodas about how to protect these things. One is connecting forces and assets from different nations or the different service. You remember, combined, joint, all domain, command and control. This is how it's done. Today, you can't connect to assets belonging to different nations because of their classification. We are doing it each and every year, for example, at the NATO missile firing exercise in the Isle of Crete. And this picture on the left side comes from the candidate FMN specification Spiral 5. Then it will be for sure in the Spiral 6. So this is the need. You need to be able to connect, first of all. Let me give you another example. We've been speaking about drones in an extensive manner. My colleague Paul, in a minute, will give you a much deeper perspective about that. But drones are great. They give you sensors, they extend your range, they extend your space of maneuver, but what about integrating them in your C2 system? That's where the pain comes, because your C2 system is classified, the drone is not. We are, for example, participating to exercises like RAPMUS, which is an exercise taking place in Portugal each and every year, and we are showing how it's really possible to connect classified combat management systems in the naval domain and unclassified drones. Because the drone is great, but you need to be able to control it from your classified system. Then this is an example which goes outside the military, but you may remember what happened at the beginning of the conflict in Ukraine, the disruption of the Belarus railway system. This could happen also to the railway system of our nations for the same reason, because it's quite easy to do that. And for example, we are using technologies to protect the boundaries also of OT, of critical infrastructures, because the great part of the OT networks and systems that we have are older than 15 years. So they are constantly exposed 24/7 to attacks. And you can have the best drones ever, you can have the best technology ever, but if you're not able to move on your territory, you have lost the war. Finally, another example, we need interoperability. We'll be speaking about interoperability, but not only with the military, because using data from all sources means also that there are other services, civilian-military cooperation with police, firefighter, healthcare, critical infrastructure. Then you have two problems there, how you ingest the data and how you disseminate the data, because you need to have the data moving from the periphery to the center and vice versa at the speed of light, and you need to do that while keeping them secure. So that's the point. The key challenge is not how do I protect my data, but how do I protect my data, making them usable and shareable, because decision dominance is achieved only if you can bring the data where it's needed in the exact moment when it's needed. So these are the key takeaways. We are not facing new threats. The threats have evolved together with the technology we used on our side. So the blue team has evolved together with the red team. We need today to enforce MDO, CJAT-C2, decision dominance. We need data to be able to move. And there's only one way out for that, which is the data-centric security and going beyond the segregation, technologically and also in the norms, which sometimes are blocking the real possibility of data to be shared. So that's my part. Now, you've seen the drones case, and I will hand over to Paul, which will give you another perspective of how drones and data live together.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Paul from Quantum Systems. Hold on, I have a nice slide here. And today I will do something very comfortable, for me at least. I will only show you pictures and I won't give you any answers, but just raise questions. which then after my talk, I will be very happy to discuss with you. So cyber threats are always hard and abstract and hard to grasp. So I want to walk through one specific scenario and give one specific answer to this scenario, being very well aware that this is not the only answer and only part of the solution. Let's walk through it. It's a normal day in your hometown, and then something happens. Everything is down. Cyber attack. Your phone doesn't work. Lights out. It's dark. Of course, traffic breaks down. You can't move anymore. Where are you going to go? The law enforcement officers amongst you know that what happens when power goes out. Crime goes up. What do your first responders do in this situation? All of a sudden, there's confusion. The military amongst you, you know how the war in Ukraine started. Movement on the front line, what are you going to do? You hear about it, how are you going to react? Maybe some special operations forces are moving across the border, maybe they're sabotaging your power lines. Again, confusion, uncertainty. And that's basically what we're dealing with in a cyber threat scenario. Uncertainty, loss of information. We don't know what's really going on and we don't know how we can react. And then you start to get information. You start with some car you're tracking, maybe some more military-grade information of tanks or military vehicles that you're spotting along the front lines. And finally, you get a clearer and clearer understanding of the threat that you're dealing with. And these are some images that our drones captured at exercises in Germany and in combat in Ukraine. And that's where we learned how important it is to have a clear image of what is going on and clear situational awareness. And drones, like the one I'm showing you here, the vector drone, they're part of the solution. We are very well aware of that. And that's the one answer I will give, that for one specific scenarios, aerial intelligence can be an answer to the threats that we're dealing with today, to hybrid threats, to cyber threats. They're not the whole picture. And this is really what I want to invite you guys after this talk to discuss with me and with my colleagues who are here today, how in the defense, in the border protection world, also in emergency response and in disaster control, we can operate under cyber threat. So, number one, how do our C2 systems, we heard about that before, how do they work under cyber threat? Number two, how does, for the military amongst you, how do we do mission type tactics? Or, I mean, I'm German, so Auftragstaktik is a big thing for us. I'm a former officer myself. How do we ensure that the drones, in my case, information ends up with the people on the ground who have to make the decision in the moment? How do we inform them? And then, yeah, aerial intelligence is the one pitch I will give you for this conversation that we're hopefully going to have after this panel discussion. As part of the answer, but I think the question is much wider and one we're happy to discuss. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, both of you, Dr. Fulvio Arrigini, Paul Strobel, for giving these ideas, this insight, just a flavor to the topic which we got, and this is just maybe offered as a little wrap-up. However, the real wrap-up is just to show you that a good association is living of the substance of the member companies, and in this case, out of our 300 member companies, I'm very happy that you, Infodas and Quantum Systems, could give this input. Thank you very much, and that's it from our side. Thank you. Making good some time.
Fantastic, brilliant. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Again, some part of the content and insights and opportunities. Just saving your time, no how to say, side chit-chats. Another keynote, Valeria Kovtun, Strategic Partnerships Lead at Open Minds. For another keynote speech, Valeria, welcome on stage. Thanks for joining our summit.
How do I switch the slides? So then it's the green one. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Many discussions today focus on Ukraine and bring up Ukrainian experience. And that made me think about 2022, February, myself. Back then, we also had so many conversations, so many warnings telling us that the war was very close. Yet we kind of felt it coming, but we chose to ignore it, honestly. We felt like we had to keep working, we had to keep, pretending as if we were still in a normal world, because who would attack a sovereign country in the 21st century? This would definitely defy the common sense. And it was normal to believe that no one would actually dare to do that. No one would start a full-scale invasion of a sovereign country in a broad daylight. So, like millions of Ukrainians, you wake up one day and your city is being bombed, air raid sirens, chaos. And even if we prepared and if we read theory, if we learned a lot in advance, I don't think it could have helped us, because you cannot really expect how your mind will work in a crisis situation. Suddenly, my phone was full of Telegram messages, Viber messages, hundreds, thousands of them, and I was glued to my screen. My loved ones, the whole family was glued to their screens. They were prepared to flee. They didn't know if they should flee, if they should stay in the country, if they should stay in the city. And obviously, all those channels that we were subscribed to, they were reporting absolutely contrasting information. One channel says there are saboteurs, tons of made-up stories about, different people who try to undermine Ukrainian sovereignty inside of the country. Some of the channels say that our city was already under occupation. Some of the channels say that, Russians are still far away. You don't know who to believe. And that's when I could see very senior people panicking. People who knew the theory very well, who could have reacted, as I thought, very soberly in this situation, yet they didn't. They either disappeared, they were in a complete crisis, they couldn't mentally cope with an actual war, with an actual battle happening 5 kilometers away from them. So that moment made me think that even if you are preparing, you never know how your mental system will react. And you can never exclude the possibility of absolutely different human reactions in crisis situations. In those first few days, Russia flooded our information space with dozens of fake hyperlocal Telegram channels. Channels that looked real, used the names of our towns, our flags, our street names, and people followed them. Because when you are terrified, when you are confused, when you are emotional, you cling to anything that sounds familiar. In total, over 50 fake regional Telegram channels were launched in the early days. And they were all pushing the same narratives. Ukrainian cities are surrendering. Your army has abandoned you. There is no hope. Zooming out even further, Ukrainian intelligence uncovered 86 Russian bot farms, managing over 3 million fake accounting, targeting our information space with potential reach of 12 million people. This is slightly less than 1/3 of the population of Ukraine, and this is Telegram only. Fact-checkers I worked with, people who've been in this field for decades, they told me they have never seen anything like this. The volume of disinformation flooding our information space in those first few days of the invasion was staggering. It did feel like an avalanche. And as a disinformation expert myself, I was in the middle of all of that, and I could see that affecting people, affecting the people I knew really well. And let's be honest, this actually wasn't unpredictable. It was a shock because we refused to see it coming. For years, we treated Russia's information space as someone else's problem. We dismissed the escalated hatred, the open incitements to violence, the steady drip of narratives portraying Ukrainians as subhumans, as a threat. And Russia's war against Ukraine didn't begin with the tanks on our streets. It began with words and the fight in the cognitive domain. With years of dehumanization, with the careful construction of a narrative that made aggression not only acceptable domestically, but also necessary in the minds of millions of Russians. A month before the full-scale invasion, I started reading news from the Russian information sources. And I was watching Russian state television. It wasn't a fun thing to do. And it felt like stepping into a parallel reality where the war had already been celebrated. In an informal chat with a very senior Ukrainian official, I asked, are we doing anything about this? Are we actually following what's happening inside of the Russian information environment? And they said this phrase, we need to focus on our own people first. We don't have time and resources to deal with Russia. That sentence has stayed with me ever since, because here's what we've learned in a hard way. If you don't engage with what's brewing on the other side, it doesn't just stay there. Eventually, it crosses borders. And when it does, it's not just information. It becomes occupation, violence, and irreversible loss. And I see Europe repeating exactly the same narrative now, that we cannot cross the red lines, that we cannot target the audiences of the adversary country, that we need to focus on our own domestic audiences and invest resources in protection. But here's another very illustrative example. Not understanding the enemy led to mistakes in the early counter-influence operations by Ukrainian government, and also by Ukrainians in general. We were still hopeful in the early days of the full-scale invasion that we could evoke empathy from the Russian people, from the ordinary Russians, that we could make them protest, we could make them feel empathetic, and we believed that showing them photos of dead Russian soldiers would force people in Russia to take action. But some time later, at Open Minds, we tested how these messages actually landed inside Russian society. And what we found was exactly the opposite to what we'd expected. Instead of creating empathy, they triggered even more support for the war. What Ukrainians didn't take into consideration when launching this campaign is that the level of hatred and aggression that is tolerated in the Russian society is extremely high, much, much, much higher than in Western Europe. This gap can be attributed to a combination of a weaker rule of law and cultural factors that make violent solutions more acceptable. If some of you speak Russian, you might remember a very famous Russian saying, which says, if he beats you, it means he loves you, implying that domestic violence can be a sign of affection. Of course, we wouldn't generalize, we wouldn't judge the whole level of violence just by this saying, but it illustrates very vividly the situation we are dealing with inside of Russian society. The enduring presence of attitudes in Russia that rationalize hitting a spouse or a child, it points to a higher tolerance of violence in general. Violence is normalized, whereas European societies, they have worked a lot to stigmatize it. Since 2022, we at Open Minds have been operating in the field of cognitive warfare, studying and analyzing authoritarian regimes and audiences there. We use in-house technology and deep local expertise to conduct research projects, to launch counter-influence operations. We have reached quite a few million people by this time. One of the research projects that we work on is focusing on the Russian threats, in particular Russian threat index towards EU and the West. We update it regularly. With this index, we measure the frequency and intensity of threatening statements made by Russian officials and disseminated through pro-Kremlin media. And there is a significant escalation in aggressive rhetoric from Russia. Last year, we recorded a peak in threats directed at Western nations, Also, they have changed in nature and become more material and less vague. The share of military and nuclear statements has increased and is now almost twice as high compared to 2022. We are expanding now our threat index, and the next editions will look at Russia bordering each country separately, so stay tuned for that. We do analyze Russian influence operations a lot. We've tracked so many of them targeting German internal politics, in particular fueling immigration crisis. It's interesting though, because another report that we did was looking at the level of xenophobia inside of Russia. The country that is fueling xenophobia and immigration, hatred to immigrants moods inside of Europe is itself grappling with a much, much bigger problem domestically, yet we do not really take much advantage of that. Over the last 10 years, Europe has doubled its efforts to counter propaganda. We invest a lot in pre-bunking, debunking, disinformation monitoring, developing methodologies that are all well aligned. But we really dedicate little resources to understand what happens in the information environment of the adversaries. But how we looked if our supply actually meets the demand, how we asked ourselves what our people actually want, why hostile propaganda still remains so effective, why Russian propaganda is so good. Because it gives people meaning, family values, the idea of control, the order, someone who takes care of you, someone who's confident enough to make a decision for you. And when I talk to most of my European friends and acquaintances, all in their mid-30s, and I ask them, what would you do if the war was happening in your country? The first instinct, the first response which I usually get is I'll fly away. I'll get a ticket somewhere, I'll buy a flight ticket, I'll go to the US. That's the first instinct. So why do they answer this in such a way? Because there's no meaning. There's nothing for them to stand for. There's no meaning that Europe has provided to its citizens as a counter-narrative. What is there to defend? The defense requires not just weapons, not just non-bureaucratic procurement system. It needs the right character. And we need to invest in building that character too. I'd like to finalize with 2 calls to action. I believe that we can't ignore these calls to actions these days. First is shift to the war mindset. I was very pleased to hear quite many people mentioning the same statement today, in Lithuania in particular, because peace requires the commitment of both sides. It's a shared agreement that conflict is over or unnecessary, but war requires only one side to decide. One actor can unilaterally declare the war by shifting tactics, by attacking the will, the mind, the social fabric without a single shot. This is exactly how cognitive warfare works. You may be in a war long before you recognize it as such. And because it doesn't start with explosions or invasions, but with disinformation, fear, doubt, it's easy. It's really dangerously easy for societies to ignore this opening move. And if you wait for the bombs to fall before you realize it, you're already behind. At Open Minds, we like to use the metaphor with a boxing ring. So, if you are fighting and you only protect yourself, your chances of winning are close to 0. So we need to learn to punch back. We need to study the adversary. We probably need to stop thinking that by distancing from the attacker we can survive. We need to understand the threats, their intentions, and be ready to respond. Thank you.
Well, Lydia, thank you very much for such a realistic and down-to-earth presentation that actually, again, brings us to some, again, memories and alerts, I would say, alerts us also to be very, very careful and very aware. Last panel discussion at this official part, but yes, just to remind you that there are some more events today happening around us. I will announce them right after the discussion here. Again, some fantastic panelists with plenty of experiences and plenty of their own field representation. Let me just invite one by one. It's Kazimieras Sadauskas, co-founder at CBRX. Kazimieras, it's my pleasure to welcome you here on the stage. Hi again. Then Colonel Vytautas Striubas, Cyber Defense Command, Lithuanian Armed Forces. Vytautai, welcome on stage. Hello again. Then we have Paolo Balboni, PhD, European ICT, Privacy and Cybersecurity lawyer. Paolo, hello. Welcome here on stage. And we have Captain Vitaly Voropai, Head of Military Unit, Cybersecurity Department, Armed Forces of Ukraine. Hello, welcome on stage. We have Tadas Jakštas, Head of Cybersecurity, Capacity Building Unit at NRD Cybersecurity. Hello, welcome. And as for the moderator role, Elizabeth, we invite you as Elizabeth Gozlin-Malo, Defense News. Hello, Elizabeth. Have a fruitful discussion.
So hi, everyone. Thanks for sticking around at the last of the day. We appreciate it. My name is Elizabeth Gosselin-Malo, and I am the Europe correspondent for Defense News. Today, like you heard, you'll be hearing from 5 knowledgeable speakers about cyber frontlines and the emerging threats that we're seeing in this space. So I'd like to start us off with a basic question. Obviously, over the last couple of months, in the headlines, you probably have seen a lot of information about the proliferation and diversification types of threats that national critical infrastructure across Europe are facing. So I'd like to hear from our experts about what they think is the most urgent threats to critical infrastructure posed by adversaries and how organizations can enhance or fortify themselves against these. So first off, I'll start with Captain Voropai?
Yeah, Voropai, Vitaly Voropai. Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you all for being here. It's a huge opportunity to see you all, to chat with you. Regarding to the question, first of all, you should understand that no one should be alone. Like, there is no like fancy and cyber defense armed forces or any sector like government, energy, financial sector. We are all in the same boat. We are playing for the one team. So we really should take care of one and each other, because if one will fall everyone. So you can just imagine, I was like listening about the propaganda. I've been in Kyiv at the same time. You know, one of the not obvious things Russians do with us, they provoke panic, and which leads to the blockage of the logistics ways, you know, because people was afraid. They was trying to save their lives, their families, their pets, and everything they have, and they was trying to run away. That's how they block the movement of the armed forces, which was trying to defend. You can ask me why they wasn't in place, but I'm not the person you should ask. Next step, to my mind, I know back in Europe you have a lot of different regulations. You have GDPR, you have different, I don't know, like NIST 800 and different regulations. But the main point is to check, double check and triple check if these requirements are in place. Are they really made and are they really done by all the sectors we are talking about? Because you can believe me or not, you can just try and Google news from Ukraine. Our enemy, Russians, they seek and look for the weakest points in every country. And back in Ukraine, they're doing like total erasement of the infrastructures. So we don't even know if they stole something or not. They just keep erasing infrastructures till the ground, till zero. So after these cyber attacks, nothing left behind. And knowing this, you can try to rebuild your key steps. First of all, how to avoid, and then how to restore. You can imagine about the backups. Probably you have all of them somewhere online, maybe. but if they are connected to any network existing, they will be erased as well. So keep in mind and try to be one step forward and one step ahead. Thank you.
And I'd also like to hear from Dr. Balboni regarding this, especially the second part of the question about how organizations can, fortify themselves to protect against these types of threats.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Just building up on what you correctly mentioned, cybersecurity is a collective effort. And I think the private sector, the business, has a huge social responsibility, I would say, because security is a social responsibility, to increase their cybersecurity posture. So if we look at Europe and the European cybersecurity strategy, and as it has been so far executed with the Cybersecurity Act, NIS2, DORA, and in the future the Cyber Resilience Act, I think we are going in the right direction. But I think there is still a huge gap between what the legislations require and what it is actually done by all companies. So we can assume that large organizations, large companies, they will invest more and more in cybersecurity because they have enough fundings, enough capabilities, and there is business continuity at stake. They may be listed at stock exchange. There may be reputational damages. But what about small and medium enterprises? My experience as business lawyer is that they struggle. They struggle to comply with the minimum cybersecurity hygiene. And the enemy is actually looking at the sweet spot, the vulnerability. And it doesn't matter the size of the company, because the company may very well offer some very important services to critical infrastructure. And therefore, they may be subject to NIS2 or DORA in the financial sector. But will they comply? Are they compliant? And more generally, I think we have all a mission. We have different stakeholders, very powerful stakeholders here, to make sure that we raise awareness that this is a social responsibility. We are as secure as the weakest link. Thank you.
And if I turn to you, Tadas, what would you say in your role you've seen or you would consider to be currently the most pressing national threats to critical infrastructure?
Yeah, thank you very much. I believe looking from the cybersecurity perspective, because this is what I would like to bring, and having worked in this area, specifically focusing on critical information infrastructures, I would say then we are assessing specifically nation-sponsored threats, also called APTs. Then, of course, the general objective of these threats have always been espionage, sabotage, financial fraud, and these are the core objectives that these groups are focusing. And from my perspective and from the experience that I have, looking at specific threat categories that we see certain groups of threats that are essential here. And the first I would say is destructive malwares. Experience shows, we have seen it also in the past, that our adversaries, they deploy these malware, either OT or IT related malwares, to the critical infrastructures, even to the military infrastructures, in order to disrupt the critical services that our societies, our governments depend on. And that ultimately leads to, and the objective is to create a chaos, to create a situation where people distrust their governments, and they also impair the national resilience. The second group of threats that I see are also involving, and we have seen that in the last couple of years, is ransomware operations. Although historically ransomware has been more linked to the financial groups, criminal groups. However, in the last couple of years, we have also seen a surge in ransomware attacks directed by the advanced persistent threats. I think a good example is a few years ago, we had a major attack against Albania. Then the objective was to really disrupt the governmental services, to hijack the information and exfiltrate that sensitive information that the government possess in order to discredit the government and to disrupt the services. The third group of the threat that I also see are important when we talk about critical infrastructure is supply chain compromises. We know that the industries are more and more connected. We have more service providers. We have third-party vendors being active in this field. So some of organizations have taken quite strong measures, security measures, security controls when it comes to cybersecurity, but other less advanced, I think we still need to step up in this field. And the last category that I would say is also rising and very important is insider threat, especially in the context of these geopolitical environments. We have to pay attention more to insider threats because, again, this is a group which is difficult to detect. It's difficult to mitigate. So we need to make sure that we have a proper measures, plans and procedures to mitigate those threats. So these are the core threat groups that we see are evolving. Thank you.
You wanted to add something?
Yeah, so it's a bit maybe hard to talk after Tadas, who covered everything so excellently, but maybe a small addition. I believe there is also a convergence between the nation threat actors and also cyber criminals. So cyber criminals are using the same techniques, tactics, procedures as the nation state actors. And this convergence is interesting because sometimes the activities of nation states can be masked by the activities of cyber criminals. So that's one interesting point. And maybe one addition I would like to mention, of course, is the AI-generated threats. So maybe this is not very prevalent at this given moment, but it's getting more and more of a problem. So things like, let's say, phishing attacks or social engineering attacks, which are generated by or maybe enabled by AI, deep fakes and threats like that. So I believe we are going to see more and more of this. And of course, AI in this case is also the problem, but in some cases, it's also an answer.
And now, turning to Colonel Sriubas, I'd like to hear from a Lithuania's perspective. How would you say that threats have evolved from adversaries in the cyber domain or changed in recent years, especially in light of the known enemies who are getting more sophisticated in their capabilities?
Thank you for your question. I would start with good news. We consider that we are stable cybersecurity situation in Lithuania. But okay, it's very interesting to observe some statistics. I will come to your questions, but let's say if you compare year 2022, 23, and 24, what we see in the 22. War in Ukraine started and boost of reported cyber incidents. 23, lower, 30% lower. At that time, our colleagues from other institutions were awaiting massive usage of artificial intelligence. It was not the case. 2024, growth of reported incidents in 60%. Why? One of the reasons is simple, just better reporting, because it's a mutual trust and companies start to report about incidents. But another one, from our perspective, is starting to use new tools, which include new technologies, like artificial intelligence and so on. And I thought already mentioned to some extent that it's not just state actors using these tools. It's a massive usage of criminals and, let's say, script kiddies, so everybody can use it, and it creates some big amount of these incidents. What is important that these new tools can allow hostile, let's say, users or adversaries to find a target quickly, to use, for example, zero-day vulnerabilities very quickly, and all this kind of activities quicker than we can react. Actually, to be honest, see philosophically, always all bad guys use all possible means just to achieve their goals, as we also use all possible means to address that threats, and we also use in our systems artificial intelligence. Probably there are no new information system which is not have involved such technologies. So even we know that state actors, very serious state actors, let's say, using AI for decision making and all these kind of things put us in a very specific situation, quick reaction, and also use the same technology to react to that. What we see is stable in our cyberspace. It is gathering intelligence from state users, and of course, punishment for certain political decisions. If there are any statement from our political leaders, so we see activity in a cyber domain. And finally, I would like to say that despite all this technology, we see that the human decision is the most vulnerable thing. And bad guys use very sophisticated attacks when they use social engineering, some technical means, and target human decision. It's very dangerous things with that, I think. So.
And if now we turned to looking at innovations that help mitigate these types of threats, I'll turn to Paolo for this one. What would you say are certain innovations in cybersecurity that you see as having, a significant impact on mitigating related threats in this domain?
Yeah, well, as it was anticipated a little bit by the colleague panelist, I think we're going to see more and more of AI, defensive AI, deployed in order to prevent and react to cybersecurity attacks. So I think I personally pose a lot of hope in that, especially seeing how quickly AI technology is developing and the good use that can be done in the cybersecurity space. As it was mentioned before, AI can also be used as offensive tool to attack, and AI can also be used as a vulnerability to attack. You can attack an AI system. But I think AI will be a very important factor in increasing the prevention and reaction to cybersecurity. Aside from technology, I would like to echo your word. Eventually, the human is still one of the weakest points, and therefore I think it's very important also not to forget awareness training, not just targeted training to specific groups in organizations, departments, and so on and so forth, but really working on large literacy regarding cybersecurity that, in my opinion, should start already at the very early stage in the age of elementary school, and try to make youngsters understand the basic of cyber threats, because they can also be a vehicle, they can also be a vulnerability.
And if I was to turn to you, Kazimieras, excuse my Canadian accent.
No worries. Everyone butchers my name, so that's okay.
Beyond AI, what other innovations do you see as being significant to help us counter these types of threats?
Well, thank you. Great question. I believe there are quite a handful of those, and of course, we wouldn't want to get into technical details here. And many of us heard things like post-quantum cryptography, or maybe zero trust architecture, behavioral authentication, or something like this. But maybe what I would like to touch upon is the convergence of AI, of course, technologies, because first of all, it's automation or orchestration systems like that. But also there is another part which I believe is interesting and quite paramount today, is touching upon cyber-physical systems. So things like digital twin, like simulating attacks there and maybe defense before you even encounter a real attack. That's an interesting part. And for example, being able to copy the whole infrastructure, would it be operational technologies, would it be physical systems, would it be, I don't know, cable infrastructure or something like this, critical infrastructure, even the whole things like power plants, for example. So making digital copies, deploying them on so-called cyber ranges, simulating attacks there, and maybe using AI technologies also to come up with new ways both to attack and defend. I believe that's going to be an interesting part, and I believe that's going to happen quite soon when we're going to have this one AI system which attacks another AI system which defends maybe. But if you would allow me to make a prediction or maybe an idea which is already sounding every now and then, I believe that we are going to get to the place where we are going to have so-called integrated cyber physical security operation centers. So usually what we have now is that security operation centers in terms of cybersecurity, information security, they're operating in the digital realm. But more and more challenges which we have, especially having on mind the context of geopolitical context or maybe the context of today's conference, is that nation states, they are not treating digital environment as a singular entry point. So what happens in the informational sphere, maybe what continues in the cyber domain and then gets transferred to a physical domain or vice versa. I believe this is the point where we need to understand as a whole, and we need to be able to track the vulnerabilities and threats arising from all those different angles in one place. So so-called integration security operation centers, which would cover physical and cyber domains. I believe this is the topic we should discuss in the future.
And if we were taking a look, at concrete successful strategies that different military organizations or governments have adopted or have considered to preempt or at least try to, because as we pointed out, it's pretty impossible to prevent at all cost attacks. I'll turn to Colonel Gynybos for this one. Can you maybe provide us again from Lithuania's perspective any successful strategies or examples or also technologies that you guys have used that have helped you to try to respond to these threats?
Thank you for the question. There is no silver bullet to solve this problem. So more or less, I think all countries follow the same logic. First of all, we need to create state-level defense system. And we as a cyber command also consider ourselves like a part of the system. So everything starts from the law level. So our parliament is passed, as I call, second edition of cybersecurity law, which is describe main responsibilities for all entities, what necessary to do. What else we do? We need to strengthen organization. Our call is cyber specialized organization like us, like National Cyber Security Center, and implement other measures. You know that for a while we have a secure network for governmental organization, which is run by core center of state telecommunications, which can work even independently in case of something wrong happens. And a lot of other activities. I would also mention the famous project which is done in European Union context, is cyber reaction team, cyber rapid reaction team, which is led by Lithuania. It was started in 2018, probably, and it's very successful. I have heard from my colleagues, cyber commanders from other nations, for example, Belgium and other, they even consider it not like a project, but like a standing capability, and they can react to certain situations in different countries, and was some deployment of this team. Okay, coming to my business, they say right now we have Locked Shield exercise. It's leading by Italian CCOD organization, when civilians and militaries of different countries together trying to see how they can to react to all these new threats. And it's an annual exercise, and each year trying to see what new happened in our cyber space, and how we need to adopt our tools, our reactions, our procedures in order to be capable to react to that. And so last our military exercise, Ambermist, or in Lithuanian, Gynybos Megla, what we have 12 years, also trying to do the same in a national level, together with colleagues from other nations, Ukrainians, United States guys, and universities, Vilnius University, Vilnius Tech, different critical infrastructure companies together trying to create scenario and tools in order to be prepared for new threats. Of course, not easy to always update and to be up to last day of developments in a technology, but I think it's the only way we can achieve success. Thank you.
Tadas, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, just maybe to add on the topic of innovations that we discussed, I think my experience also shows that we are sometimes too much focused on the actual...
was to mobilize all the cybersecurity specialists at one day, you know, because for years we ignore the cybersecurity in armed forces. I mean civil sector. We know something is going on. We know that the people are working hard, but we really don't care. And now we are trying our best for the last few years to change everything, to make it best we can. And the way we're doing it, we're like implementing the real world cybersecurity standards, like, you know, not the paper ones, but the real world, which are working. We are trying to implement the process of assessment and pen testing where we can. We start thinking about the supply chain security. It was mentioned before. It's really, really, really important. And all we know about the vulnerability management is so easy and so hard at the same time. It should be done because to our knowledge, Russians do not use, at least against us, something very, very special, targeted 0 day. It's too expensive and hard to implement. They're actually using the well-known vulnerabilities which are not patched. They're using the social engineering against the administrators, engineers, and all the supply stuff. And the last but not the least point, we need to find the way how to make people from the cybersecurity stay in the armed forces of Ukraine after the war or during the war, because people getting tired. Like salaries are not equal to the civil world. I don't know, like in EU's, but back in Ukraine, and they're dramatically not equal. And this is the motivation for the real professionals with a real experience. So this is like, from one side, this is a strategy which we're trying to implement, and this is a pain points which we are getting on our road. Thank you.
Kazimieras, earlier you raised the point that it's important to develop both how you defend against these types of threats and how you attack. In a lot of domains, you know, for example, unmanned systems, we always talk about the need to match the pace of development of counter systems and also the systems that strike. Cybersecurity is a little bit different. Would you say that there's also a correlation to that in having to match the pace of how much your enemy is developing possible attacks against you while also defending yourself, and how hard do you think that is?
Well, it's a holy grail question, you know, in cybersecurity probably, because the problem is, and lots of companies and lots of organizations are trying to solve this problem, that in its essence, cybersecurity is reactive. And that's kind of the key problem, that, you know, attackers, they're coming up with new ways to attack, and only then, I'm generalizing of course, but only then the organizations and defenders, they are coming up with the ways to defend. And that has continued for quite a while. But to answer your question, I believe that we are now in such a pace of innovations, and especially, again, I know this is a boring word, but artificial intelligence, it also gives us ideas here on how can we use that technology to actually become proactive. And by making AI fight AI, that's what I mentioned before, we can actually come up with the technologies for defense, which attackers didn't come up with the ways to attack yet. Do you follow me? Like, yep. Finding up new ways to defend yourselves before the attacks are inventing. So this is at least how I see the way, or one particular way on how the technologies can evolve and how we can use those new technologies in innovation, and maybe flipping the coin in this equation.
And from a law perspective, Paulo, would you say that regulating AI, we're on our way to creating new norms and new regulations, or it's still something that is extremely challenging within Europe if we're looking, at military or government organizations?
I think it's a very delicate point, the part of regulating AI. We are all witnessing a sort of simplification approach in Europe after having passed the AI Act. I think if we are looking at regulating AI in the military world, we should capitalize on the experience, although it is a fairly short legislative experience of regulating AI in private and public sector. In my opinion, is very difficult to regulate AI in this moment because AI is constantly changing and constantly developing. And I think the initial structure to have a risk-based approach to AI, I think is good. We also mirror the risk-based approach in cybersecurity, the risk-based approach in privacy and data protection. Probably, I think with the AI Act, we went a little bit too far in the regulation of every single aspect, or that was the idea behind. If we go a little bit back to the origin, which is a risk-based approach in order to regulate AI systems, probably it will also be fit for the purpose in the military sector. But I think it's so in the infancy to look at all the ramifications, also from the fundamental rights and freedom and ethical aspects of AI, that it is quite challenging, but in my opinion, inevitable.
And to wrap it up, Tadas, I'll address a last question to you. Would you say that cybersecurity is a domain that many states have sort of put on the back burner for too long? And are we now in a situation where, not it's too little, too late, but there's much to be done? Or on the contrary, you would say many states, perhaps not very known in the public domain, have put a lot of emphasis on this in recent years, and we are at a good place. What is your opinion about that?
Yeah, I want to close it on a positive note. So I would say that that a lot of things have been done. I think a lot of things, the countries 5, 6, 7 years ago started to implement. The creation of course, the legal framework itself, but also the creation of incident response teams at the national level. We know and we see the tendency that these teams are being created at the sectorial level. I think we have much, at least looking at from European perspective, much closer cooperation among national states than we used to have 10 years ago. We exchange information, we do regular exercises together. So I think we are on the positive note, we're on the positive trajectory, but we need to keep up because as we know, cyber threats are evolving, so we need to make sure that we are not only reacting, but we are proactively looking and targeting those.
You wanted to make one last remark?
Yeah,
maybe
just a short remark, because I wanted to spoil the evening and to end it up with maybe a bit less positive note. So short story, not more than 10 minutes, I promise. But many of you have heard probably of the attack on Maersk, the huge logistics company is one of the biggest ones in the world. So basically, it almost went bankrupt in one night, because they were stopped by ransomware attack. And the reason for that was legacy systems. They were living in the prehistoric times in terms of digital security, cybersecurity, etc. And in many ways, I believe we are in the same situation in critical systems. So for example, circling back to the initiation of our discussion about the threats, so one of the things which wasn't mentioned is the cyber criminals or nation states. They are prepositioning themselves on the networks, on the critical infrastructure, and we are yet to witness the worst, I believe. As geopolitical tensions are rising, it's probably only the question of time when that weapon is going to be used. And for example, like we just had this blackout in Spain and Portugal, who knows? Maybe it was used. So, again, positive notes.
On that note, thank you so much for sticking around. We really appreciate it. Thank you to the panelists for the discussion, and hope you have a good rest of your night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for enriching the summit with this angle of the discussion. Thank you, panelists. Yes, and I will come back now in a moment with some technicalities. Thanks a lot. So, on behalf of Innovation Agency and Defense Material Agency, we thank you, the bravest, the strongest, the most patient here in this room, as well as in the lobby who still hears us. What a day. What a day. Over 70 different people here on the stage. I guess more than 800 meetings, one-on-ones, B2B, plenty of chats, plenty of discussions. It's exhausting, but I think at the same time it's enriching and should be awakening. So the official part here in this hall is over, but the day is not over. So we have three things. I have three things to mention. In the Zeta Hall at 6 o'clock, we will have the presentation on how to do business with NATO. At the same Zeta Hall at 7 p.m., we have European Defense Tech Hackathon Winners Pitch Session. So if you want to see what newly emerging startups tell and how they present, go to the Zeta Hall. At 8 o'clock here in this room, we have a glass of wine, we have fantastic music, and then we have that, free time just to end up and wrap up the day. So we move activities out of this hall because, the band needs to prepare this room. So if you stick around, we would be glad to welcome you here, back at 8 o'clock. And now please enjoy the rest of the day together here. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. And have a good evening.